starting, and as you say, it might be better to try and do it in the pit stop somehow. But then if you're just going into the pit stop and taking a full tank of fuel, there's a little bit less you can do. But that's a little bit of a wiggle, actually. Coming out to the elbow. Might be half an opportunity here for the 15.
Seeing towards the chase. Is the Porsche going to be strong enough in a straight line? We know it had problems as it was released for the first time, this Porsche, in terms of a straight line. We saw that at Daytona. What about into the chase this time around? He gets very close to Pastor, but not close enough to make a dive. It would have been pretty audacious anyway. And so he stays behind for the moment. In towards the final couple of corners they go. And he has to stick where he is. These guys are about half a minute off of the lead, by the way, of Team Redline. And they're about half a minute ahead of those behind as well. The notable thing here, Cam, is that Gianni Vecchio is now in the number 70 car, and he's ahead of the traffic, so you think a repeat of what happened to Gustavo Ariel may not well be on the cards.
Yeah, that is very true. They obviously gained some time then on that pack over the course of the last hour or so, because before they were going right in between that battle, and now he is ahead of it, as you say, and 20 seconds up the road. So yeah, he's going to be loving that one. Nice bit of clean air so far, but clean air is not what the 15 has at the moment. But he just can't quite find a way past. This is where Maciejewski sent it down the inside. Is he going to be thinking about it? Not quite enough, because the issue is the gap between the sort of the apex of the kink and then the actual braking zone isn't quite enough realistically to make an overtake, so you do have to send it a little bit and start taking some risk. And looking at how close he got on the previous lap down the Commonwealth straight into the chase, I do think he lifted off. If he was really going for the overtake, he probably could have sent it, but I think he's just, as you say, saved into the pit stop.
He certainly is. Thanks very much, Cam, for joining us here in this race. It's been great to be alongside you for the last couple of hours here at the Bathurst 12 Hour. That was Cam Roger joining us here on RaceSpotTV. Now joining myself, Ewan O'Leary, for the next couple of hours, Peter Mackay, who will be taking you towards 4 hours to go in this one. Good to be alongside you, Peter, for this one. 6 hours still to go in this race. And a long way to go, and some very big gaps as well. It's fair to say that Team Redline have been dominant so far, I think is the word.
I would use the same word, definitely, Ewan. I mean, the sheer just impressive nature that Team Redline have brought to this, not only this running of the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, but in general, they've won the event twice before. If they were to win today, which at the moment they're going very much the right way about it, it would be a record third win in the running of this event. And yeah, pretty ominous for the rest of the field right now, it must be said.
Very ominous indeed. In terms of those who are giving chase, Simify Esports are the best of the rest. In third place, Gabi Montoro, although that's really fourth place because of what we've been talking about throughout this race so far. The number 70 car is slightly out of whack with the rest. Then there is Marla Racing Team, BS Competition and Williams Esports, which is the battle that you're seeing on your screen at the moment. And into turn 2, Fildenez is continuing to lead the Porsche around, but we really do hit 6 hours to go now. We're halfway through the Bathurst 12 Hour for 2024 here on iRacing, and we've still got half of it remaining. We're on the countdown now rather than the count up. Counting down, of course, towards that checkered flag. Now, there was a great countdown towards the checkered flag in the real world, of course. Peter very much enjoyed last weekend's race, I've got to say. In terms of seeing a similar grandstand finish here, well, it's going to be a bit different, isn't it, because there's no safety cars. But nevertheless, there's still a world in which we get a close finish here, but it could even just be between the teammates. Gabi Montoro 23 seconds off the lead, and Luke Bennett was even a few seconds behind the 70 car before it came in to make its necessary stop.
The one thing you have to always keep in mind, though, at Bathurst is it can go wrong in a flash. Very much like it can at the Nürburgring or a 24-hour. The Bathurst 12, you can be leading the race, everything can be looking great, and this circuit can just bite if you let your guard down at any one point. We saw that in the IRL event last week when the leading BMW went to pass a slower car, got it ever so slightly wrong, and bang, they were out of they did a Tony Hawk skateboarding move up the barrier, and they were out the race, and that was it. So, and then, okay, we don't have the intervention of weather yet in the iRacing platform, but you know, that was what we had last weekend as well. A little bit of weather mixed it up there too, but in this virtual version, it's more just one little blip in concentration coming up over the mountain. You clip a wall, and all of a sudden you're not in the hunt. The one caveat to that is that Team Redline, if one car falters, they've still got several others in the right up there at the front, which is a rare luxury to have.
Exactly. They were covering the positions first to fourth until that incident. Just to let you know, the first stream, by the way, will be ending on RaceSpotTV and iRacing now on YouTube. So make sure you switch over now if you haven't already, because it will be closing very soon. And so make sure you join us on part 2 if you are able to. And we hope to see you over there. If you're on Twitch, of course, you've been sitting back. You don't have to do anything to continue watching us here on RaceSpotTV this afternoon. So I hope you'll remain in our company here today, and you will remain watching the race for the remainder of this one until the finish. Obviously, everyone's very excited for Rain Pit, and there's no question about that. I do wonder what it's going to bring to the iRacing service in terms of these special events, and in terms of these professionals as well, because that's what we watch a lot of here on the on RaceSpotTV. Is he going to bring in that bit of adaptability maybe that is sometimes lacking from sim racing? People are so aware of where each round is going to be and what car they're going to be using that they get so much practice in. They know almost they think they know almost everything that a car and track combination has to offer. And so that does mean there's fairly limited adaptability that the drivers have to do. Sure, the conditions change a little bit these days in iRacing, but it's not very much, and it's certainly not much compared to the rain that we're going to see. So I, for one, hope that adaptability is going to be part of the skill set that a modern sim racing professional is going to need, as opposed to these days where they just need a lot of practice.
It's definitely going to add a hugely interesting element to these special events. I firmly believe that. And I think it's going to change the way the teams have to prepare. As you rightly say, right now they can do huge amounts of laps and simply dial in the absolute perfect setup and drill themselves in as well with muscle memory, where they could drive around almost seemingly blindfolded at times because they're just so in the groove because of the amount of practice that they've done. But the addition of changeable weather in the iRacing simulator is going to change all that, and I think you then will need to know what the lap time differences are when you switch from a dry to are we going to have intermediates and wets, or is it going to be a dry or a wet? Do we know?
That is a good question that I don't know the answer to.
Well,
that is important as well.
They'll need to know what the deltas are, and is it worth changing onto a different tyre and coming into the pit, or whether do you just stick it out? We might see a lot of drivers simply having to learn how to drive on a damp track on slicks. That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, and rain being in one part of the circuit and not another is something else to consider. And it will be there in time for the Nürburgring 24. I thought I'd put those two sentences sort of together, if you like, because that will be important when we get to there in May. So watch out for that. Or June as it is these days, isn't it? Or around that time, May sort of time.
The IRL one is at the end of May, so I'm not sure if it's the weekend before or the weekend after.
Yes, that's what I mean. It can't be on the weekend of the actual race either, which is all the Indy 500, something to work around. So it's all a bit of a headache in May. So it'll be sometime in that part of the year. So we'll have that on RaceSpotTV, of course. A couple of people asking what happened to Gustavo Ariel today. That happened about an hour ago, unfortunately, for the 44 Team Redline car. They are now out of the race. They hit into the back of the Apex Racing Team number 99 car, which is currently running in 7th place. After they'd made their stop, after Ariel had made a stop, he hit the back of him on the way down the dipper, went for a spin, did a good job of getting back going again. In fact, this is the incident. This is a replay of what happened. See, Dunn just gets a little bit sideways. Ariel gets into the back of him, goes for a spin, and then he goes for a quite precarious roll down the hill here, and a really difficult moment for everybody as they try to figure their way past through a blind corner.
And that is a perfect example of how how one ever so slight error of judgment under pressure, well, not even under pressure, just one slight blip in concentration, and it's game over. And I'm sure the leading Team Redline cars will be fully aware of that. In fact, that incident will have brought it into much sharper focus. So the 20 car, the 7 car for Team Redline, 70 car also, they will... they'll all be fully aware of that. And also, the teams that are chasing them, they will, Simify and Mala, BMW, BS Competition, etc., they will all be keeping that in mind, thinking, if we keep pushing to the max, we can keep Team Redline under pressure and hope that little mistakes like that happen. And before you know it, we've got a different conversation.
It's mistakes is what it's going to take around here. Although it is Bathurst, so maybe the chances of those slightly increase somewhat. They seem to have this circuit absolutely down at the moment, and they're driving very well. The whole Redline team. There's Gianni Vecchio now at the wheel of the number 70 car as the number 7 comes into pit lane. We're quite a long way past the hour now. So in terms of fuel stints here, I think the encouraging thing for the number 20 and the number 7 is that they're going a long way past the hour, so that means they can save a bit of time in the final pit stop of the day. They can afford not to fill the tank up all the way, whereas the number 70 car still pitting short of the hour. They've got to do a bit of fuel saving, and they'll be taking on pretty much a full tank at the end of the race. So, as I said, it probably is a conversation just between Redline cars at the moment, but it is an interesting conversation, and we're still at that stage where we don't really know who's going to win here.
I think it's more at the moment a decision of which Redline car could come out on top. We may well see them all converging with those slightly different strategies. They've all gone for the Lamborghini Huracan after a couple of years winning in the McLaren, actually, the McLaren MP412C, the winner of the Bathurst 12-hour on iRacing last year with the Apex Racing team, and the year before with Team Redline. It was Max Verstappen in a McLaren. That's something to soundbite to break the internet with. Absolutely.
A couple of Audis before that. And would you believe it, a BMW Z4 the year before that. I just thought I'd mention that. It's my favourite
Brilliant car. What a car.
Such a great car. And Lewis McGlade still thinks the M4 looks better, which is unbelievable.
Lewis McGlade is wrong.
He is wrong about that, yeah. That is not a better looking car than the...
Not that it's a bad looking car, it's just that the Z4 is one of the best race cars visually, but also sound-wise too. I think sound-wise even better than its looks.
Oh, so good. I had the pleasure of listening to that car, and it was very much towards the end of its life as a GT3. It must have been 2016 or 15 maybe, sort of that kind of era, in the British GT Championship, the final round. And there was that, I can't remember who sponsored them, but it's sort of this bright green and orange livery that was very bright on a BMW Z4, and it sounds absolutely brutal. It was just fantastic to listen to at Donington Park, which is where I was. And yeah, what a great car. I'm very glad that I got there at the final year. I can't remember what year it was, but it was the final year of circulation of that car, and I'm very glad I got there for one of its final races anywhere, actually, at one of the top classes of competition, because it was about to be phased out by the M6, I believe, was taking over at the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, what a great car.
I've heard it in the GTLM specification on a parade run a couple of times, and I presume they're fairly similar in terms of engine, etc. And the sounds absolutely. I agree with you. Sounds absolutely superb. It's a pity that it's not eligible anymore. But time moves on. Maybe it can make its way in in one of the historic classes in iRacing, which actually have taken a real resurgence. The GT1 cars, the Aston Martin DBR9 and Chevrolet Corvette C6, has struggled for participation in the officials, but then they added in what is the best car on iRacing, the HPD ARX, and that's given the whole official series there a massive lift, and I've been thoroughly enjoying driving the HPD. It's great fun.
Very nice. That's sort of a throwback as to what iRacing used to be like for a prototype versus GT sort of battle. And by the way, you mentioned you can't drive the Z4 very often anymore, or at all in officials. It's sort of been phased out. But iRacing announced the other day that 3 days ago, in fact, that the BMW M Power Tour has returned for 2024, which is 10 consecutive weeks of BMW racing around the world. It takes on a number of the cars you'd expect, of course, and it takes on the BMW Z4, which you can race at Okayama and Oschersleben, which are 2 free tracks, by the way, so you don't have to pay for a new track if you don't have them. And it would be back to official racing for the Z4 for the first time since I don't know when. So you can race the Z4 again at the end of March and the end of April this year.
That's made my day.
It's great news. But anyway, let's go back to cars that are actually in this race. Louis Nasser is just behind Tristan Iglesias at the moment, and this is a lot closer of a battle than what we were seeing earlier on. Partly because, or mostly in fact, because Louis Nasser took on a 36-second stop that time around. Not really sure of the logic behind a 5 seconds shorter stop at this stage, suggesting a short fill, but I guess Williams had the fuel to play with and decided that the halfway mark was the time to play with it.
Could be, yeah. Could be that that's when they can be a bit more confident in terms of back timing to the end of the race, quite possibly, for these 2 Porsche 992 GT3Rs, of course, the winning car from last weekend's Bathurst 12 Hours, the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours, the Manthey EMA team coming out on top with a driver who's made a big part of his career development in the sim, Hanchan Guven, winning alongside Lawrence Van Tora's big move there from the Williams car and made it look very simple.
Yeah, Louis Nasser through. So now he's only 13 seconds behind Sam Coiter, the first of the red line drivers, but that means that he's sort of best of the rest, if you like. Best non-red line team now goes to Williams Esports, as long as likes of Drago Racing, Apex Racing Team, or the other Williams car can't get out ahead of them, which you'd imagine with only a 20-second margin would be very difficult to do. You mentioned there that Guven was part of the winning team last weekend. You're right in saying he was very much involved in the simulator, has been involved in the simulator. In fact, he missed a round of the DNLS, which he's been driving quite a lot of this season, to do that race at Bathurst, partly because he was probably sleeping before God knows what time in the morning they get up for that race. Goodness me, it's an early start. But he wasn't at the DNLS race last weekend as a result, so not only part of his development, of course, but very much still a part of his life, which is fantastic to see. And we've seen Max Verstappen spectating in this session. We've got Sebastian Weldon in the top 10, another driver with real-world credentials in this race. It's the amount of real-world drivers in sim events these days seems to be increasing, actually.
I think the two cross over more than they ever have before. I mean, I think the results of the kind of COVID time have definitely had a lasting positive effect, but there's been a lot of people that have stuck around and the sport has continued to grow here. But I firmly believe that nowadays you've got so much more engagement. We saw some drivers taking part in sim racing in the COVID time because they literally couldn't be out on the track, but it's changed complexion now. Now it's seen as very much a part of the overall performance tool. Bruno Spengler, BMW factory driver, he's been here, in the sim world for several years now, and it's very much a part of his ongoing development and training. And you look at the drivers that the manufacturers are selecting through their young driver programs, and a lot of the time it's drivers who have sim racing ability as well, who get the nod over some other drivers of a similar speed. You look at Lauren Heinrich and Anjan Guven are two perfect examples where they went up against some very stiff competition to be the Porsche Junior in their respective years, and a lot of the time they're being good in the sim definitely makes a difference to getting the nod when there's a seat on offer.
Yeah, it's great to see so much sim racing being circulated in the real world in that respect, especially for Spengler, who you just mentioned there, who's continuing to soldier on in this race despite being 4 laps down in it at the moment, and still they're a lap off the next car up ahead of them. It's Thiago Marteau who's driving the Williams Esports Academy car now in 40th place. as they've all overtaken Falcon Sim Racing Team for some reason, who've just retired now. Jonas Rutten was at the wheel, but he's decided to call it a day as well. I'll try and find out why that is the case. But it means we're down to 41. Admittedly, that is very good news, though, in terms of a retirement rate for the moment. We're on lap 181, after all, in this race. The amount of cars that were still in the race at this point last year was only 31. So we're doing about 10 cars better off than we were 12 months ago.
And attrition is always a conversation here at Bathurst, when you're going over the whole mountain section. The walls are so close, and just the tiniest little mistake and it can all be over just in a blink of an eye. So really it's fierce here at Bathurst. So expect there to be more attrition in the next 5 hours and 42 minutes, and that's where really the drivers are earning their crust, having to just keep knocking out these stints. And of course, as we go further into the heat of the day, the track temperature will continue to rise, and if it gets excessively warm, then you've got a problem with the track feeling greasier and having less grip, and that makes life even more difficult.
And temperatures still indeed on the rise at the moment. We've been taking a look in the last couple of moments, by the way, on the screen, and you may have noticed some of the former Urano drivers. We had a view there of Luca Kita, who was coming towards the end of a stint in the Apex Racing Team number 99. He's now come out just behind Jakub Masiewski. And we've got Vlad Kimichev, who was on your screen there a couple of moments ago, in 12th place, just up ahead of them. And then ahead of all of those guys, it is Sam Koiter in 3rd place, who's been snapped up by Team Redline. He's now 12 seconds off the lead and 11 off the driver in front, the second of the Team Redline cars. So Urano drivers have dispersed, unfortunate and sad to see that the end of that team really was near, and it eventually did come to an end at the end of 2023. And this race was one that they actually were never able to quite win. They came so close on occasions in the past, most notably last year when they were involved in the closest finish ever that this race has seen, with just 9 seconds separating them and a race win. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to do it in that year, and they never did win this race, but at least their drivers have found somewhere to go. That is always the worry, that there's not going to be space on a team for them, but we've not lost a driving talent, at least, even if we have lost one of Sim Racing's best teams.
They were an impressive outfit, weren't they? They had some really great performances over the years. I remember Daytona as well, the Urano team being very quick in the prototypes in the first year of the BMW M Hybrid GTP. Remember that Dominic Hoffman putting in some amazing runs and stints there. But yeah, the world moves on. It's no different, really. I was listening closely to your discussion, you and Cam's discussion, Ewan, about the kind of teams and how it works. You know, these things happen in the outdoor world too. Teams come and go, and the overall framework of the sport changes. You know, you look at how you have, you know, in the outdoor world, you'll have effectively factory drivers are like a pool of drivers that are contracted to a manufacturer and then are sent out to teams. The model can be slightly different in the virtual world, but you know, teams do come and go, and drivers move from team to team. It's all part of the game in any form of motorsport.
You're absolutely right. It happens. So happens here in Sim Racing 2. I've just had a conversation, by the way, with Jonas Rutten of the Falcon Sim Racing team. I think he was supposed to be sharing with Jesse Jones here today, but unfortunately he doesn't feel very well at all, just Jesse, so unfortunately they've had to park the car here this afternoon. If you're listening, Jesse, I hope you feel better soon and get well. Hopefully it's not too serious, and we can see you out on the track in a special event again very soon. Speaking of real-world crossover, just while we're on the subject of Falcon Sim Racing team, I believe they might still have a car in this race. They do. They're 17th position with their other car, Luca Wunsch, in the number 2, just trying to hold off Mark Perez in the Simify car. real-world livery crossover. Got a bit of that at BS Turner, which is much talked about, of course. They're 21st, but Falcon Sim Racing have got a very iconic livery, as well as the Falcon racing cars in real life seen in years gone past, and admittedly I haven't seen for a little while.
Falcon and they did have a great presence in sports car racing in America, in the American Le Mans series in IMSA, and when the rain came down, Falcon really came to the fore, winning at Petit Le Mans in the GTLM class. It was a Scotsman, Derek Walker, who ran the team. And they had some really, really good performances, but still very much a presence at the Nürburgring. In fact, they actually gave the Porsche 992 GT3R its kind of first proper run out, really, in a really, really cool sort of Falcon colours, but camouflage livery. That was the end of 2022. So Falcon very much a big part of racing at the Nürburgring, and I wonder with whether their time might come to get an overall win. They've got the cars, and they very often have the drivers in those cars to be able to do that. I would love to see it, but with Falcon, it's they've kind of almost made a little bit of a niche and a little bit of a reputation for themselves. When the weather gets changeable, those Falcon tyres do come to the fore.
That's great to have them here on the grid. Just following on a battle for 5th place on your screens at the moment, by the way. Somebody asking which other real-world pro drivers are there in the race. As I said a little bit ago, Sebastian Weldon, the son of the late great Dan Weldon, is in 6th position in the race, as you can see, and Moritz Lerner's down in 36th. Has done real world GT4 racing, so there's plenty of crossover between the real world and the sim world. Let's just focus in on this battle for 10th place. So Kamil Grabowski and Vlad Kimichev are 10th and 11th for now. This is the battle for the last spot inside the top 10, and it's quite fiercely contested, I should say, as well. The gap's down to even 16th position. Not very large at all here. Luka Kita's not too far away. You can see him in the background of that shot, along with Jakub Maciejewski. It's up to Kamil Grabowski to hang on to this position ahead of Drago Racing now. Vlad Kimichev, who's leading the line in his new team.
Kimichev right underneath the rear wing here of Grabowski. Is he going to try and forge a move? Is he going to try and make something happen here? Good chance up into Griffin up the inside, but decides to stick in for now. And there's two decisions there's two outcomes here. You can try and push and try and force the move and try and make a move through and pull away, or stick behind to the end of the stint, do lots of lifting and coasting, save that fuel, reduce that amount of fuel used, and bring in a little bit more of a wider strategical window. That's the decision to be made here for the Drago Racing team, because but if you are going to make that pass, you've got to be confident that you can pull away, and that's a big ask, I would say.
It is. Especially around here, lots of straights around here and lots of slipstreaming opportunity as a result. Down into Forest Elbow they go. Slightly a greyer look today to the front of the Williams Esports Fanatec car. Just help to distinguish the 5 Williams Esports Williams Esports cars that we have, including the 2 academies as well, which makes up more than 10% of the field. But they are doing well for now inside the top 10. 3 cars inside the top 10 as things stand. Kimichev not able to get anywhere close enough here to pass Kamil Grabowski on that occasion. And so it will be a follow the leader situation here with still 5.5 hours to go. And Drago Racing still trying to find themselves back in the top 10. Now, where has the other Drago Racing car found itself? The 696 was not too far away previously. Jakub Maciejewski is now 13th place, which is down on where it qualified for this race. And interesting, the Virtual Coach GNG by Grid and Go car is just behind them, having qualified 2nd, but all the way down in 14th at the moment. We heard at the start of the day that the Porsche might well be better in qualifying than it is in the race. I'm I'm not sure I'm totally willing to go along with that, because there are Porsches in 4th and 5th, and while track position is important, you don't get there by fluke. So it does very much seem maybe the way that you set up the car where the Porsche ends up in the race, because some teams have really struggled, like Grid and Go have only gone backwards in this race so far, but Williams and Simi still comfortably inside the top 5. So clearly the Porsche is not all rubbish in the race.
No, far from it. Far from it. And who knows which cars will perform best when the heat is going to keep ratcheting up as we head through into the last part of the race. It will get warmer and warmer. It will tail off a touch in the last hour or two, but we are going to keep getting, the track temperature is going to keep climbing. So which car performs best in those scenarios? Also, the fuel numbers of what each car can do as well are slightly different. And I don't think we've quite seen the full picture there yet. But great shots here, riding on just on top of the bonnet of the big thumping 6.2 litre Alphabet V8, the AMG. I tell you what, we are going to miss this car when it goes, big time.
I mean, it feels like it's been around for ages, doesn't it?
It has, yeah, because it has, yeah.
Yeah.
It's venerable.
It's had an Evo version, hasn't it? But that doesn't really count. The AMG itself has been around for a long time. The SLS itself, which was the predecessor to this, well, not this specific one, because as I say, the Evo version, but the predecessor model, I suppose, the SLS phased out in 2015 or something. That's a long time ago now. So Mercedes has been running with this car for quite some time, and it is going to be an iconic sound that goes missing from the GT3 ranks when it does eventually go. And let's just have a little on board with this car now. Like Kimichev trying to work his way through on a fellow Mercedes, but not able to here, as he will rumble his way across the top of the mountain, trying to find this 10th position.
Yeah, it's a very, very special machine. You can hear the rumble from it. Car built by a company called HWA AG in Falterbach, Germany. The HWA have run all of Mercedes-Benz's DTM programs, actually, all the way through. 11 drivers' titles, 14 team titles, and 12 manufacturer titles. So hugely, hugely successful. And actually at Bathurst, really, AMG have
for these two. Just watching slightly off centre with Vlad Kimichev here, watching the wheel work as he tries to find 10th position at the moment. I believe we might have Peter back at the back now. Is that just me or was that everyone? Are we okay now?
Do you have a copy?
Ah, yes, we do now.
There you go.
There we go. We got there in the end. Technology happening again. But
that was some absolute solid gold information I had there as well, Ewan, and it's just gone into the ether.
I was ready for it, and then we just didn't hear it. You can try again if you want to.
Yes, I don't know which point did we get to?
I don't really know. We lost you about the repark if you want to. I don't know. Yeah, HWA, that kind of.
Yes. So yeah, the HWA are the team that make the car on behalf of Mercedes AMG, and have run the Mercedes DTM program throughout its entirety. So, but they also do a lot of special vehicle projects too. So a lot of what they do, they actually do an amazing road-going version of the Mercedes Evo 2 DTM, which is a very, very cool. I think they call it a resto mod.
I've not heard of that before.
It's very cool. Very, very cool.
Okay. Another look at the onboard through the. Well, I guess what I was going to describe as the boot, but you can't really put your groceries in it anymore. It's a bit different. So we look through the sort of rear wing, if you like, as well, of Kamil Grabowski. Despite his rather extensive experience, even at his age in sim racing, only took part in his first LAN event at the very end of 2023, and I really mean the very end, the last weekend before Christmas. So he's had that sort of in-person experience now. Hopefully he's come out the other side of it as a better driver as well. His sharing with Parker White, another young driver. It's a World Championship level driver, drives in the Coke Series and in PESC as well. That's a lot on your plate, isn't it, in a week when there's PESC and the Coke Series going on?
Yeah, could you argue that's too much? Because at that level, at the absolute ultimate level of sim racing, in both that's in the oval and road racing, that is it. The Coke Series and the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup, the level of preparation required for both of them, surely you can't maximise. Well, talking of maximise, there go drag, oh, racing, whoa, just gets the move done, just, oh, bold.
Very bold, and just about keeps it on the road, just like Kimichev, but luckily for him, Kamil Grabowski not too interested in coming back at him, really. Maybe realising that Luka Kita is closing on both of them, and so really needs to get in line and get working together almost, if you like. But it's quite interesting, the line they normally take into the chase, isn't it? They don't quite maximise the entry and that little bit of tarmac that's just cut out for them on the left-hand side. Instead, they just keep a straighter line and sort of shorten the circuit, if you like, by keeping that straighter line. It seems to be a little bit quicker, and it just make the overtaking a little bit more precarious. And I think Kimichev probably broke about as late as he could have done there, and any later he would have been in the grass.
Yeah, there was no more room left, and it was actually just a little bit deep on the brakes. It's very classic pass down into the chase, actually, because you can afford to just get it that little bit deep. As long as you're closing off the line to the driver you're passing, you can make it stick, and that's exactly what Kimichev did there. He did it perfectly, and to be fair, was given very good racing room there from the number 5 of Kamil Grabowski. And we said, if you're going to make that move, you've got to make a pull away, and it seems in this very initial stage here that the Drago racing car of Vlad Kimichev really on a bit of a charge, looking racy, I'd say.
He is not only getting through, but getting away as well. Just want to circle back to the conversation about Parker White. You know, is he doing too much by going for both of the top level series, World Championship series, on both the road and oval side of things? I mean, do you think we're reaching a point in sim racing where we've got to be a little bit concerned for drivers in terms of burnout, in terms of practicing too much? Because especially I noticed during last year, some high stakes competitions arising, as we just have a little replay of Kimichev here, ducks out to the left hand side perfectly. Almost looked like Grabowski broke a bit early, actually. But,
yeah. I think you're right. I think Grabowski saw the writing on the wall there, thinking, okay, your turn to do a little bit of the pulling along, and Grabowski now will just try and nestle in behind Kimichev as best as he can, and try. I agree with you, and I think there is there's got to be a concern for these drivers are getting put under immense pressure, a lot of which will come from within, of course, but you know, the amount of driving they've got to do, and of course you're indoors a lot of the time, and huge amounts of practice required. And if it's going well, fantastic. When it's going badly, it's really, really tough. Some drivers have the benefit of living with their teammates, and they can lean on one another in good and bad times, but a lot of the drivers are kind of on their own in that aspect. And I share that concern. I think it's something we have to be aware of as an overall community in sport, that you've got to be careful the stress that you put on the athletes, and making sure that they have that balance and that support.
I was talking to someone about this the other day. I was talking to someone who comes from an angle of other esports, maybe quote unquote bigger esports in terms of the general landscape, because sim racing is an up and coming part of it for sure, but not necessarily the biggest at the moment, as we may have a change for the lead here. Are the red lines about to switch over? No, they're just getting together. Chris Lulham has been caught by Gianni Vecchio, by the way. Well, they're running together, I should say. Vecchio is the one who's been running for longer in this stint, so it's Lulham leading at the moment. Anyway, I was talking to someone who comes from an angle of other esports, and he was saying that it's quite easy in some ways, and you forget this in esports, maybe less so in sim racing, because you do get a little bit tired, but generally in the esports scene, and sim racing is included with it, you can theoretically practice forever because it's not like other sports, as you say, more traditional sports where traditionally you will get tired. If you I mean, most people watching this may have another sport that they play for whatever. It requires some physical exertion, and you'll be tired eventually, so you will stop because of that. But in esports and sim racing, as part of that, it doesn't really happen to you. You don't really get tired, and so theoretically you can practice forever. And so I think you're right. There has got to be a bit of a concern there with burnout, and you've got to make sure that there is things in place to stop people from doing too much and falling out of love with it completely and quitting. Because I think some people that I've spoken to in 2023 were actually quite close to leaving sim racing entirely with the amount of workload they were putting in. But after a step away at the sort of Christmas time and so on, maybe revitalised a little bit. But there is a danger of losing people that way.
No question. Yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be kept in mind. But this is where in the outdoor world, the motorsport, you've got governing bodies in each country, you've got national federations, you've got the FIA themselves, where programs can be put in place. Whereas in the virtual world, everything is so much newer and everything's so much more kind of in its infancy, really, in the grand scheme of things, that these things are difficult to implement. There's a little bit of coordination work there from Team Redline, interestingly. So the navy blue car, the car number 70, goes through into the lead of the motor race. So a little bit of coordination there for Team Redline. Gianni Vecchio going past Chris Lullum.
And by the way, I'm not sure whether you heard this earlier on, by the way, but that car being a slightly different shade for the main body is actually not intentional. But
looks good.
Someone did something wrong. It helps us to tell them apart, so we're not complaining. But they are slightly, especially we've got these lower cameras now. You can just maybe see. You might have to get a bit close at home to have a little look. But it's the slightly lighter shade. Say lighter shade of black. That makes it not really black, doesn't it? To be honest, the number 70 car is slightly navy blue, as you say, whereas the 20 car is very much a black colour on the main body. Just behind Miles in their BMW, only one of them remaining, as Patrick Holtzman, unfortunately, with a bit of an injury, I'm afraid, has not been able to help Max Benneker, and so they've been out of the race for quite some time. But Yuri Kazduk and Moritz Lerner are still in the race. They're now 36th, but they're a long way back after making 2 stops in the first hour and a half. Didn't quite get to the bottom, actually, of why they had to come in for a second time so quickly, but unfortunately they did, and that's put them a long way back. But Moritz especially just looking for the experience in iRacing all over again. It's been a very long time since he's raced iRacing competitively. He won this race in the Porsche Cup class back in 2018, and he hasn't really won anything or competed in anything notably since COVID, really, so it's been quite a while away for Moritz Lerner.
Good to see him back. Good to see him back competing, and what an event to do it at the Bathurst 12-hour, and it's what a great schedule of special events we have this year on the iRacing platform, both on the endurance side, but also things like the Formula Ford Festival, and you've got all the oval stuff, and I believe the return of the Indy 500. Are we allowed to say that yet?
Yes.
And isn't that a wonderful thing? Isn't that great? Great to be back.
Yeah, we're very pleased about that. I know Arjuna's very pleased about that, especially.
Oh, I bet he is.
Yeah. He doesn't stop talking about it until May, or during May. I understand it's his favourite event in the whole world, but it's. I'll be honest, it's a good event, but not my favourite in the world. I've got to be honest. So there you go. But don't let him hear me say that. Don't let him hear me say that. No, I'll certainly be tuning in though when it gets around to it. It's a great schedule that we have. This is a bit of a look from the back of Chris Lullum, and now Gianni Vecchio. You now see the slightly different shade of colour. This is sort of through the back end. Well, I'm not really sure what to call this part of the car. Sort of through the back end of the Lamborghini was what I'd go for.
Rear deck.
Be a better way of going for that.
Rear deck. Would that be appropriate?
I suppose so, yeah. Just trying to work out what we're sort of in between at the moment, really, with this camera angle.
We're underneath the spoiler, I think.
I feel like that gap's a bit too small for it to be the spoiler. Maybe it is. I feel like the spoiler's a bit higher than that. But
Are we sort of on top of the exhaust, maybe?
yeah, I was thinking that. I'll have a little look again here. Is the gap between the spoiler and the actual rear deck, as you would call it, that big? Oh no, it's not very big at all, is it? I think that's exactly what. I think you were right. Yeah.
And the exhaust isn't far away, so we're both right. Let's pat each other on the back.
Okay. It's a very low car, isn't it? Very sleek through the air, especially when you compare it to the BMW in the background.
It's the noise as well. I mean, this engine, what joy this engine has brought us in, both in the Audi R8 and in the Huracan. And it's interesting when you look at the Huracan and the R8 road cars, and you look at the way that they're configured and the way that they're dialed in. The Lamborghini is a much angrier note, whereas Audi's maybe a little bit more refined. There's still a great sound, but just different character, but same base engine really. But what a package this car has been over so many generations, so many guises in the world of endurance racing, and continues to be so. Will we see any kind of future development of the R8 platform in global endurance racing? It doesn't really look like it at this stage.
You got me thinking, by the way, with that thought about the sound. Have we heard how the Le Mans Hypercar is going to sound just yet? Or is that still...
It sounds immense. It's a V8, it's a turbo V8, and it sounds fantastic. Yeah.
I don't know how I've missed this. I need to go and see this after.
There's a few testing videos. If you go on the internet, there's a few in social media and things. Yes, it sounds great.
That's my first job after this broadcast is finished.
And it's a brand new engine, developed, with Iron Lynx, Prema, have been very involved with that engine program in conjunction with Lamborghini's Quadricorsa.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. I wonder how they're going to get on in testing. I was going to mention about, or maybe reference the testing that's going on this weekend in today's broadcast, but it's not happening this weekend anymore. It's happening Monday and Tuesday now. So there we go. Hopefully they can get it in time for the actual season, because otherwise there could be some very rusty hypercar teams, especially when we get round to the first race of that championship to worry about.
The containers have arrived. I've seen a picture of a container arriving today.
That's good. Hopefully there's enough time.
How often is this going to happen? Because this...
Well, yeah.
I don't think we know the answer, but because the Hub Auto team, the Taiwanese team, we're going to have a Porsche with Kevin Estra, and I can't remember who the other drivers were, factory drivers anyway, and they didn't make it to Bathurst because the car was delayed in shipping. Such a pity.
Yeah, it is. And without getting too, to that side of things, as you say, you don't really see where that's going to end or when that's going to end for the moment, which is a bit of a shame for now. So we'll keep our eyes on it, of course, but it would cause a bit of disruption, because that part of the world, it's fair to say, whether some people would have opposition to it, but it's fairly important in the world of motorsport now. So there's a lot of events that happen in that part of the world now.
Huge amount in Asia, Middle East, Australasia. It's and it's a lot of cars will do these cars can be worked hard. If they're a private team and they're going around at various events, the logistics involved are quite remarkable, and everything's kind of got to really hit the marks. And if the one little thing goes wrong, then all of a sudden you're left without it. So you're left scrambling to try and find a car, and that can really change the economic viability of the sport. And a lot of people say, why don't you just stick them on an aeroplane? Well, simply it's far too expensive to put a race car on an aeroplane unless you've got bottomless budget.
I've always wondered that, but I just concluded that it was too heavy. I didn't realise it would be too expensive.
It's catastrophically expensive.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I can't imagine shipping a race car in a boat is much cheaper.
Oh, it's to a factor of 50 cheaper.
Wow. Okay, that's... oh dear. We haven't seen an incident for a while, and I wasn't going to mention it because I thought this stuff might happen. But unfortunately, the very thought of it has made it happen in real life. This is the Apex Racing Team Academy car heading down the inside, but getting sent off the other way by one of the BMWs.
And then left with a little bit of a adventurous way to get back to the circuit. That's really frustrating drop in time there. It's interesting that the red line cars, ever since they made the switch, car 70 is really the leader, has really moved on. Gianni Vecchio is just in one of those grooves. He's doing Gianni Vecchio things right now. It's the Italian at the wheel of the Italian car, the Lamborghini Huracan, and up behind a car running off the lead lap, a Ferrari, another Italian machine, which actually at the start of the week, you and I thought we were going to see a field full of Ferraris, but that late BOP change, goodness me, it's nerfed the Ferrari.
And it's made it particularly unpopular in top split, with the first of them is, I think, still down in the 20s. It is 27th. The ATRS Esports car of Gabriel Erdely is the first of them, as the race leader has a bit of trouble getting past SimRC. But it says a lot really about where the Ferrari is, doesn't it, that the first of it is down in 27th, and SimRC, who are so strong in these types of races, qualified down in, well, started last. I don't think they did qualify, actually, now that I think about it, but they have made up 13th position. They're still over a lap down now. They're actually 2 laps down as of right now, and that's a surprise really to see for a team like SimRC, so experienced in sim racing and endurance racing especially. See them so far down in that Ferrari that was so popular in Daytona. How 1 month changes things so radically here in iRacing.
It's incredible how just you think 3% power, oh, that's not too bad. I mean, that could be 20 horsepower thereabouts, maybe slightly between 15 and 20 horsepower anyway. So you've got, that makes all the difference, particularly at somewhere like Bathurst when you're going up out of turn 1, out of Hill Corner, all the way up Mountain Straight. That's where horsepower is everything. So to have it taken away is definitely going to hurt. Move here for 10th place. That is the Apex Racing team. Luca Kita going past the Drago Racing number 169 Mercedes AMG. So the Apex Racing team winners last year, don't forget Luke McEwen and Elvis Ranking winning in a McLaren. Certainly going to be a big ask to repeat that success today where they're running at the moment.
It is. I think they're going to have trouble finishing on the lead lap, I've got to be honest, but they might just about manage it. They're now 10th. That was Luka Kita getting past Vlad Kimichev, which must have been odd for those two former teammates for such a long time. Kamo Grabowski has just been overtaken by Luka Kita as well, just preceding that. So Apex Racing team are on the march, and I think they're probably favourites to finish in 10th position, but for them to have any designs on finishing higher than that, I think would be a bit over-ambitious unless there's problems up ahead, because there is a whopping 28 seconds up to the Williams Esports Chill Blast car in 9th place. And I know the Porsche does not quite have the race pace of the Mercedes, maybe. I don't think it's quite that much of a difference. Nearly half a minute is maybe even too far, even with 5 hours to go.
And we still don't know how the pace is going to change as we get into the kind of hotter, stickier part of the day, and when those track temperatures continue to rise, and that's it's just what you don't need going over the mountain section where you really want this maximum amount of grip. You don't want it to be greasy, and that's exactly what happens when it gets excessively warm here at Bathurst. So the drivers will be hoping that they mercifully end up with a cooler track temperature than expected. You get a bit of a kind of reverse golden hour as the sun sort of comes up here at Bathurst, because the track is at its coolest, and then just as the sun is coming up and you've got that little bit of extra vision, but still the cool track temperature, that's where you really see some quick lap times.
Just want to get David Boschko, actually, we'll focus in on this first for 15th position. Simify Esports, no, he's not quite close enough to make a move. A question came in the the Twitch chat not so long ago about the driver rotation and what that looks like over the course of a 12-hour race. Well, mostly in recent years, we've seen 2 driver teams prevailing here. We've run this event 6 times before and 4 times we've seen 2 driver teams prevailing, the other 2 with 3 drivers. And 3 of those 4 came in the last 3 years. So the trend has very much gone towards 2 driver teams here for a 12-hour race. But I do find it interesting that generally in real life, 3 driver teams seem to be the way to go for these kind of events. And even 6-hour races in real life, 3 drivers are given as somewhat the norm in some series. So it's quite bizarre how that changes in sim racing. I guess there's the slightly less physical aspect of it in sim racing, although the mental concentration very much remains the same. It's interesting to see how the sort of expectations of what a driver could and should be able to do over the course of a 12-hour race has gone up by 50% in the last 5 years or so.
It is fascinating. I think one aspect that I think the physical aspect is definitely a factor. But I do believe that in the outdoor world, in IRL motorsport, you've got the aspect with sports car racing where if you've got more mandated drivers, say you've got to have 3 instead of 2 or 4 instead of 3, ultimately for the race team they can sell more seats, or there's more opportunities for drivers to come in who bring funding, because these are colossally expensive. Well, any top level race car is an expensive thing to run, so you need cars which can have funding brought from drivers. And if you've got more seats mandated in the car, more drivers in the car, then you've got more potential places where you can go to for the funding. That's why you'll see for example, in IMSA with the GTD class, where you've got to have a certain amount of a mixture of bronze. You don't have to have a bronze, but you have to have a certain balance of bronze, silver, gold, platinum, etc. And usually the drivers that are in the bronze and silver bracket, they're the drivers that are bringing budget. So that's, if you've maybe got to have 2 silver drivers rather than 1, that is 2 more opportunity. That's another extra opportunity for funding to be brought to the car. And I think that's an element of why we see that in the outdoor world as well as the physical world.
It's a good point. A good afternoon to Sedicust in the YouTube Twitch chat. So you say YouTube Twitch chat here today as well, mentioning that there is a maximum and minimum, in fact, drive time at the Bathurst 12-hour real life as well, and many of the other races around the world. So that is something worth noting. Although iRacing does effectively have, although it doesn't officially state a minimum drive time, there is a complicated calculation that you can make to work out your minimum, which it changes depending on the length of the race, how many drivers you have entered for the car. And these days, in a fairly recent change to iRacing rules, you have to have all of your drivers who were entered drive in the car as well. So you can't get someone really good to enter your car who's not going to drive to just bump you up a split, or some really bad people to bump you down a split so that you definitely win. You've got to use everybody who is entered for the minimum drive time, which is worked out by that complicated calculation that I don't quite fancy doing 7 hours into this race. But effectively, there is a minimum drive time. However, it's very unstrenuous in terms of what a driver should or could do around here. I think personally you could get away with 2 driving stints, 2 hours here at Bathurst, and you've done your minimum in a 2-driver car, which is, that's not particularly going to shape your strategy, is it, when you've only got to think about 2 hours? Realistically, in a 2-driver car, you just share it 6 and 6. It doesn't take much thinking about.
I do think that, the two on, 2 off is a good way to do it in a 2-driver team. It's still grueling. You're still going to be very tired. You're going to be absolutely exhausted after a 2 on, 2 off at Bathurst, particularly. So maybe a little bit different. Places like Daytona, where you've got a little bit more resting time on the straights, and also the track is less. It's less perilous, really. Here is just, if you take your eye off the ball even slightly going over the mountain, you're in the wall and your race is over. It's done. So this is, it's I think second only to the Nürburgring in terms of just pure concentration required, and attrition. That's why the attrition levels are so high. The minimum driver times you'd see somewhere like Daytona for a 24-hour race. The pro drivers there. Their minimum driver time is, I think it's 1 hour and 10 minutes or something. It's very, very small. Obviously, you'll see drivers doing a lot more than that. But for the amateur classes or the pro amateur classes, LMP2 and GTD, it's 4.5 hours minimum driver time, which is a fair chunk. The idea being that you can't just get one driver in to pay the bill, them do 10 minutes under a safety car and then hand it back over to the professionals. It's designed to try and be as fair a playing field as possible.
I mean, to be fair, you mentioned that you kind of can do that at Bathurst, can't you? Wasn't the minimum drive time last weekend like 40 minutes?
Yeah, so what's happening now is you're seeing car owners or amateur drivers who are bringing funding to the operation, or completely funding it in some cases, are actually entering the pro class so that they have less driver time to do, and they can do their driver time and still, with the intervention of safety cars, etc., still be in contention to win overall. And that then is seemingly more attractive. There was a couple of teams at Daytona did that, where they entered their car in GTD Pro despite having bronze graded drivers in the car, and that was all to do with minimum driver time requirements. So this they actually call it the Kenny Habul rule. Unofficially they call it the Kenny Habul rule at Bathurst. And Kenny, of course, a 2-time winner overall of Bathurst 12 Hour in 2022 and 2023.
Yeah. But officially called, of course. I mean, it's very different to what we've got in iRacing, which very much tries to cater for sort of everybody from top split down to last. And that is fair enough, and that is the beauty of the iRacing special events. But I wonder if it would be worth sort of entering a maybe more strenuous minimum drive time. I guess they don't want to put too much of a strain on people lower down the splits, as I say, and sort of phase them out the race, because after all, these special events, while we do cover the top split, it's not literally all about them, is it? It's about the other splits. It's about the guys like me who never drive, who try and do these races from time to time, and sort of compete for a bit of a laugh. That's what these special events are about, really. And sort of the top split is very much what the broadcast sees, and very much what we're looking at here. However, it's a very different story down the splits, and I'll say the top split is not really what the rules are made for.
No, and frankly, it's the number of splits and it's the number of drivers taking part is what makes the world go round, really, for iRacing. This event is, like you say, we've got our peak of the top split, which is fantastic, just to revel in the sheer ability of all these teams and drivers. But actually, it's more of a festival of motorsport, these special events, whether that be Daytona, here at Bathurst, Nürburgring, etc. Petit Le Mans is always popular. And it is that you can get a group of friends together and go and race. And having been involved a few times trying to get a team together for things, and some people maybe go, I can do an hour, or I can do 2 hours, or I've got to be off to go out for dinner, or whatever it might be. I think that the rules, are set pretty well. You've got to put at least some amount of stint in, but if you can only manage a stint, that doesn't exclude you from taking part. I think that's where this format's really good, where you can sort of go in and do a stint and still be part of the experience.
And after all, if you've got 3 drivers, then you literally only need to do an hour of this race, and if you put more in, then you really don't have to do that much, although you'd probably want to do a minimum of an hour anyway. It would make more sense for the strategy. So there we go. We're about 5 hours now from the end of the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour for 2024. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Peter Mackay taking you through another hour here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing channel as well. Hope that you're enjoying the coverage this afternoon, and you'll stay with us for the outcome of this race. We've seen Gianni Vecchio into the pit lane in the last couple of moments, by the way. The number 70 car, we did see that. We did see him drop down the order that little bit. He's now 7th, 55 seconds off of Chris Lulham, who got very close to Vecchio on that last stint. And the two are running nose to tail, but the obvious advantage that Lulham still has is the ability to put less fuel in at that final pit stop, and surely he's going to take advantage of that to, at the moment, be in the race lead. While he never is leading in the course of the cycle, I think he is sort of morally leading, if you like, with that last pit stop to come and that time to be gained.
Could be. I mean, certainly when Gianni Vecchio went past, when he was allowed past by Chris Lulham, Vecchio really cleared off, and they're on a clearly on a different program in that Navy number 70 car, which is going to be the best formula. That's actually, for me, that's really uncertain of these Redline cars, which is got the best strategy on board at this point. It's difficult to tell, and for the drivers, this is actually where a little bit of internal competition can be really healthy, because you know, if they're all running in a held formation, I think it's easier to make a mistake. Whereas if you're pushing for inter-team supremacy, I think that really does focus and sharpen the mind that little bit more, and I think that's what Redline are going to need. They're going to need that over the next 5 hours to really get this one done and get a record third Bathurst 12-hour win. Is they're going to need that sharpness and that focus to get it across the line here. They don't want to rest on their laurels, because there'll be several other cars, the Simify car, some of the Williams cars, etc. They could be on them. One little mistake, and that could be a different complexion entirely.
I did wonder at the end of the Gustavo Ariel incident, and unfortunately he is out of the race now as a result of that. We'll finish 43rd today. I did wonder after that what was going to happen to the Redline atmosphere, if you like, inside the team. But they don't seem to be fazed by it, and you can expect nothing less from Redline, really. They're so professional. Oh dear, is the Sim RC Ferrari's missing its front end now. We'll try and figure out where that has happened in a couple of moments' time. But as I say, clearly Redline's philosophy and their thinking, their driving, and their atmosphere has been unchanged and unflustered by an incident, which is the mark of a great team.
It is. They're just relentless. Absolutely relentless. Pit stop going on there. Tristan Iglesias bringing in the number 33 Porsche for Simify Esports. Fuel going in as well. That was a change a year or two ago in the iRacing platform, where you could now fill in the fuel while tyres are going on as well. So that does change strategy a little bit compared to what we used to have, where the tyres and the fuel had to be done separately.
As I say, we'll get a look in a couple of moments' time as to what happened to that Sim RC car. Trying to look around the field at the moment, see if there's anyone else walking wounded. I can't see anyone else with bodywork hanging off or missing at this stage, but that doesn't mean that there was nobody else involved. I mean, it's very plausible at Bathurst that there was nobody else involved, but I'm just trying to work out all the possible options at this stage, because I'm not sure what's happened to that car. Jürgen Frank was at the wheel at the time. We've got Ty Simmons in at the same time for Apex Academy, but he's going again, and it's not a long stop from him at all. Nobody else is in pit lane. It may well be a single car incident for Sim RC. Unfortunately, Bathurst may have bitten for them, I'm afraid, but we'll wait and see and reserve judgment on that one. Looks like a bit further down we've got some fights going out on the circuit, or indeed this is just a bit of traffic going on at the moment in front of one of the Drago racing cars. It's the 91 car of Sebo Esports who are making the bit of the traffic. Now this is what happened to Sim RC on the way down towards Forest Elbow. On the brakes. Oh no, out of the corner. Oh, they seem... Oh, okay. So it's already sort of wobbling here. And they're trying to get rid of it.
Scuffed the wall at some point, surely.
Did we see the scuff on the wall then? Because that was a very slight hit on the wall, if that is the case.
I think it maybe happened a little bit earlier, possibly just rubbing the wall. And like we said, it does not take much here. It does not take much here at all for it to just fall to pieces. One slight misjudgment, you catch the wall the wrong way, and you bend the steering, and you need to, you're in the pits for several minutes. That is just how quickly it can change at this race. It's so fierce a challenge.
And I've not seen that before, by the way, where the front end is unable to come off. Now, let's have a look in this slow-mo here. Is the front bumper already dislodged at this stage or not? No, it isn't. So is it that there? Because immediately on the exit of here, Jürgen Frank is trying to weave around to get rid of the front bumper. Was it that very slight brush on the wall on the inside of Forest Elbow?
If it is, it's quite unlucky if that is the case, because we've seen much bigger hits than that and teams get away with it. Let's see, get a better look.
It was?
Wow. That's a tough one to take. That's a tough one. And that is a perfect example of just how you can actually think you've not even made an error, and you just go that little bit too close to the wall and something like that happens.
I'll tell you what this is as well, by the way, annoying at the end. The front bumper won't go away, and there's a real, maybe through a corner. Yeah, there we go. It's gone now, but unfortunately they've had to come in to take repairs, of course. Oh, well, you seem to carry on it. Oh, no. Oh, yes, okay, you did carry on. They're not necessarily taking the blend line as you're meant to today, so he continues on. But clearly there was something wrong with the front of the car, and he decided to get that fixed because it was a long stop from Jürgen Frank. 1 minute 48 down on pit lane to do a full tank of fuel, 4 tyres, and a new front end. But happily, I guess the one silver lining there, not much suspension damage, which is the real killer in terms of repair times on iRacing.
Yes, and indeed, if it were in the outdoor world as well, and that is funny, but that Ferrari has moved on the game in terms of how serviceable it is in the heat of battle for a GT3 car. The front end there's a huge clip where you can just take a huge section off the front and clip a whole new one on. The rear, you're taking off a big proportion of the rear of the car, just clip it off, new one, clip on. I mean, the assembly that is an extremely expensive spare part, but it's won them races already. The Frickadelli team that won the Nürburgring 24 hour with their Ferrari last year, they had a puncture on the rear left and did a bit of bodywork damage, which I think with other cars would have caused them a lot more problems, but they just clipped off the rear section, clipped a new one on, and off they went. They didn't even lose any time. So it's the serviceability of that Ferrari. Okay, it's not that isn't simulated in the iRacing world, but it's an amazing thing that the outdoor version of that car, what they've been able to engineer into it.
It is. And comparisons to a sort of GT prototype sort of crossover are very welcome, I think, because it very much behaves like one in that respect. Door Esports come into the pit lane as well now, and it very much seems that not only have Redline got the speed advantage over the rest of the field here, but they've got a bit of a strategy advantage as well. They're now 10 minutes clear of the hour mark, and they're just going further and further now, meaning that they'll have a shorter and shorter final pit stop, which is really going to help them in the final stages of this race when it comes to trying to beat this car, the number 70, currently being driven by Gianni Vecchio in 3rd place. So it's been all about Redline so far today. They've led for 1, 2, 3 and 4 by quite some distance for quite some time. Now it's just 1, 2, 3, of course, with one of their cars out of the race, but they're still leading by quite some way, and it's very much them to beat. I think some teams will be looking around at the moment in the world of sim racing, especially thinking, how can we beat Team Redline? They've just signed Sebastian Job as well, who's now in their ranks. They've got so much going for them already that they were already difficult to beat, and now it's got even harder. In special events, they seem to be pretty unbeatable. In the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup, they're going very well as of right now as well, all over the front of that field. It's difficult to know which sim racing competitions they're going to be absent from or going to be not winning in over the course of this year.
On the outdoor world, you have your Penske's, your Ganassis, your Rahals, Andretti's. Well, in sim racing, you've got your Coandos, your Redlines, people like that. They've been around for a long time. I think the longevity plays a big part into it. If you can survive the length of time that and grow the length of time that Team Redline have been around, it's no wonder they have the success that they do. And you look at the strengthening of their driver roster, even by their lofty standards, it's been amazing. I think now, I mean, they've always had fast drivers, of course, but now they've just got so many of them, and to have 4 cars fielded in an endurance race, it's a lot easier then to get the strategy right, Ewan, I think, because if you've got 4 fast cars that are all front-running cars, put them all on a slightly different strategy, and you're going to get it right with one of them, at least.
You think so?
You'd hope.
And they did split their strategy earlier on as well, just to do a couple of different things. So they've sort of put their eggs in different baskets, if you like, with regards to that. Sam Coiter now into pit lane, and we'll be hoping that doesn't go on for too much longer. 42 seconds is a bit on the long side, but the gap to Vecchio from himself is quite large anyway, and so will remain at about 15 seconds now. Yeah, they've got all things covered. I mean, it's getting to that stage in the race now where we're starting to wonder, well, has any team ever taken all positions of a podium in an iRacing special event before? It's going to take some working out that, but it might be some research that we're going to have to do before the end of this.
Well, we shall see. Here, number 5 machine, Camille Grabowski in the pits right now, as our leader comes down into the lane. Chris Lullum, car number 20, hasn't won this event before. He'll be hoping to add to that tally, although Team Redline have won it twice. Lullum has not been in the winning car either of those times, so can he get that onto his extensive CV today, I wonder?
Well, he's certainly in the mix. Down on the brakes for the final pit box, just angles his car towards the exit a little bit more for that straighter run off. And the advantage for him as well, you can see the green cone right next to his left. When he gets going, he doesn't need to fit the pit limiter again, he just needs to accelerate up to speed and get going, because the exit line is right there and he won't be able to break the speed limit, you wouldn't have thought, on his way out.
That's a real advantage to have, isn't it? Being there, pit box number 1. That's, I think, where everyone wants to be. Last bit of fuel going in, and be able to get back to racing action there for Chris Lullum. Didn't see a driver change, so stint continuing. Off he goes. And there goes the sister car, and then Vecchio, oh, it's tight. Vecchio, they're side by side on the mountain straight. And Vecchio just nips in ahead.
So the German will lead ahead of Chris Lullum by 7 seconds over Luca Kita, who's still yet to come in. But the two Redline drivers are very close together again. Still, though, the gap between them in terms of strategy remains 8 laps that Johnny Vecchio has been out there for right now. And so he will be about a quarter of a tank lighter on fuel than Chris Lullum. It means that he's got a bit more speed at this time in the race, as to be expected, of course. But how do you deal with that in terms of getting far ahead enough here? Because right now, they're just not far enough ahead in the 70, in my opinion, to be able to cut out that amount of time. I'm not sure what amount of time they are going to lose during those pit stop cycles as the result of 8 laps, but I think it could be in the region of 10 seconds, and that's quite a big gap to sort of close or pull out in the next 4 3/4 hours.
Well, yeah, Vecchio's certainly on a real tear. Really impressive speed for him. So yeah, he'll be. I think this is going to be interesting to see. Obviously, the full push strategy of the 70 car and the maybe more measured approach of the 20 car, which comes out on top between these two Team Redline Lamborghini Huracans. And will Vecchio pull away from here from Lullum? He did so in the last stint, of course, having been let by Lullum, excuse me. So let's see whether the same will happen again, or will Chris Lullum be able to keep his hooks into Vecchio and kind of be pulled along? Because if he can do that, then that's a real bonus for the 20. Yeah,
I think that they're really reaping the rewards of that at the moment, and they're really taking advantage of that right now out of Hell Corner. Is there going to be a chance into turn 2? Is there going to be an exchange here? Johnny Vecchio just pulls over to the left-hand side, And Chris Lulham will take the lead here. So is this a bit of a ploy by the two to even things out a little bit? Say, well, you're a little bit lighter on fuel at this stage, so you do need the slipstream and you need the fuel. So get in and help yourself to some of my slipstream. Well, I'm not sure how much teamwork is actually going on at Redline at the moment, if I'm totally honest with you, but because sometimes it looks like they really are racing each other, another time it looks like they're never going to in a million years. So I wonder what is at play in that respect, because admittedly, even though Lulham is giving up the slipstream, he is more in control of this race if he's in front, because he can't let Vettel get too far away, which is, I think, the real concern for the driver of the number 20.
That's very curious. That is very interesting. So, Lulham then to the front here at Bathurst. And about 6 seconds further back, they have Luca Kita in the Apex Racing team, but they owe us a pit stop. In fact, they'll be down pit road any minute now, I would think, and things will kind of shuffle back to where they were. Also the 169 car, the Drago Mercedes AMG of Vlad Kimichev, also due a pit stop. So that will put business as usual. So your closest car to the Red Line Armada is car 15, with the William Esports Ben Q of Louis Nazar.
Yeah.
Lulham's
that
pushing away
gap,
here,
isn't it? That is a smaller gap, isn't it, than what we saw before the pit stops? 19 seconds. It's down below 20 again now, but we see this gap fluctuate between just below 20 or just above 20. You know, forget about 20 seconds. They're going to have to bring it down below 10 pretty soon if they want to really close in, because they are going to run out of time at a certain point.
Well, if they just get closer, and then the pressure just ratchets up, it just takes one little mistake, one little disagreement in traffic with a lap car, and all of a sudden there's a bogey in there in the Team Redline exhibition show at the moment, which is what it is. But you'd be real sure that Williams Esports Ben Q, they'll be desperately wanting to try and get in there and spoil the party a little bit in their Porsche. So, and has the Porsche got performance in there to do it? Are the conditions in the last 4 and a bit hours of the race, are they going to suit the Porsche? Are they going to suit the Red Line Lamborghinis? We'll see.
At the very least, I think Williams would like to get on the podium.
Yeah.
And that seems like a more realistic goal. They're 6.5 seconds behind Sam Coulter, who I don't think has been quite as quick in that Red Line car. So I think there is a possibility there that they could make it to the podium positions, but it's still going to be tricky for them to manage that, I suppose, in this race. We'll wait and see, of course, on that front. But certainly for the win, it's looking a pretty forlorn hope at the moment for the likes of Williams Esports, even Simify as well, who are at 6th position, and they're losing a bit of time actually recently. In terms of the history of this race, by the way, Redline have won it twice, as we've mentioned many times before, but on both occasions they finished with a 1-2, which is interesting. I'm not sure that happens very often, but it's apparently does to them here at this race. And as far as I'm aware, no one has locked out the entire positions of a podium in this specific race. Obviously, other races need some more checking from myself, but I'd be very surprised if they have been. This is a display of dominance like we very rarely see. It's
very much a Team Redline-esque performance, isn't it, right now? Interesting, when Vecchio lost the lead, or allowed Lulham to go by, whichever way you look at it, lost a second, 2:04.0, playing a 2:05.0. Then on the last lap, Vecchio lost another 10th, so don't think there's reason to panic just yet. But it is curious that what has been seemingly been the rabbit before, the number 70 car, well, it's definitely the rabbit role is definitely heading back towards the number 20 car of Chris Lulham, the leader, who appears to be stretching the gap out even more on this lap.
Yeah, he does. and I can't really figure out the reason for that. Should be heavier on fuel, slightly newer tyres of course, but that shouldn't make much of a difference, especially compared to the fuel load. As out of the pit lane come Drago Racing, and this is a big battle at the moment. So just behind the Apex Racing Team 99 car of Luka Kita, Vlad Kimichev comes out, and then there's Kamo Grabowski right behind them. Not too far away in the Williams Esports Fanatec, the sort of grey livery that was slightly throwing me off there for a moment. So Kita back in front of Kimichev again after the pit stops. That was the way round they were before, at least for a period of time during the last stint. And they look pretty inseparable actually. It will become the battle for 10th position. Last spot inside the top 10 being eagerly contested, which is good to see.
It is very good to see. Some great battles all the way through the field. You do wonder actually what would have been interesting. Unlikely you get to, but it would have been interesting to see if you had different cars, different brands in the Team Redline roster, just to get and try and get a bit more of an impression of what is the car to have here. Maybe that could be an interesting rule to discuss. If you have multiple teams, then you maybe have to choose a different car each, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they'd enforce that, to be honest, but
yeah,
we'll be sure. I guess the way around that would be they just start calling themselves different things. As,
true. Yes, the Smurf team.
Exactly. Yeah, we have got Smurf drivers. Smurf teams will start appearing. I mean, you've got BS Competition and Marla Racing Team. I mean, it would be difficult to count them as the same team, even if, you know, effectively that they are in some ways. And of course, some teams have got deals with manufacturers that they have to run certain cars, so it would be difficult for some teams to do so as well. I don't know. I do feel like it's a problem that may need solving, but for the moment, I can't really think of any solutions.
Yes, it's one where whatever rule you put in place, race teams usually find their way around them.
Yes.
That's the joy of competition.
Exactly. They're always looking for ways around. I do find it interesting, just on that topic, of the perception of when sim teams do that, whether it's something in the sim or something personally where they're doing something to try and get an advantage of some description, whatever it may be, and the way that's looked down upon compared to the way that, if say an F1 team, for example, it's just been testing week in F1's, say if an F1 team finds a special way around a certain rule, and it's happened down the years, that's always looked upon as, wow, this is amazing, what a great loophole they've found, and what clever people they've been to enforce this and all this kind of thing. But in sim racing, if someone finds something on a track, a faster way around a circuit for whatever reason, or something good to do with the car, everyone thinks, things. And I know there's probably reasons why people hold these beliefs for the two different things and whatever, and there's obviously we can't compare them as the same because they're not quite, but it's quite a big disparity for two things that are, at the end of the day, one trying to imitate the other, and they're not exactly the most dissimilar things in the world.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, that because I think maybe where the anger comes in the sim world is you have to remember the word simulation. You're trying to simulate something. You're simulating what we see in the real world, and there have been examples in the past where the advantage that's been found is not something that would be an advantage in the real world, and it spoils the simulation aspect. So one that springs to mind was when we saw drivers driving along with a wheel on the grass to cool the tyre down. Yes, there have been, I think there was one example of that happening years and years and years ago. I think it was Stirling Moss actually who tried it a very long time ago, but in general it's not something you would see in the real world. So that was seen as maybe, as being a little bit silly. Other times, with tyre warm-up techniques, which were definitely not realistic either. I think that's maybe when there's slight problems, but maybe that's maybe
discussion point. And I can see why people would say, yeah, it's we want to keep the realism, and I agree with that. But if it's there, then in some ways I'm inclined to agree with it on occasion. But anyway, it's an interesting debate. Meanwhile, Dragger Racing seem to be making their way through the field here. Entropic PFBR trying to hold them off on the inside, and it's side by side through turn 2. And unfortunately for Dragger Racing, they found themselves on the dreaded outside line that only comes about 1 time. On this occasion, that was not the 100th time.
So, on the headlight flasher, here's the number 69 Drago car trying to get that Entropic machine to, well, I think at this level it's hard that a little bit of headlight flashing is going to make a blind bit of difference, but there you go. Martin Siratek doesn't appear to be perturbed too much by it.
Well, hardly surprising. As you say, they are at a high level. On board with Manuel Troncoso. Dragger Racing are probably one of the teams who are a bit disappointed to not be in the Ferrari here today. They have been favouring that recently and been driving very well in it as well over the course of the last few months since it's been introduced to the iRacing service, but unfortunately not able to be here today with that car. They've gone for the Mercedes instead. The best of their cars up in 11th position at the moment. That's a good 10 places up on where we are at the moment, with 4.5 hours to go on board with Manuel Troncoso into the chase. What this battle has done is extended the gap to Team PGZ, who were right in with these guys before. Now they've gotten away, and now Troncoso is to the inside. He'll have success here, and finally the 12 car letting him through a little bit more on this occasion. It's Martin Siratek deciding he doesn't really want this battle any longer.
No, just allowing the space there and just deciding, try to tuck in behind and try and move forward, try and get a little bit of slipstream. And the two Drago cars now are together on track effectively, using two different cars there, of course, the MG and the BMW. I think Drago have got a Porsche in as well, haven't they?
I'll have a look. They've got quite a few cars. Yeah, they have. Yeah, 14th place. Nicholas Mateo. There he is.
So they're spread betting. They've taken the Mackay theory and they're showing that that's a fun thing to do. You just say we're going to spread our strategy by spreading brands.
I need to write that down somewhere and put it in a Wikipedia page. The Mackay theory. Get it claimed, trademarked somewhere. But there we go. It's probably a good idea, in all honesty. Clearly they didn't want to take on the Lamborghini, and at the end of the day, especially when your team is not signed to a manufacturer, you might as well, if you're only two driver teams here generally, so if your two drivers agree on a car better than another two, then yes, it looks a little bit odd because you wouldn't often see that in real life, a team going for different manufacturers, but I mean, why not?
No, that's a very good point. It would be incredibly rare to see the same team running two different cars. We did see, do you know, funny enough, we mentioned Falcon Motorsport. They used to do that. They used to have a M6 BMW and a Porsche GT3R. And then they switched to all Porsche after that, and which they continue to running to Porsche 992 GT3Rs.
Yeah, great cars. They were. There is the Falcon car.
There we go.
Just in behind Sim RC. It's a Lamborghini for them today. I love how they've still got the old IMSA number. I don't even think they have them in IMSA anymore. But,
it's been a while since the Falcon car has been in IMSA. I would say, must be 5 years, maybe even 6 or 7 years actually.
5 years is 2019 now, so.
Oh yeah, so I had 7 then, I think.
Yeah, 2019 is getting a scarily long time away, unfortunately. But there we go.
If only we knew what was coming.
No, I do sometimes look back at that. By the way, I was watching a TV series that was filmed in like February 2020 the other day, and I was thinking, goodness me, the people back then had, well, sort of an idea, because obviously that was when sort of murmuring started in England anyway. But I was just thinking, yeah, goodness knows if you could know what the world looked like right now. Oh, well, not right now, but a few months later, yeah, it would be very different indeed. Very, very interesting to know. I was thinking this actually when I was when Alex Dunn was in the Apex Racing Team car earlier on, by the way. I'm not sure if you're aware what year he was born in, Peter, but Alex Dunn, who's driving in F3 this season, by the way, for those that don't know, part of the Apex Racing team who, as Williams just made their way into 8th there, part of the Apex Racing team who are 10th at the moment in the 99. Alex Dunn was born in 2005.
That's quite frightening.
So there you go.
That's frightening.
Dear.
Yeah.
And he's in F3 next year. This year.
Good for him. Good for him. And simulator work's been a big part of Alex's career progression too. I remember when he sort of burst onto the sim racing scene, during the COVID time actually. So yeah, four years ago. So what would he have been then? He'd have been 15 sort of thing. And yeah, just got so fast, so quickly, as young drivers do.
Yeah, they do. And I feel like that time progression is being accelerated, isn't it? With younger drivers getting onto the sims younger and younger, they're getting faster and faster. I mean, I remember I was a sim driver at their age, but to be at their level at their age, I could never have dreamt of that. It was a long way away for me. So I'm sure part of that's down to less talent, but I mean, picking up so early, there is a risk once again with the whole burnout thing and the whole getting sick of it thing at 18. We don't want to see drivers who suddenly turn 18 and think, I really don't want to do this anymore. I've already been doing it for 10 years. We don't want to see that kind of thing start to rear its head. But it is good if you can stomach it for a long period of time, and you can learn from a very early age. You can see the benefits of it.
Definitely, you can. And you look at I think, picking up on both of those points, you look at Kalle Rovanperä in the World Rally Championship, now a double world champion, still in his early 20s, and is taking a half programme this year, simply because he's been more or less driving rally cars full time for 15 years, since the age of 8. Been on the road all the time, and deciding to not step away entirely, but to sort of just take a little bit of a kind of watching brief and a little bit more of a limited program to try and just recoup the energy, and I really don't blame him. I think it's completely understandable.
Yeah. So we go on board with Dylan Burst at the moment, just been overtaken by Williams Esports. Getting quite congested in this part of the order. A couple of questions coming in on Twitch at the moment. Do cars take reduced damage in this race? No, the drivers are just very good at not damaging the cars, I think it's fair to say. We saw the Sim RC car barely clipped Forest Elbow, and it got a lot of damage, and a whole front end came off as a result of that. So you'd say that iRacing damage is probably more realistic than it ever has been, actually, in the sim. Back when the Bathurst 12 Hours started, the damage model was very different and not, I would argue, slightly more forgiving, actually. But multiple better changes have been made. It's more realistic. First of all, it looks more realistic. I think it's the biggest improvement. But also the fact that you can repair your car fully these days on iRacing. There's none of this damage that is sort of eternal for an entire race. I
think that's what's most is important. You want to be able to keep in the game, don't you? So being able to just keep repair. If you have a bit of damage early on, you can repair it as you go. Dylan Burst, Aussie driver, used to race Hyundai. I think it's Hyundai Accents, I think they're called here in Australia. One make racing, and learned some pretty rough and tumble tactics there, I would think. And they'll come in handy in the close hand-to-hand combat in virtual motorsport here. Running in the top 10, running very strong in that Door Esports Lamborghini.
He wasn't quite willing to bring out his skills against Daniel Lafuente a few moments ago. He's really on the move here, Lafuente, in the number 1 car. The Porsche's having a bit of a resurgence here. Louis Nasser is getting quicker. He's only 18 seconds off the lead and is bringing that gap down to a non-red line car for the first time in a while. And Daniel Lafuente right on the back of the Marla Racing team, moving forward. Felix Quernbach. Unfortunately, Sebastian Weldon, I don't think, has quite got the speed of Quernbach. He's now down to 7th. He's lost out to Rainer Tauvar to the tune of a few seconds.
So is there much to read into this? Is the Porsche coming good in the really hot part of the day? I wonder, is there something for for Team Redline to be wary of, because Louis Nazar is now getting closer and closer. He can see Sam Coiter just a little bit further down the straight, so let's keep a close eye then on this number 15 Ben Q Williams Esports Porsche. At least this in this Bathurst 12 hour we don't have the problem that we had in Daytona with the Williams GTP car. We couldn't decide whether it was orange or brown. We don't seem to have that issue today.
When you say we couldn't decide, Lewis McGlade couldn't decide, clearly.
Well, he decided. For sure he decided.
Well, we decided wrong. I would say.
Again, that's two things he's been wrong about.
Both on BMWs as well. Clearly not his strong suit. Because
it's an Acura, wasn't it?
Or was it? Was it an Acura? Oh, well, I've made myself. I've scored an own goal for myself there. That's good. We'll brush over that.
That's fallen to bits on the spot.
Oh no! What an own goal. Anyway, that was definitely orange, by the way.
You really hope he's not listening right now, because he's going to have you for that.
I know that he isn't, because he's on another broadcast, so that's good.
Oh, good.
But yeah, what I was going to mention actually about colours, Williams Esports have made it very useful for us to tell them apart actually in this race. They've got the Williams Esports Ben Q car, which has got sort of a purpley tint to it. Can we call that purple? Yeah, I guess so.
Oh no, don't start this. No. Yes, it's purple. I agree 100%.
Okay,
yeah.
That's good. Purpley front to the Williams Esports Ben Q car. Then they've got this what I'd describe as a traditional Williams Esports livery, really, with just the white. So that's for the Chill Blast car, which has made its way past Sebastian Weldon now and is into 7th position. And then we've got the Fanatec car, which is a slightly more silvery, a dark grey, if you like, car to the front of this one, which is for the Fanatec car. So we were talking earlier about maintaining a team identity while also being able to dissociate between the different cars. I think Williams Esports have probably got this down the best of any of the teams, as they've also got the Williams Esports Academy cars, which can't really be told apart from what I've learned, but they're at least different to the main teams.
I think they've nailed it. I think they've absolutely nailed it there. But yeah, nice clear differences, while still maintaining their corporate identity or the team identity. Yeah, top marks there to the painters within the Williams Esports operation. What I would like to see, you know how I'm coming up with a lot of Mackay theories today. This is good. We should write these down. You know how in NASCAR they have the throwback weekend. So they take they take a lot of their existing sponsors, etc., and then they do throwback paint schemes from race cars of old. I think we need to have an iRacing special event, which is the throwback iRacing special event, whether it's Watkins Glen or something like that. One of the longer standing, maybe Sebring actually would be a perfect one for it. Sebring would be ideal, given it's been going since 1952. By all means use your it's a bit of a challenge for the painters. Use your team identity, team colours, team sponsors, but weave it into a throwback paint scheme.
I'm not opposed to that at all.
Let's get behind that.
That's a great idea. That is a good idea. This is like philosophy with Mackay.
I'm on a roll. I mean, the different cars one, I was like, you're right. That's going to be impossible to enforce. But the throwback paint schemes, tell you what.
This is what philosophy is all about. You put out an idea and then you either debunk it immediately or you run with it. And we've done both here, so I think we've done well. Dame Baird thinks that F1 should use the Monaco Grand Prix as a throwback week, and wants to know your thoughts.
Well, Dane's ideas are clearly better than his pace at Sonoma, because he couldn't pass me at Sonoma. So clearly, because that's an excellent idea.
Pace at Sonoma, what's the story behind that?
Well, he was about 2 seconds faster than me and still couldn't pass me.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Dang.
I turned my 991 GT3 Cup into a JCB digger.
And it was 3 years ago, apparently. And he's using the old excuse that he had damage. Of course he did, Dan.
He did. Yes, he did. He was still 2 seconds faster.
Oh, dear. The old racing driver excuse doesn't run out when you become a producer of RaceSpotTV. Got a replay coming up in a few moments' time, by the way, of this. This is SimRC having how have they missed the wall there? Oh my goodness me.
Save of the season.
one of the best saves I think I've ever seen. Hopefully get off that racing line pretty soon. They have done. That was remarkable from Tim RC. Jurgen Frank somehow avoiding the wall at McPhillamy, and I've no idea how.
Let's get another look at it on board, just over the curb. Oh, just catches it on the front, and he's all arms and elbows. Oh, so how he goes from skiffing the wall with about a millimetre and loses the front bumper, and then he has the mother and father of all moments and gets away with it.
I'm not sure about the rejoin. I think he just about got away with that.
I think he's just glad to be alive at that point.
Yeah, I think he is. Can't see straight anymore. He's gone around so many times. He's dizzy, but that was remarkable. Here's another look at it. I've not seen a save like that at Bathurst for quite some time. The way he's able to not hit the wall here is just astonishing. Even when you're running backwards as well, which is normally the part that does for a lot of drivers, is they recover from a spin and then they just back it straight into a wall and break the rear end. But was even able to alleviate that as well. Fantastic driving from Jurgen Frank. And fantastic driving from Gianni Vecchio at the front of the field, by the way, who is now leading the Team Redline train. I cannot get my head around what's happening to these Lamborghinis, because at one time Lullam is a lot quicker than Vecchio, and he went out to more than a second's lead at one time. He's been reeled in and now he's been passed, and he doesn't seem to have the pace of Vecchio now.
Strange. I can't work it out either, actually. I really can't. So, have they got the cars set up differently? Is the 70 car better on a low fuel load? Certainly the last stint that would maybe indicate to be the case. But will that pattern continue? Considering they're 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field, Team Redline, they are keeping us guessing somehow.
Yeah, they are. And it's worth noting as well that Louis Nasser is catching in 4th place. The gap now down to 16 seconds. And with 5 hours to go, they were 20 seconds behind. So 4 seconds a stint would be enough for them to get on terms again. But is it too much wishful thinking from us that we get, a multiple team battle at the front of the field? Is this going to be settled between Redline with Louis Nasser sort of watching from the outside, a frustrating amount of seconds behind?
Well, I think a lot of it could come down to is how hard a time the number 15 Williams Esports BenQ Porsche has with the number 17 Redline car in 3rd, because this is again one of the many advantages of having several bullets in the gun, several front-running cars going for the win. They could effectively sacrifice the number 7 car here, knowing that they've got the 70 and the 20. This is Team Redline. Knowing that they've got the 70 and the 20 up at the front with a very strong chance of winning. Do they effectively sacrifice the 7 car to make the Williams car make their life as difficult as possible, really defend as hard as possible? And I think at Bathurst, if you're, at this level, if you really want to defend hard, you can hold somebody off for several laps, and that could be enough to just allow the 2 leading Team Redline cars to break away.
Yeah, and I think Williams got a chance here at this stage, but most of all, it's an interesting situation with the red lines first of all that has got to be settled. Vince Cussy has got well, I don't think it's a theory. I think he's quite convinced of this. He says that in mid to high fuel loads, the difference between pace is not actually that much different. However, Vecchio reaches the low fuel stage of the stint earlier than Lullam, of course, because he pits 8 laps earlier than him, and so he gets that part of the race where he's quicker, which is right about now at this stage, because he's on low fuel, whereas Lullam doesn't quite get that yet because Vecchio is obviously having made his pit stop. So it's a difficult one to get your head around in some ways. However, it makes sense to me. The low fuel being quicker than the mid fuel does make sense, although it does puzzle me slightly that Vecchio is not quicker for the entirety of the day in that case, rather than just at the end. That part doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
There's a lot of strong work in theory there, I think. We shall see. That keep us tuned in over the next 4 hours or so to see who's going to win this 2024 Bathurst 12 hour here on iRacing with the support of Coach Dave Delta. Now, big battle here between the number 9 car of Dylan Burson, the Lamborghini, trying to get past the Mala machine of Sebastian Weldon, and does so. Very nice move there from Dylan Burson. So 2 real-life racers duking it out here over the mountain.
And a brave one at the cutting as well. Don't see too many moves through there. Oh, Burst did just grab the wall there, though. In the Door Esports car, suddenly with a bit of fresh air in front of him and all the vision. Unfortunately, he had full vision of him hitting the wall there. Skates down the hill, over Skyline, into the dipper. He is quicker at this stage than Sebastian Weldon. Unfortunately for Weldon, I don't think he's quite as quick as those around him to the effect that Felix Quernbach was. He actually got away from the likes of the BS competition car earlier on, but unfortunately Weldon just doesn't seem to quite have that same amount of pace, and so is falling back at the moment. And they're both losing time to Daniel Lafuente. Williams have found something at the end here for some reason.
They have, haven't they? Yeah. Is it the heat? Does Porsche like the heat? Or does the Lamborghini not like the heat? I mean, certainly in terms of engine performance, they're both naturally aspirated cars. Lamborghini a 5.2 V10, the Porsche is a 4.2 litre flat 6. The difference maybe comes in where the engine is mounted. The Lamborghini, it's mounted in the middle. The Porsche, it's mounted at the rear. Is there much to read into that? I don't know. Certainly powertrain-wise, there's not too much of a difference, really, in terms of the way that the engines make their power. If one was turbocharged, one wasn't, then it's a different story. But curious. But I think Louis Nazar, I think his personal driving speed, I think, has been very impressive over the last little while.
It has. Last lap from him was a 2-minute 4.3. That was the fastest of anybody inside the race, as far as I can work out. Scrolling down to find out, and it does look to be the case indeed. We're at the real heat of the day, though. I think that is worth noting. About 4 hours from the end is what, 1:30 in the afternoon or so? It feels quite early, doesn't it, really, for the fact we're 8 hours into this race. But you've got to remember how early this starts. And so it is very warm at the moment. I'm surprised by the pace of the Porsches in this real heat of the day. And to be honest, I thought if this was going to happen, it was going to be the Lamborghini struggling in the real heat of the day. That's really going to happen here. But it doesn't seem that it's just that. It seems that also the Porsche is quicker than the BMW and the Mercedes as well. It's not just about the Lamborghini losing speed.
No, definitely not. And that's where you got to think that there's a really strong job done on the balance of performance. We've mentioned the Ferrari, how it's really effectively been taken out of contention with its late balance performance change. But to have 4 brands that you could theoretically go and win the race with is impressive. Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche, AMG. Because I think a lot of what we're seeing here is not the fact that Team Redline have nailed it by picking the Lamborghini and that's what's given them the edge. No, I think it's been about their collective team performance. I do believe they would be putting in a similar performance if they were in any of those other 3 brands I've just mentioned.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've done well to get 4 real competitive cars. I mean, even in the Ferrari, would they be up there? They might be able to get a top 10 out of it. Seems like a...
Be tougher. Yeah. Be tougher.
I think so.
Whoa, that looks like a hardware failure.
Drago Racing.
Oh, no.
Seem to be down... Oh, dear. This does look odd. And down to pit lane for their BMW. So that was Arturo Melgar, who is dropping down the order now and is to 40th place. Seeing Daniel Pastor, is he in the pit lane or is he... Yeah, he is. This is really early for Daniel Pastor. 4 hours 10 to go. Means that he's effectively 5 laps short on fuel. And this is what happened to Melgar. I'm puzzled by this one, but the car did look down on one corner, which would be especially strange.
Very weird. That is a very, very weird one. It certainly didn't look like a hardware failure. Certainly not with the wheel, anyway. Let's listen. It's damage.
It just seemed to be. He goes straight on. No, well, there was an attempt to make the corner, but there was no execution there. No ability to make the corner for whatever reason. So something must have gone on preceding that. We'll try and find out quite what. Now, unfortunately, I mentioned Daniel Pastor. He's now out again in 12th position, but with 4 hours 10 to go, he's effectively 5 laps short on fuel. He's going to have to save 5 laps in 4 hours, which seems near impossible to manage at the pace that they're running.
Yeah, without compromising a lot of lap time. Curiously, there's a little bit of a scuff appeared on the rear right of that number 20 Team Redline Lamborghini. Don't think it's too much to worry about, but just a little bit of scuffage. Let's see if we get an idea what happened to Drago.
This is Arturo Melgar to Forest Elbow, the prime candidate so far this race. And they...
Oh, that'll do it. Oh.
Wow. One of those moments where you've got the... If you imagine the wheels turning sort of in the arc, and the wheel's still at an angle where it sort of wants to climb the wall, if you like. It would be the rear end of the tyre sort of trying to climb the wall as it's rolling forwards, obviously, because he's moving forwards. And that was odd to see him go skywards, but that will do the damage.
It was also odd to see him not just scuff the wall, just plough straight into it. There's something not quite right there, I think. But just a little bit of scuffage on the right-hand side of the number 20 Team Redline car here of Chris Lullum. I think it's the sort of damage that could easily be sorted out during normal pit work, and whether it's actually taking any performance away or not is too early to say. Vecchio is 1.1 seconds ahead, but keep an eye on Lullum. He's obviously had a little dalliance with the wall at some point.
He has. So let's see how they continue today. The other Williams car into the pit lane. So Gavin Grabowski's now. Oh no, that's not the right car, is it? Where have they gone? Bathurst Belleziotis has gone down to 16th place. So that was that the car running in place at the time? It can't have been. Because they're now missing entirely from where they should be. So maybe that's why they were running so far up front. But the Williams car that was running in 4th position is no longer there. This is the Chilbas car. It's the worst running of the 3 Williams eSports cars. Then it's the BenQ car that was running up towards the front with Daniel Pastor. So that was the one with Louis Nasser at the wheel. And they just changed drivers. So I suppose Nasser will be in at the end, but as I said, at the pace that they're running, how are they going to save the fuel and catch Redline at the same time? It doesn't seem possible to me.
Yeah, very, very, very tough. Very, very tough. Yeah, that's definitely a very welcome sight for Team Redline, I'm sure, because that 15 Williams Porsche was really on the charge, but not having that fuel, that comfort on the fuel is going to be tricky for them.
Vince Cusi is ahead of me again. He said he answered my questions before I got there. It was the BenQ car that pitched into the pit lane. It's these teams with so many cars in them are really confusing sometimes to figure out who is where, but there we go. There is the car that was running 4th place, about 16 seconds behind Redline. Maybe they're hoping that they'll put some Koita in the pit stops, but that feels unlikely now that they're running out with full fuel, and Koita is at the very end of her stint as of right now. A very good evening to everybody who's just tuning in again on the iRacing and RaceSpotTV channels here in the last couple of moments. We've got just over 4 hours to go, and Arjuna Kankipati will be back very soon to take you towards the end of the race, first of all with David Haynes, so make sure you stay tuned for the remainder of this one, because there's still a lot of unanswered questions here. Gianni Vecchio leading by 1.5 seconds, but can he stretch out a margin that will give him enough to make sure he deals with his pit strategy while also being competitive with Chris Lullum? Because at the moment, Lullum's got 8 laps less fuel to take on at that final pit stop, and that's a problem for the drivers of the number 70.
And neither of these drivers, either Vecchio or Lullum, have won this event before. So huge opportunity, and it will mean an awful lot to either of these drivers and their teammates to be able to get that win. But you think the amount of success that they've had over the years in so many different iRacing special events and championships, to get Bathurst on the CV, I think is one. It's just got one of these fearsome reputations that if you conquer the mountain, if you conquer Bathurst, you get a knowing nod in the virtual paddock, so to speak, going, yeah, you know what you're doing.
Yep. It's a real mark of respect, and certain drivers in this race have previously managed it. Of course, Luke Bennett is a previous race winner of this one, so is Enzo Benito. They've both got a chance to win here as well. They both were partnering Max Verstappen on that occasion. Give them the chance to win Bathurst without an F1 champion, and then they can have that accolade as well. They'd actually be tied with Verstappen for the most wins at this race if they were to be able to do that. And, of course, Jonas Vollmeyer, who's also won this race twice in his time. Into the final corner again. Vettel's getting very close to have saved the fuel that he needs to. 4 hours 3 to go. If he gets to the end of the next lap, he's effectively just one lap. 4 hours to go, which is more than enough. He's done well here to save the right amount of fuel, and their short fuel strategy is looking like a smarter call with almost every lap.
Well, it's just all beginning to unwind here, isn't it, on how things might play out. We've still got a third of the motor race to go. It's a long old slog here at Bathurst, and you know, for the number 20 car, that little brush with the wall, it's given a physical mark on the car. That's just maybe have grabbed the attention a little bit, and just maybe got the pulse racing that little bit faster, for not just for Chris Lullum on board, but for the whole 20 crew. They can't afford, in such a tight battle with their team car, they can't afford to give them an inch. It's going to be one of these battles that's any little mistake is going to be punished ever so dearly.
Just before we go, Peter, is it going to be all red line today, in your opinion?
Right now, it looks like it. Yeah, I think they've to come with so many strong cars, with the driver roster that they have, they fully deserve this position they're in. It's been a masterclass of team motorsport, of driving, and it's just a question of which car I think that's going to come out on top. And looking forward to seeing it unfold over the next 4 hours.
Yep, still just over 4 hours to go. Make sure you stay with us here on RaceSpotTV and on iRacing's YouTube and Twitch channels as well. We're live entire 12 hours, including the final third of the race coming up. It's been myself, Ewan O'Leary, for the last 4 hours. Peter Mackay has been alongside me for the last 2. And as the race leader, Gianni Vecchio, comes into pit lane, it's been all team red lines so far here from Mount Panorama in the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in here this evening and keeping us company over the course of the middle of the race. But it's time for the run to the flag. And it's time for us to hand over to Arjuna Kankipati and David Haynes as we take you into the final 4 hours here at Mount Panorama.
Well, into the final 4 hours of this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, presented by the coach Dave Delta, Arjuna Kankipati, David Haynes, ready to walk you through the next couple of hours. And David, pit stops underway for a handful of drivers. It's been an intriguing 8 hours or so, and the middle portion of the race, as the temperatures have continued to rise, have seen some changes play on out. But as it stands right now, red line on top, and really looking like they're in a great spot with any one of the 3 cars ready to come out on top.
Yes, hello everyone. Time for the legally required minimum quota of Australian content within this broadcast, and it is very much a top of the hour kind of pit stops race for a lot of the competitors. Some of them look to split between either an 11 or a 12 stop strategy, and is pretty busy on that Mount Panorama pit lane right now.
Revving the engine, Tristan Iglesias fires up the Simufy number 33 that drops and rolls in what will be 12th position, just behind Cody Deathan, the virtual coach by virtualcoach.gg by GNG machine. Plenty of different things to make sure you add
It's
into
got
that
more
team
G's
game.
than Snoop Dogg, let's be real.
Oh, that's a good one, actually. I hadn't even realized that. It could very well serve as a rap title in and of itself. No bars from
Anything
David Haynes.
possible. Certainly a name that we've had to say a couple of times just based on they've been inside of the podium positions, inside of the top 10, one of the best performing Porsches.
And Porsches that came out on top, of course, last week in the real Bathurst 12-hour race. David, you were there. You were enjoying some of the sights and sounds. What did you take away from this year's edition? The first, I feel, correct me if you think that differently, first edition of this race in a couple of years that's truly felt international.
Yeah, it's felt still relatively international across the previous ones. Anything with more than 2 manufacturers feels incredibly international compared to the 1,000 around here. What was most unique for me is every other previous time I've been camping up the top of the mountain, you know, around Skyline, McPhillamy, those other sections, and I was down the bottom this year. So it was good to experience the race from sort of the other half of the racetrack. And one thing I think I took away most is all of the different traction control noises that the different models make out of a wet hell corner.
That's an interesting one. That's some of the things that you can really only pick up when you're there. And so I also have to ask, which end of the track do you prefer, up top or down bottom?
I love that it's a track that's got that kind of character where there's both halves, you know. I think there's something unmatched, unbeatable about having your, you know, big gazebo and your barbecue and your giant cooler up the top of the mountain.
Okay, cool. So whenever me and Lewis were talking about this, we were trying to decide, do we go for the 12 hours? Do we go for the 1,000? We'll try and make sure we go up to the top and spend a considerable amount of time there on board, riding with the roof cam of a car that has yet to come down to pit lane. So keep that in mind. At some point, Cody Deeth will peel off and away, chasing down former teammate in the Williams Esports Ben Q machine, Daniel Pashto, just up the road. What I meant, by the way, when it was talking about international is because of the timing of the race in years past, of course, you know, and just restrictions with getting to the country, it's sometimes felt like not everyone has been able to get out there who's wanted to be able to do so. And just watching on from the side, because of course I'm literally on the other side of the world on television, it felt like a few more drivers and teams out there represented, which was awesome to see. And the great thing about the real races, as much as I love GT3 machinery, throw back to the conversation Lewis and I were having just before we wrapped up the first 4 hours of the broadcast, the real race is multi-class, and it makes it so much more intriguing, David, when it comes to managing the flow of the mountain.
And it certainly played in a lot during the most recent edition of the Bathurst 12 Hour. With, it was looking really tough to be a GT4 car, any of the invitational class cars, as the GT3s were quick and ruthless. Here, our GT3s are quick and ruthless, but it's only GT3s out there.
And disappointingly so. A couple of years ago, we used to have the Porsche Cup cars, and that was chaos, to say the very least. Sebastian Weldon's just brought in the Mahler Racing Team car. Let's not forget that is powered by BS Plus competition. He's going to jump out, and Felix Quirnbach should be getting back on in for what should be a 2-hour stint, and logic would then assume it will be Seb Weldon to finish off the 12-hour race as the temperatures continue to cool on off. And if you're wondering what the conditions are like right now, A, you can follow along by heading to Timing 71. B, we can throw them up on screen. David, it's never going to be any warmer than this. 51 degrees Celsius track temperature.
Yeah, a far cry from what it was before the sunrise at the start of this race. And that's one of the things I appreciate about the timing of this race is across the 12 hours, you are going to get every little bit of the weather. So it starts before sunrise. We get that sunrise, the track heats up, and it can really, really heat up. I don't know, something about the sun in Australia, it just has 20% more free included than anywhere else in the world.
Especially
I don't know the science behind that, it just does.
Especially because this is the summer, let's not forget, right? So, you know, for a lot of the places in the world, you know, things are starting to warm up. In Australia, they're potentially beginning to cool down, but not on track. And this weekend, there's some more racing, of course, at the mountain. Now, that was definite wall contact for Cody Deeth as he just pushed the limit over the top of the first of the left-handers as they worked out of, I guess that would be Reed Park towards Frog Hollow. Then you see just sky as you dive down the mountain, and when you're running in a queue like this, always pretty frenetic. Other thing to consider, was talking about this with a driver a couple of days ago. One thing that, David, you can't really replicate on iRacing unless you're actually racing with other drivers is the amount of rubber that gets thrown down onto the track and how understeery it makes the surface really feel.
Yeah, 6.2 kilometers, but a lot of cars out there, so it does lay down a lot of rubber. A pretty big lap, slightly short of Spa, and then you get into your mega tracks like Le Mans and the Nordschleife. What are we, just subtly shorter than Road America here as well?
Just about, yeah. That's what, 7 odd kilometers or something?
It's like 6.5 or something. Road America is shorter than Spa, but longer than here.
Ah, okay, so somewhere in between. That was Nicholas Matteo in the Drago HC696 off to pit lane. Joins Phil Denez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car, as well as Kamil Grabowski for Williams Esports Fanatec. The further you can go, of course, beyond the top of the hour, the better it is. And if you're just joining us with 3 hours and 50 odd minutes to go, it's still red line 1 and 2 with Enzo Benito bringing the red line number 70 to pit road. 3 laps ago now, Lalum has a 15-second advantage over Sam Coiter in the second red line Lamborghini. Of course, all painted identically, making it very, very difficult for the commentators to try and pick them apart. But outside of Gustavo Ariel's little tangle in the fourth of the red line Lamborghinis, feels crazy to say, David, this is a team that right off the bat with the pit stop strategy, first hour of the race, short field for 2 of the cars to run 1, 2, 3, and 4, have very much dominated the proceedings. The question, I think, for many is just which one of the 3 comes out on top.
Well, it was strategic from right before the drop of the green flag, wasn't it? They had sort of 3 cars in the top 5 in qualifying. The way and how early their leading car put the hammer down, it brought more of them up front as they worked together like that, and then into the pit strategy to bring the 4th car in, own the track position, and then lots of time to work together and then work out their pit strategy from there. So yeah, an incredibly dominating performance from Team Redline so far from the very get-go. They always say that the mountain will pick the winner, though.
It's like many great racetracks, right? And it was Alexander Premar that once described this track as a mix of the Nordschleife, Road Atlanta, and Laguna Seca, which I think sums it up pretty nicely. David, were you there on race weekend when they did the unrestricted run of that Mercedes quote-unquote GT3 car around the track to set the lap record, unofficial?
No, unfortunately not. I arrived in town at 4:45 a.m. on race morning, so I missed some of that stuff, unfortunately. But across the last 2 years, that seems to be one of the things that they're sort of aiming for with this event. Is Sunday is, wall-to-wall GT3 endurance racing. There's nothing else on track Sunday. It's just this race. But Saturday, they try to make it punchy, make it exciting, and so they have those demonstrations. Obviously, last year they had the F1 car, and then they had one of the Red Bull Air Race champions in a stunt plane or something.
Oh, that's crazy.
So I like what they're doing in that direction. If Sunday is just is for the hardcore fans, it's wall-to-wall sports car racing, and then Saturday, some interesting demonstrations. You've got the punchiness of the qualifying and the shootout and some of the support car races. So I like that mix. Saturdays, every 15 minutes it's something else and it's snappy, and Sunday is this.
Sunday's the one as well where, you just are waiting till the end to figure out who's going to be in play. Race winners, let's not forget, got a drive-through penalty. I still can't believe this, saying it a week after the fact. Apparently thought that they could serve it under safety car, which is something that I've never heard in any racing series anywhere in the world. Had to come down later during green flag conditions to serve said penalty, and still through all the chaos managed to come out on top. It was a wild race. I only got to see glimpses of it, and of course the great thing about it is you can watch all of it free on YouTube, so do that afterwards because we got a fight on our hands. Here comes Tristan Iglesias to the inside of Daniel Pastor.
and saw out of the elbow, he gave the flash of the headlight. So if there was any hint of maybe, working together or saying, hey, I want to go here, I'll lead if you don't want to, then it looked very, very simple by the time they got down to the chase. And it was indicated early on that that's what Simify were gonna aim for.
Out of the final corner, it was Door Esports' next car into pit lane, and the young Dylan Burst hands over to Damon Woods in another one of the Lamborghinis, and so it will be the number 9 next up, file out of pit lane, just waiting now for the final little bit of fuel to be added to the car. One thing that, of course, fuel and tires being done at the same time brings to a race like this, where the temperatures on track get to such a high threshold, is it means that you are going to, of course, have the luxury of being able to take fresh tires every time. It means you will therefore be able to maybe run your setups just a little bit more close to the edge, close to the threshold. Phil Denez is being checked up behind the Williams Esports Academy car. This is the thing that happens when, of course, we get deep into a race. The number 77 yet to come down pit lane. Phil Denez 2 laps removed from his last pit stops.
We start to get this bigger overlap between, the size of the pit window, who's pitted, who hasn't, and you are likely to occasionally rejoin behind some cars that are then on the same lap. No blue flags, no obligation to get out of your way, but they are not far away from stopping, which will then put them behind you. And they're not your fight, but you can't really get them out of the way if they are hindering you at all.
It's making me feel better, by the way, that the lap times that we're seeing for the most part. So I know Chris Lolland's just done a 2:04.1, but that's on low fuel. He's probably gotten pretty lucky in terms of traffic as well. For the most part, we're talking 2:05s, 2:04s. They're doing that in 51 degrees Celsius track temperature. David, I can do that in probably 25 degrees track temperature.
I can do that if I load in the Porsche 919 LMP1.
Ooh, that sounds like a lot of fun. And if anyone from the Bathurst 12-hour committee is listening, next year's demonstration run, just saying. I mean,
you got to think, okay, how do we top Liam Lawson in an F1 car, that Ford Supervan thing, like 2,000 horsepower in a vaguely van-shaped electric prototype, and then, the Mercedes GT3 Extreme unrestricted. You're running out of.
David potentially has some technical issues. Joys of live broadcasting. We'll bring him back in a second as Beckham Jasir off and into pit lane in that 77, that bright yellowed front end Williams Esports Academy car. David, do we still have a copy with you?
I've no idea at what point in my rambling I dropped.
I still don't remember either, because I just got distracted by what sounded like chaos, apparently. What were we even talking about?
I think my point was, what do you bring now to top an F1 car,
that is
a 2,000 horsepower electric supervan, and an unrestricted GT3 Extreme?
It's a tough ask. It really, really isn't. So the only acceptable answer is literally every top-level prototype that they can find that's ever run in human history.
I'd take a GTP demonstration.
That would be cool. Now I was at the Daytona 24, so I got to see it racing there, but they had demo runs of it at the Wrenchbrook reunion at Laguna Seca. The disappointing part there was they turned the hybrid off, which meant that you didn't get to, really hear how that interacted with stuff. So let's get a prototype over there, full beans, let's get it running. Something else that maybe, I'm just going to advocate for is there's Sam Coit, next driver down onto the box, just waiting for Chris Lolland up front to make his trip to pit lane. Let's get the Garage 56 machine out here, because I would be very curious. That could run close to probably GT3 times at Le Mans. What could it do here?
Yeah, no, that would be interesting to see, because across the top of the hill, you feel it would probably be a little slower than GT3 potentially, but it was always a beast in a straight line, and there are a couple of long straights here. That's always been part of what makes Bathurst awesome, is that middle sector is like nothing else, but then you do have some really, really long straights with Conrod Straight, and then of course back up Mountain Straight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because it has been a while since I've looked through my stats around this track. Didn't they add the chase to meet FIA requirements, or am I thinking of Road Atlanta?
No, they in late 80s there was World Touring Cars here, and apparently that's when it got around about the same time that the FIA said, no, the Le Mans Mulsanne straight needs some chicanes in it.
Right.
And for about the same logic, I believe.
I think, okay, I've just gone and dragged up my notes on my iPads. I've got way too many screens up in front of me as the man also producing the broadcast. The FIA requirement was for the touring cars, like you say. And so that series wasn't allowed to have a straight more than 1.2 kilometers in length. And so what used to be a 1 mile run, so 1.6 kilometers, had to be chopped down slightly. And so I'm glad that my memory didn't completely throw me under the bus as well. It's time for Chris Lulham to get out of the car, I would assume. He brings it into pit lane and merges with a Mercedes momentarily. Out he jumps, and it's going, of course, to be into that 20, just waiting for what is a rather lengthy driver change here to complete. Luke Bennett to take back over.
And pointed perfectly for that exit. The green cone's when the pit lane speed limit ends, so I think you get to rev out of a box like that. But then what you're trying to do is open up that left-hander out of the pit lane to send you up Mountain Straight at the maximum possible speed and to potentially reunite with your teammate.
I don't know if Enzo Benito's going to get out in front. That's a very, very good stop from Luke Bennett, 39.7 seconds. It's a good 2 and a bit seconds quicker than Benito behind, and so the margin between them, 3.5 or so, out of that turn 1 complex. Got some traffic between them to boot as well. Nice tidy pit stop sequence. Where's the third red line car, you wonder? There's Florian Lebigra. The number 7 has dropped back a little bit further, just waiting, of course, for Luka Kita, for Vlad Kimichev to make their pit stops. But we have, of course, gotten, almost 17, 18 minutes beyond the top of the hour. So this is what we were talking about at the start of the race, David, when they were struggling in the cold conditions to save much fuel. As it's gotten warmer, become easier to save fuel because it's harder to spend time at full throttle. And so naturally, we've seen the stints somewhat extend.
It's sort of twofold in that fuel-saving effect. Is I did hear a great explanation earlier on our broadcast. It's about, your full throttle time when you've got, how much grip you got across the top of the mountain. But then also for some of these cars, the air gets a little less dense. Your fuel consumption, even at wide open throttle, starts to reduce a little bit. But I think the most of it is you're longer out of the corners before you can get to throttle. You're off the throttle earlier into the braking zones, and you're not completely full throttle through some of the bits that you otherwise might be across the top of the mountain. I'm thinking here, that little bump in the right-hander there sometimes needs a little bit of a lift, and then underneath the tree here as well, you don't quite brake, but you sort of 3/4 throttle when it's super grippy, backing it out to sort of half throttle in conditions like these as an example.
Yeah, and that's uncomfortably close to the wall for the Lamborghini that's running just behind in that battle for 9th position. That's Damon Woods in the Door Esports car. I guess, you talked about the air thinning. We talked BOP at the start and how it slightly impacted some of the cars, of course. This track at relative elevation, I say that because it's quote-unquote only about 800 meters probably at average or above sea level, but that will probably make enough of a difference for the turbo powered cars to probably have had an advantage, and that's where they got whacked a little bit in the BOP adjustment as compared to the naturally aspirated cars. As it runs right now, take of course the red line trio of Lamborghinis out of the mix. You still have Porsches, BMW and Mercedes all running up inside of the top 10, so it's relatively good BOP once again from iRacing, David, as we saw at Daytona. Good to have a healthy mix of the cars.
Yeah, I forget that even the base here at the pit lane level is actually at a little bit of altitude, and then of course there's a little bit more at the top of the mountain. So yeah, there is the SRO balance performance is a standing, just sort of when you go to the mountain, naturally aspirated cars get an extra blah 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 of air restrictor just to try to keep them in line with the turbo cars. It do work like that. And of course, with that little bit of altitude, you also need to remember that that third beer hits like it's the fourth one.
Yeah, this is a Top Gear story, so it's probably false, but the story was, of course, for the Bathurst 1000 that they set what was a rather high restriction for the amount of alcohol per day that you could bring for those that were camping. Some Australians apparently didn't think it was high enough, so went early and buried alcohol. Now, David, is that just folklore, or is there any sort of basis in truth to that?
I've never seen it, but
Never seen it, but have you heard of it?
Oh, I've heard of it. I've got to imagine it's true. Like to have happened once at the top of the mountain for the 1000, it just feels like one of those. It simply has to have happened. There's enough thirsty fellas up there. Like all the things that we know happened. That's got to be happening as well. If you're talking about like thousands of couches being burned, and then all the other like temporary structures people put up, and all the other nonsense that happens up the top of the mountain for the Bathurst 1000. The idea of someone who lives vaguely in the region going, oh, this is the one that's going to be my campsite come race weekend, digging a little hole and burying a bottle of Bundy is like a near certainty.
It sounds very plausible, very believable, and Dane Baird, who was producing the last 4 hours, was watching WWE, which is down in Australia, actually. Yesterday, I don't know how you really are going to call it, given the time zones at play. And there was a section where one of the wrestlers walked out and did a shoey on the way to do a talk show style segment. So, you've got to play into the order. To be fair, he did do a shoey, David, with Tai Tuivasa. So if there's anyone to do shoeys with, it's Daniel Ricciardo and Tai. Short list.
I'm aware they were in Perth, and that's the full extent of my knowledge of...
Do you know who Tai Tuivasa is, at least? Come on.
No.
No? Oh, he's a big, lovable UFC fighter from Australia.
Okay. You do the comparison, as we were earlier, Mount Panorama to some of the other great, world circuits. And so you've got the Temple of Speed at Monza. You've got the National Park of Speed for Road America. This is some kind of a mystic mountain, except what you won't find at the top is any wise men.
Okay. Is there actually a nickname for this track officially in Australia?
I think it's just the mountain.
Just the mountain?
Like capital T, the capital M, mountain TM.
Okay, I see. I feel like it is iRacing's obligation here as a community to try and workshop and suggest some good names, because Australian Park of Speed, I mean, it just, it's cliche. It fits into everything else. But I'm sure we can find something, maybe something to do with the fact that, a couple of years ago, kangaroos broke loose on the track and everyone had to slow down to a halt like they were driving through rush hour traffic.
I think the mountain works. The mountain is enough. If you say the mountain, people think here. They don't think Kilimanjaro or Kosciuszko.
No, that's true. No, especially in racing circles, right? It's there is only one.
I think in any circle, like genuinely, I think the mountain cuts through that in almost any context. It's Mount Panorama Bathurst.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying that when I go to work on Monday and I say, I was commentating on a race at the mountain, I think there are going to be some questions. Oh, which mountain? Maybe.
Skill issue.
My co-worker's lovely, but I don't blame them. They have absolutely no interest in racing, let alone sim racing. They did they do oblige at least a bit of fake interest in in our wonderful obsession that we all share here. Back to the front of the field in terms of gaps. It's red line 1, 2, 3 again, but with 18 seconds across the three of them. Lebigra and Bennett in the 20 and the 7 find themselves, of course, on the same strategy. It's Enzo Benito still trying to claw back a little bit of ground after the short fill in pit stop number 1 to bring himself onto level playing field. When would you, David, as a team manager, tell your drivers that, okay, if you're side by side, if you're close together, you have the free reign to fight side by side? At a place like the mountain, I feel like it's very much in the final stages of the race.
Yeah, it's maybe after the last pit stop even kind of thing. It's not quite here. You're hoping to be working together cooperatively even this deep into the race.
Yeah,
on account of you never know what could happen, because we have seen, a relatively clean race, but still some crazy stuff is almost a guaranteed. That if you go and throw it all away because you don't think you're going to catch the next car up the road, you still don't know all the way to the end of the race what might happen to them. You don't count chickens early here.
No, absolutely. I was telling the story earlier, but I actually, in the last Bathurst 12 hours that I attempted, final pit stop of the race, I may have forgotten to come down pit lane, and so I had to take a turn right around here. Was not an ideal situation, and so yeah, if you're going to fight, leave it to the final hour so you don't make silly mistakes like that, which can very much be born from the pressure. Vince Cusi makes a comment that the GTPs, going back to our conversation about what cars could we bring as invitationals here, would scrape the splitter, to which I say, Vince, let's just jack them up and let them go run wild, because didn't we let the IMSA iRacing series go to the Nordschleife? I'm pretty sure we did, Dave, because we had coverage of it as part of Friday Night Primetime. So if they can race there, they can race here.
People have definitely worked out Nordschleife setups for all sorts of prototypes, so I feel like that's a good starting point for around here. There are a few places like right there where the loading, the curbs, some of the crests around here, and then of course the dipper. But the dipper's not taken at a particularly high speed in any car, to be honest. So I think it, to the setup, actually produces less issues than, you know, going 250 k's an hour through some of the other bumpier bits.
Yeah, and you watch the shot there of the GT3 cars. They didn't look particularly sketchy or squirrely, even with the left front not really in the air, so relatively calm. I know the GTPs would come down with so much more speed, but what makes that section so scary is how early you have to turn in, because you always feel like you're turning in to hit the wall, but because you're going downhill, because the track's falling away from you, you just need to make sure you get the car loaded just early enough so that when it grips at the right time. Still watching, of course, Tristan Iglesias in the Simufy Porsche, holding off the pressure from Williams Esports Ben Q. Behind them, 10 full seconds back to the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. And Simufy have very much been one of the quickest teams in this Porsche over the last almost 12 months at this point. They're only 30 seconds off of your race leader, which, let's be honest, after, what are we talking, 8 and a bit hours of racing against a team like Team Redline that ended up winning the Daytona 24-hour in this class, David, GT3s, GTDs, by a full lap. It's not a bad effort at this stage to be holding on and being in this good spot.
Yeah, Porsche and Porsche up the mountain. It's a wider car than the previous generation, and you realise that when you saw the All Pro side by side with the Pro-Am car from Manthite EMA. Is that this new 992 generation? She do be thick. Like it's every generation these cars seem to get just a little bit bigger, and the track dimensions are not changing. Those concrete blocks aren't moving. So yeah, every year. You start to worry.
Yeah, when it comes to, let's just see how that was a moment of hesitation for Iglesias as he ran wide. These cars, they're not that small. You stand side by side next to them and put them up against the GTP that we're talking about. The GTPs look positively small in comparison, and it's become equally difficult now to try and differentiate these GT3 911s from the GT3 Cup cars, because there used to be a differentiation. One had the wide body kit, the other didn't, and now they both have it. So, in series where they're both racing, for example, David, the 24-hour series esports that we have here on RaceSpot, if you don't know your liveries and you don't know your teams out there, it can be difficult.
Yes, indeed. I was sat by the chase for a little bit, getting absolutely roasted in the sun, applying sunscreen for the third time in the day, and you're looking like, is the bump really there? If you hit it at speed, you could clear this tyre wall. But it's about as possible in the real world as it is on iRacing these days.
No,
regrettably.
We figured out the fix, David, to ensure that we can have it and still have this gravel model, okay? What will happen is, we need to get iRacing to agree to implement this, but come the checkered flag, once every car has seen it, so, there's no one left still driving, we turn off the gravel model. Genius, right?
There's got to be some levels of work around here. Like potentially you could have a sort of 2-car width lane that has slightly different properties, because you get that far out, you're getting absolutely no performance advantage either. It's not like not the grass, you know, immediately next to the pavement. It's not the paved runoff area. It's way out there, and there is a tyre wall there in reality, not one that's just added because your console game's not capable of enforcing track limits. With, you know, they say you cut the course, you have to slow down and give up the time gained. Or in fact, your console game's not capable of preventing people from cutting the inside of turn 1 through the pit exit. So yeah, you could do something out there, because there's no way to gain time that far out there against the tyre barrier.
Still waiting for this window to come to a close when it comes to how close Benito, Bennett, Labigre will be in terms of pit stops at the end. These two drivers are watching right now. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen how many laps they've been on track for, so how long their stint has been. 5 laps separating them. Expect the Williams Esports Ben Q car within the next 10 laps to be peeling driver's hand left, off and down onto pit lane, a treacherous pit lane as well. We know Sami Matti Trojan got caught out by it slightly earlier on, and if someone like Sami Matti can get caught out there, iRacing Rallycross World Champion of 2020, competes with Walk and Horse Motorsports, I should say, in the real world. It's a place that you do not want to make any mistakes, and you've still got a couple of pit stops left after this with which to work. I think the thing that really makes that pit entry so scary, I say quote-unquote scary, David, is because the cones are so deep for when you have to be at the speed limit, there's a real incentive to try and push as much as possible, because as ridiculous as it sounds, at a level like this, when drivers are split by hundredths, tenths of a second, lap after lap after lap, if you can make up 2 or 3 seconds on a pit entry, you will take that time after time.
You watch the way that the supercars drivers this weekend are attacking that pit entry, and like there's nothing ridiculous about what the sim racers are doing. It's exactly what it looks like there. It's like, all right, yeah, attack the pit entry as best as possible through that chicane, and then right up to the point of putting the pit lane speed limiter on and the pit lane speed limit. So I mean, there's a couple places around the walls through here, like on the exit of the depot, where we see the sim racers get a little bit closer, a little more consistently than maybe some others would. But that pit entry is not one of the places where you go, oh, these guys are taking too much risk that feels unrealistic. It's like, no, that's how everyone does it every time. You attack that to the best of your ability. The only difference is, I think, the part where the cones is at the start of the pit lane speed limit's wider here than in reality at the moment, and just a little bit further back.
Do they have RFID systems for the 12 hours? So they have to.
They do force them through one lane, and then it opens up again.
So maybe it's just to try and tag all of that. It's the great technology that's being added just to try and make some of these systems behind the scenes that usually would be a lot more manual, would allow for some errors from the teams as well, to try and just make that a little bit more automatic and try and minimize the amount of risk that everyone has as a result of that. Working with lap times for your leaders of 2:04.636. He gained half a second on second. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen. Through the field, no one quicker than a 2:04.5 at this point with the temperatures where they are. Given that we've still got, 3 hours and 25 odd minutes left to go, since our track temperature has now dropped below 50 degrees Celsius as the time of day continues to whittle on by, what do we expect, David, the temperature to get down to by the end? I would assume it's not going to get down all the way to 27 degrees, but probably down into the 30s.
Yeah, there's some inertia to the track temperature, isn't there? It doesn't change as quickly as the air temperature does, obviously, and it'll still be like 3 hours before sunset, maybe sort of 2 hours before sunset when we get to the end of the race here. So yeah, I'd say mid-30s based on what the air temperature is at the moment, time of day, all that.
I threw David under the bus there. I had no idea, and he scienced it out. I mean, look at that. And that's the type of analytical, logical thinking, David, I think we're going to have to try and all work with once, Rain joins us for the iRacing special events. It will be part of the next build that drops in a week or so's time, a week and a half, give or take. And with it coming to all of the cars in the IMSA iRacing series, I think there's a lot of sim racers, a lot of iRacers questioning, wondering, expecting that rain will be enabled for the iRacing Sebring 12 hours in about a month's time.
I think the only disappointment is a couple of the GT3 cars that aren't going to get rain tyres. You know, give it to the BMW Z4. Come on, you cowards at iRacing.
No, you have. If you want the Z4, David, you have to go drive in the BMW M Power Tour, which, to be fair, is not a bad thing.
But I won't be able to drive with rain tyres on there, unfortunately.
Not initially. Maybe down the road.
Okay, we live in hope. We live in a timeline where iRacing have given us many, many good things that we couldn't have imagined years ago.
Yes, including a weather radar that we still got to try and figure out how that's going to work and how we can science ourselves through all of that. There are still battles through the field. As much as we'll focus on those on the leading lap, don't forget about the likes of Altus and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. Now, that is not the car adorned with the Australian colours. Instead, it is the 123 with Ross McFarlane currently behind the wheel. Eduardo Leo just heading past him, and now drivers in the fight for 7th trying to make their way through in the battle on the lead lap. And so this is where, when you're 1 lap down, this is difficult to try and make, keep in fights of your own. Now 2 cars splitting WSR Esports Butt Kicker from Altus. It'll become 3 very shortly once the Door Lamborghini works past as well.
Yeah, doing your absolute damnedest to stay out of the way, and it's still not easy here. And just seeing, okay, into turn 2 Griffin's Bend, like, let's let a couple go, and Damon Woods really driver in front really did have to for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, but now has Damon Woods, approaching and can't do a whole lot over the top of the mountain here. But I think you'll get to Conrod Straight before it starts to present any troubles.
Looking rearwards from Eduardo Leo's machine was very, very quick, especially in qualifying in the IMSA Esports Global Championship for Altus and the GTPs. Looking forward to seeing how, when we get back to the prototypes, he will be able to fare, but doing decently in the GT machines and getting that experience of how they drive and maybe what they'll need in traffic, which is what I always say, a very, very important experience to understand what you need to do in various different traffic situations. So as he continues just to pull away, doesn't seem as though Ross McFarlane in that 123 is going to be able to hold off Damon Woods down through the chase, and indeed get swarmed. Focus back on Felix Quirnbach in the Mahler Racing Team car, right behind Vasilius Belitsiotis for the Williams Esports Chill Blast Porsche as they work down into the final corner. 21 laps into the stint for Belitsiotis, 15 laps into the run for the Mahler Racing Team. So they'll be at slightly different points in terms of tire wear, in terms of fuel load. One thing we've really seen over the course of the race, David, is how much the cars really become alive in terms of lap time as the fuel burns on off.
Yeah, and of course, not much in the way of tyre strategy these days, so it does become your fuel weight as a more defining factor. So you switch on to some new tyres, but you fill up the fuel tank, and the weight of the fuel seeming to have bigger effect relative to the tyres compared to ye days of old. I did have a brainwave about why I'm now 150% certain that people with campsites at the top of the mountain are burying alcohol.
Okay, go for it. Shoot.
Not because of the rules about how much you can bring in, but the rules about what type.
Oh, interesting.
And then you also, I believe, I don't know quite how recently, but you can't bring in stuff in glass. And so maybe if you've got, like, I only drink this for whatever reason, and if you're camping at the top of the mountain for the Bathurst 1000,
right,
you probably have only drunk the one type of beer for the last 25 years of your life.
Right.
Or you only drink this one brand of rum and you can't bring stuff in glass, da-da-da-da-da-da. So it's like, oh, my favorite beer is 5.5%, but I can only bring in beer that's 5%. I'm just going to bury it.
Because of, I see, because of rules and regulations, you have to find sneaky ways to try and bring things that, let's be honest, probably should in many ways be legal. As long as you were cleaning up your glassware, there shouldn't be anything too bad about that. Now, the Lamborghini for Altus pulls aside, lets one through, going to slowly but surely chip away at dealing with traffic. BS Turner, a quick update on them. They were 1 lap down, they're 2 laps down now because they had a driver disconnection for Elias Riker. Nathan Lewis, the New York native, has jumped in to take over responsibility after that slight blip for them. What were we? What I wanted to ask you. Sorry, I've just been reminded because of the shot on the main straight. Slightly earlier today, David, we were talking about everyone's top 5 tracks in the world. We recognize this is subjective, so Lewis McLeod and myself were having the conversation about our top 5s, talking about the audience's top 5s. I want you to think about your top 5s, top 5 tracks. When you're ready, shoot, we can talk about it. But what I also want to talk about in the meantime, while you gather your thoughts, is have you been to the Motor Museum that's down the bottom of the mountain? Because I always think that museums near racetracks must be good.
I haven't, but I have heard good things about it. Now you and I have both been to the Indianapolis Museum.
Yes. Oh, it's spectacular.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of like permanent stuff in their collection. You know, Indy 500 winners and like all sorts of that. My understanding is the National Museum here at Mount Panorama are really sort of rotating
Stuff
like,
in and out.
you know, like collections at an art museum kind of thing.
Gotcha.
On loan. So a lot of stuff sort of comes and goes, and collectors will like restore the Bathurst 1000 winners that they own and then lend it to the museum here for 6 months or a year, or maybe it'll even be only for like a week or two or sort of thing. So it's a kind of thing where if you are finding your way, you know, through Bathurst on a regular occasion, maybe you're every school holidays you take your kids in your caravan out past Bathurst, you'd stop in regularly and see something different. So that's
cool.
That's good. Yeah. It's like, oh, I was there last year, but if I go now, I'll see some quite different stuff and some new exhibits. That's good.
It's just that Bathurst is not, you know, it's quite far away from a lot of the traditional places, I guess. So it's not like there's going to be much traditional traffic on a day-to-day basis, I guess. Unless there's a huge motorsports community at Mount Panorama year-round. Not quite sure about that. David's going to keep thinking about his top 5. Let's not forget about that. We will come back to that at some point when he is ready. Saw a question on the YouTube chat about Maus in their BMW M Team Maus car. What happened to the 71? Max Benneker, Patrick Holtzman making their return to iRacing special events. Benneker started the car, did the first 2 hours, and then Patrick Holtzman actually had injured his back last night. So, you know, they'd done all the preparation, done all the hard work, and then in one of the last practice sessions before they went racing, just a small tweak of the back, and Patrick Holtzman really not in a place where he felt comfortable racing for any sort of period of time. So BMW M Team Maus electing to retire the car quite safely.
Are his neck and his crack okay?
It's a good question. All I saw was what I saw on social media, where poor Patrick's feeling quite bad about him, about the injury, and I don't blame him. You know, you feel bad about all the effort that you and your teammate have put in, and you don't get to go out and really show your speed.
I'm 60% of the way through my list right now.
Okay, so that means you're at 3 of 5 tracks.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We've got 40% still left to go. As Vasilius Belitsiotis now checked up behind the Fyrus SimSport car, I believe the 17 machine. Rasmus Christensen behind the wheel there, who will give a bit of draft, a bit of slingshot down in towards the chase. Of course, the section where, as we were talking about earlier, slight adjustment saw the jink to the right. Instead, they used to blast straight down into the final corner. I can only imagine what that would have been like with some of these GT3 machines and the straight line speed they are capable of now.
I'm told all the cars would get super light over this hill here. It's like the crest in Mountain Straight on steroids as you're coming down the hill at speed, and then it's no
cool.
brake temperature whatsoever into the final corner, which is now, you know, the biggest stop on the racetrack, replacing that big stop into the chase. So, yeah, it's one of those additions that I'm sure at the time it was sacrilegious,
yes.
But very quickly everyone's gone, nah, this is good.
No,
having the chase here is good.
And let's be real, if you did enter that final corner with brake issues, there's not much runoff.
The runoff's the escape road's at an angle as well.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not sure what FIA grade it would get, but it's probably not at the very highest of the ends.
You'll overshoot, and by the time you do get it stopped, you'll be at the Oxford Hotel, having it blowing the froth off the top of one.
could just jump straight into the jacuzzi, hot one, a cold one in one hand, and sit in the hot tub and enjoy yourself.
I've got my list.
You got your list? Let's go. Shoot. Top 5 tracks.
Okay.
David Haynes.
Here, the Nordschleifer, Macau Gear, Indianapolis. Oh gosh, what was the 5th one that I
come
forgot?
on, David, you can't forget. Le Mans? Okay.
Yeah, Le Mans.
So the only one that Lewis and myself didn't talk about, and to be fair, none of the viewers even brought it up as well. We had the chat, of course, about this track, which is Lewis's number 1 as well, just so you know, David. Nordschleifer, which you, me, and Lewis all have at number 2, I guess. The only track we didn't talk about was Macau.
It's like, what if Monaco spoke Cantonese, Portuguese, and was good?
But there is one issue with the track. Do you know what I'm going to say?
It's not open enough of the year?
No, that is actually a good point. That's a fantastic point. But no, it's not what I'm thinking of. It is that there is a corner that you're by race controls reckoning, you're not allowed to pass at because there is a permanent yellow flag.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of other corners and they're good.
Oh, they're fantastic. I just have an objection with being told that I'm not allowed to pass in a corner. Well, let's be honest, it's not probably realistically safe to pass there. But if you tell a racing driver you can't do something, David, what do they want to do? Come on. What do they want to do?
Do it.
Yeah, and so, yeah, that's my problem, because the racing driver in me wants to pass there. And so I feel like I am being judged upon for my racing driver wants, and so I have a problem with Macau just for that reason. One of the best clips of commentary, in my opinion, of all time comes from Macau. And David, do you know what it is? It's iconic.
No.
So it's when, was it out of turn 1 or is it the whatever it was? But GT3 cars are racing, and the wonderful English commentator does a great job, by the way, of keeping up to date with what is a crazy race. What I can only imagine is limited timing information and some crazy names to try and keep on top of as well. But the likes of Lawrence Vantor fighting at the very front of the field. They fly through the fast right-hander. And I think it was the Porsche or the Audi, I forget off the top of my head, but it flips upside down, and it's just, commentator goes, "How do you do?" And he just shouts the "do" because he was about to ask, "How do you do that?" And now there's a car upside down. It's just spectacular. I'll send you the clip, but you know how they say in commentary that timing is everything? It's the same in comedy as well.
Yeah. One of the things that actually really impressed me through the most recent coverage from Macau across the 2 weekends was their graphics overlay and driver names and everything works really, really, really well. And there are so many other series, other whatever, where you go, it's weird how it takes their name and it shortens it that way, or it's weird it displays their name like that. Like Supercar's new thing this year, they fired it up, and Jack LeBrock lost his Le to just be Brock.
No, he didn't.
And I think Anton De Pasquale lost his De to just be Anton Pasquale. And it's like, okay, right, how have you messed that up? Whereas the Macau graphics, they'll have Chinese drivers, local drivers, European drivers all in one race. And when it goes from, 3-letter shortenings to just displaying the surname to displaying the full name, no problems whatsoever displaying English names, Chinese names side by side and correctly ordering them and correctly highlighting the surnames or family names or however you want to do it.
Right. Now, I'm going to make a bold and maybe controversial statement here. The new graphics package that Supercars debuted, what was it, last year? The year before? One of the two?
Yeah, last year.
A big step backwards from their previous graphics package, which was, in my opinion, the best of any racing series on 4 wheels. The reason I say that is MotoGP has potentially the best graphics package in all of motorsports. The way that they do small things like have multiple driver images, and when they pop them up big on the timing tower left of your screen, they will have a picture of the leader smiling, being very happy, very excited, second place being a little less excited, etc., etc. They do little small nuances like that and it's just a really well put together visual package with colors as well to keep you on top of everything. David, do you agree or disagree about supercars though?
I remember very clearly at the very start of last year when they kicked off at Newcastle, which they no longer go to, like the first session, they put up that graphics and everyone went, why is it grey names on a white background? And then the next day, it was no longer grey names on a white background. It was grey names on a black background or something, and it's still not quite right. And then you saw the shortcomings of that graphics package when they applied it to the Bathurst 12-hour, and everyone's like, what do the green dots mean?
Right.
And it's like, well, here's a graphics package that's only designed for having 2 drivers in a car, and they haven't bothered to create any accommodations for 3 and 4 driver endurance races.
Yes, which, again, fair enough. That was not maybe their expectations when they were initially designing the graphics package, but it doesn't make it any less confusing. At the end of the day, for the viewer, that's actually having to interpret all the information and try and figure out what's happening in the race, trying to figure out what is out. I think a lot of people have voiced their opinion about Formula One, not necessarily thrilled with the new direction they went with as well, although it has enabled them to do some cool things with the tower and inset video feeds and stuff that we haven't seen too much in the past. What other great graphics packages are there in the world of motorsports? Now, our graphics package... Go ahead.
I don't hate WEC at the moment, to be honest. I think it's clean enough. Do you know what? Actually, it just feels like a cheap copy of MotoGP.
The real issue with WEC is often it's just like you have the car number, but then not a team name. As we see the BenQ machine with Daniel Pastor off to pit lane, 29 laps going to be complete for him. And so even for a hardcore fan, it's sometimes like, oh, okay, now which of the GT Porsches was that? Because, of course, back in the GTM days, there were quite a few of them, and if you're not following the category closely, it can be quite difficult to follow through. So that's the thing. What I was going to say, David, is like, our RaceSpot graphics package is okay, but there's a lot of things that we don't have that I would love to have. For example, IndyCar, we're so happy that we can broadcast that now again, of course, but we don't have a graphic that shows all the different tire strategies that drivers are taking, which seems somewhat important.
I do like this new font though, Arjuna.
The round,
it's very nice.
With the round letters and stuff.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Foreshadowing.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's what the kids say. No cap. Yes, cap. I don't know what I meant to be saying, but cap something. Hashtag dab. Anyway, we've got pit stops underway for Williams. Daniel Pastor and Vasilius Belitsiotis run their way into pit lane, and Pastor going to leave now with no driver change being done. Of course, we would typically see that reserved for probably 2 hours to go to get the final driver in. That was a bit of a sideways moment for the Delinta Esports by TK machine. 2 laps down for Victor Miranda, and with Felix Quirnbach in the Marler Racing Team BMW directly behind. And we always have to just reiterate, to highlight that the Marler Racing Team car for today, David, is being run by BS Competition. Sometimes we see Marler Racing by Williams.
It looked close to the wall on the way
and again
towards the dipper. Yeah, like closer than the others for sure.
It's a game of
but
pixels,
it's those
isn't it?
really tight tolerances that are only possible with Marler Racing pistons.
There you go. Look at the Marler Racing Team. We're going to be thrilled with that, David.
Yeah, do they have my email?
Yeah, they need to send you one of those Marler Christmas sweaters. Did you see they did a bit of a giveaway on social media?
I'll tell you, I don't normally need a sweater at Christmas time.
No, you need this Marler Racing Team sweater, David. I promise you.
Okay.
I thought for a sec that was a look up the inside, just closing in through the final corner, as Quirnbach probably going to want to try and slip past sooner rather than later. 2:04.896 last time by for him, about half a second off of your race leader in the number 20, Luke Bennett, driving that red line Lamborghini. I think Victor Miranda's trying to get out of the way, but Quirnbach's trying to take every little bit of advantage that he can in the draft. Of course, now with the Williams Esports pit stops, Quirnbach has 5 laps, David, with which to work and to try and make these lap times really count, to try and make the overcut work.
Yeah, and he got off at the inside, and he's going to take it. So you're in a part of the stint here where it's obvious the car's a little twitchier, but it's light and it's quick. So yeah, sometimes you feel like you've got less grip than maybe at the start of the stint, but everything is happening quicker. And the stopwatch says you're doing good work, and at the end of the day, the stopwatch is the only truth in motor racing.
No, that's not true. The vibes as well, right? That's what some people will go by. I was doing some laps yesterday with the AI, and it is remarkable how much, if you're focused on the lap time, I feel like it sometimes brings your rhythm off. Like if you just get upset, you lose a little bit through one corner, especially as the temperature in the tires builds on iRacing. Let's not forget, at times you're trying to manage and just minimize the amount of slip that you play through them. Going back to the point about rhythm, you just want to try and drive within the bounds of the car. And that's why you leave the driver out there for whatever they feel comfortable with. Still waiting for the temperature to really make a drastic fall off as we near the 3 hour to go marker, 48 degrees Celsius. David, was it that gusty a week ago? I must ask. 26-kilometer-an-hour gusts of wind. That's pretty strong.
I was just looking at that. I was going, yeah, for clear skies, sunny, there's actually a bit of wind out there, and it certainly was. Certainly was last weekend. I needed both hands on my umbrella to stop it from departing me as the rain was coming through at around about this time of the race.
You also had the rain to deal with, though, so maybe it seems a little bit more logical as to why.
There was... as we see this here, not too much reaction.
Parker White looks as calm as you'd like in the Williams Esports Fanatec car. Still has to come down pit lane in about 6 laps time, has not come in with the rest of his Williams Esports counterparts. So I felt like, when you get rain, you're always kind of expecting a little bit more inclement weather, whereas, like you were saying, clear day, maybe you wouldn't have wind. However, when it's hot, do you sometimes get windy days just because of all the turbulent air that kicks up? I'm not a meteorologist.
There's certainly a thing in like Melbourne and Adelaide and Sydney. If you can get a strong sort of northerly northwest wind and it still be a very, very hot day because it's bringing in dry desert air. It doesn't happen so much for me. If it's breezy, it's bringing in a thunderstorm, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be cold. It just means it's bringing in rain. If it's breezy, it's going to be rainy, whereas it can be breezy and dry in these parts. But I didn't feel like it ever actually at any point rained that hard.
Right.
But it's I think this is a sort of Queensland versus the rest sort of discrepancy where my uncle from Victoria will be like, "Oh, it was raining really hard earlier today," and I was like, "It rained a bit." Like it didn't thunderstorm down, and that's how Brisbane goes. It either doesn't rain or it's a thunderstorm.
Mm-hmm. No, and I appreciate what you're saying. I grew up in Singapore where it was either rainy season or not rainy season. So for me, it was pretty clear. And even today, I spend a lot of time, in the Bay Area where a drizzle is considered torrential downpour here, and somehow robs drivers of the ability to function normally. Apparently the smart thing to do is to get into the fast lane, put your blinkers on, and to drive 30 miles an hour below the speed limit. But California drivers aside, I think I'm on your side. That sprinkle of rain not really going to bother me. But does Parker White, I'm very focused on these webcams a lot of the time, just because it's interesting to see what's going on behind the scenes. Now, he's got some die casts, he's got some steering wheels, but off to the left side of the shot, where the Coca-Cola hat is that a second sim racing rig, David?
Could just be...
It's a next level racing... That looks like a racing seat, not an office chair.
Yeah, but it could just be at another PC, just at a desk. What I'm most interested by is that a TV remote there, so he can mute us if we start talking too much nonsense.
Oh, that's a great... Can you imagine? That's a great idea. If you had the ability just to turn down everyone in the room around you, especially, let's not forget, a lot of these drivers will have engineers in their ears just kind of coaching them through. They've got fuel numbers to hit, strategies to try and make sure they're on target for.
Now, I tell you what, he's got far too much Coca-Cola merch there to pick up an Erebus drive.
Not anymore, especially with how the 2024 has unfolded there. He, of course, Parker White, part of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series family, driving for Williams Esports in the series, much like he's now joined up with Williams Esports on the road side of things, including in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. That is a car that is just out of pit lane, being passed by a car on worn tires but low fuel, and making advantage of it. Nicholas Matteo past Daniel Pastor in the Williams Esports BenQ machine.
Seems to be a lot of Porsches fighting Porsches at the moment, perhaps because the Lamborghinis of Redline are a little too far ahead of this. Yeah, there is just a little bit of stratification there through the marks, through the positions, right?
Okay, but how much of that is Redline? How much of that is the Lamborghini? Because Door Esports are a very, very capable and competent team. We've seen them very much show themselves in so many series at the top level. For them to be, you know, in the mix with the BMWs and Porsches and the Mercedes, is this just a masterclass out of Team Redline?
Well, they certainly seem to have hit something with it. Have all four of them up front at some point. They're now the whole three, and very, very close, very competitively. So yeah, but it was just they just seemed like there was, you know, some level of affinity where Porsches were finding Porsches, BMWs were finding BMWs.
I see what you mean. There's no manufacturer points here, right? So hypothetically, they should still fight in and amongst each other and make our lives quite fun. As more and more drivers down to pit lane, Matteo off and away follows Parker White in, and Simufy Tristan Iglesias just firing up and leaving pit lane. You can see him just up the road in the purple and orange machine. He's come out of pit lane, back out in front of Daniel Pastor.
It's black and orange, right?
What did I say?
Purple and orange?
Oh, wow, look at me. You can tell that I had to wake up early for this one, couldn't you?
Well, everyone has to for the 12-hour. It starts before sunrise.
But they do in the real world. Now, here in the iRacing universe, we start at, 12:30-ish p.m. UTC, and somehow BMW M Team BS Competition still decided to make Phil Denez wake up at, 3 o'clock in the morning, qualify the car, and start it too. I mean, that just sounds like cruel and unusual punishment to me.
Yeah, a bit rude, unless he requested it, said that's how I want to.
No, it is entirely how he's requested it.
Yeah.
I just like to make drama.
When do we
David,
start protecting drivers from themselves?
Ooh, that's a good point. I don't think this is one of those cases, just to be clear, but that is definitely something that, you know, that's a team manager's job to rein in drivers, and even when someone is, you know, confident in their belief that I'm, you know, the right man for the job or the right driver for the job, when do you tell them that, no, we've got so many capable drivers, this is the role that you can play, and work your way and help set up the drivers to finish off things potentially, because, you know, a 12-hour race, very capable of being done with just the two drivers, as many are doing here today, David. But, you know, 12-hour races aren't the only things that we have. We've got the 24-hour races coming up, of course, not far away. Spa, the Nürburgring over the summer. And in those races, we're talking 3 or 4 drivers. So you're not always going to be driving at the times that you want.
No, definitely not. You look at some of the lineups that were in Pro last weekend, and they boarded on 2-driver lineups as well. When you look at sort of Kenny Habul just trying to tick off some of the minimum. Not sure how many laps Liam Talbot did. There was one other car in Pro of a similar composition.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I just can't remember right now. And
No.
I'll give credit to Kenny Habul, because he had to drag that car, the race-winning car,
at the museum,
out of the 6th floor museum or whatever it was back in the US, so that they could ship it down under for the race. And so that is full commitment. Unfortunately, they didn't put it in the wall and totally mess it up. Speaking of messing things up, a little bit of a mistake, but fortunately no harm, no foul, as the 69 of Manuel Troncoso off and into the gravel.
Yeah, just a little wide there at McPhillamy Park. You end up in a no-grip zone, and you see that very, very tall curb here coming. And once you get too much of that curb, bonk, you pop up over the other side of it. You'll see a lot of the drivers just trying to ride it like a speedway berm. You know, a little bit of cushion on the exit of McPhillamy Park there. All of them just track out onto it and use it to sort of straighten them out a little bit, but then you get just a little too much of it. You end up in that situation.
Here we go. Phil Denez down to pit lane, and he will now lap 27 of the run clearly indicate to us that it's about managing the margin of fuel that you have to the end, because hypothetically could even go just that little bit longer. Let's go back, by the way. We saw Troncoso's a little bit of an issue. I say a little bit of an issue. That could have been disastrous in some cases. There's no other way to put it, a humongous save by Sim RC and Jürgen Frank, not even going on about an hour or so ago. And David, I wasn't around when this happened. I've seen the replays, though, and I'm still in shock and awe as how this was kept out of the wall.
Honestly, life imitating art to last weekend in the rain, and I think it was Jack LeBrock in the M Motorsport Mercedes.
Just seesawing at the wheel, flicks the wipers on in
He hit something as the wheel was upside down.
Paddock, and everything coursing through his veins. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it stays out of the wall. But poor Sim RC, they've just been running at the back for most of this race, and after starting down the back as well, just picking up places as they come, staying out of trouble. So Jürgen Frank showing us the dangers of the mountain. Someone in our iRacing Esports Network chat, by the way, David, did mention that the only mountain to them is Pikes Peak. So what do you have to say about that?
I have to say to that,
Come on.
get 100 people, ask them to point on the map which one's Colorado.
Oh. Shots fired at Colorado, which, to be fair, beautiful state. I've never been. I've just heard about how beautiful it is, and not much racing there, to be fair. So we'll have to try and build a racetrack. Let's see what's happened to the very now dirty Altitude Esports car. It was white initially. It's gone a little bit more grey with all the debris that's been picked up, and weight on the rear of the Porsche, and around she went.
Yeah, did they think they were going into the outside wall, let off the throttle, and then it's looped around here? Because, no, the rear's a little loose on the way in very early, and then they're controlling the slide along the way through, but then it just reaches a tipping point before the exit. So quite early on the turn in, it starts to go. So we're through the compression here, and it's about here we're already in a slide. We're in a slide. It's like a neutral slide until the nose hits the curbing on the inside, I think.
Yeah, Porsche's not exactly drift machines, and I think once the rear got upset there was very little that the driver could do to hang on, and it was just about trying to minimize the amount of damage that was incurred. So within 3 hours now left to go, still tracking at around 349, 350 or so laps in this race. So all depend on how the temperatures fall off, how the conditions begin to build, and the headlights are back abeam, and the endurance headlights for Luke Bennett in the leading red line Lamborghini on full display. Now, I can't remember what are the rest of the red line cars running in terms of light bars. No endurance light for Florian Lebigre. One might wonder, David, is that the difference between these two cars?
Ooh, potentially. It was the 20 leading in the dark with the non-endurance lighted car in behind it. And you do actually sometimes get that variation as well out of the cars at the 12 hour. I think there was some Mercs with the full endurance lights on, like they run at the Nürburgring and at Daytona, and some that didn't have it. I think you can get away without it, to be honest, around here. And then at the other end of the spectrum, the IRC GT cars in the Invitational class, where the headlights are stickers.
What?
I don't know if you picked up on that, because
no,
they didn't get a whole lot
not.
of TV. No, the Mercedes body shape cars in the Invitational class, they had these little tiny little LED things in the very, very lower part of the grille,
right?
Because the headlights are stickers. And I was looking at those going, if you spin out on cold tires lap one and you get separated from the pack, you are not making your way around the mountain with those lights on. Insane, actually insane that they're allowed to run in that spec.
I'm going to have to go and look. I missed the first I missed the start of the race. I had a couple of different commentary things here on iRacing that I was a part of, so didn't get to see what is always the best part of the race, in my opinion, which is the start under the night light. That just sounds scary. I'm going to be completely honest. Please, I would like no part of that. Cody Deeth brings the virtualcoach.gg by GNG machine. As David quite aptly put it earlier, more G's than Snoop Dogg in that team name. 001 down to the box, just now waiting for top 3 cars, and then the Apex 99 machine, the Drago 169, and Thibaut Prevost in the Williams Esports Academy car to pit from inside of the top 10 as we near past 10 minutes complete beyond the top of the hour. Special event calendar, if you're wondering about that, iRacing.com/special events. Sebring 12 hours up next. That's the only event in the month of March. Only one event in April as well. That's the Road America 500 that we will very much, I think, be very much looking forward to, breaking out the classic IMSA machines and the GTP, the GTO class. And then May, the Nürburgring 24-hour race, the Coke 600, all building, of course, the end of the month, and the iRacing Indy 500. We got some interesting little events and a diverse set of events coming up, David, in terms of cars and races.
Looking forward to the return of the greatest spectacle in sim racing.
We can say that without getting sued.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I tell you what, I ran some numbers on this, and I think Valery Polyakov spent more time in space than the IndyCar license spent away from iRacing.
When you put it like that, it doesn't feel as long as it felt. Because it felt like a long
No, but then
year.
477 consecutive days in space on the Mir space station probably did feel like a long time.
What a beast. Staying up in close confines for extended periods of time, I have a lot of respect for astronauts. And while space travel gets romanticized in science fiction and all, I don't think the reality is as perfect as that. We have Door Esports down to pit lane, so slowly but surely we're seeing drivers make their way in for what will be not the driver change, that's going to come next time by, but the third to final pit stop here today. So a question on the iRacing Esports Network: what do you need in terms of content to race in these special events? All you need is the track and the car that you're going to race in order to participate. Everything else you don't need, and so just pick the car that you like driving the most. David, one thing that's great often, especially as we come to the iRacing build days and build week coming up, iRacing Test Drive lets you try any car that you have downloaded, even if you don't have it purchased. So you can use it, try a bunch of cars out for Sebring, and then buy the one that you want to participate in the 12-hour race.
Yep, and you can test them all out to your heart's content there and make your decisions. Of course, in the new build as well, a bunch more free content coming. I'm always... I said from the very start, no one's going to pay for Winton. Winton should probably be included as free content because it came out at a similar time as Sandown, I think. No, sorry, wait, yes?
I'm trying to do the timeline in my head right now, and I'm
I think it was. Because the three we had was Oran Park, Phillip Island, Mount Panorama. That was the 3 Aussie tracks for a while, and then we got Winton and Sandown, and I thought between those two, Winton's a really good track for a lot of cars that are popular on iRacing. Formula Vs, Formula Fords, Skippies, all that type of car that's very, very popular on iRacing, but it's just not a circuit that I thought people were going to be that enthused about forking out cash for. So I'm glad that it's now a track that's going to be hopefully more used, and people are going to get a good look at it.
Yeah, and of course, there's plenty included in that iRacing base tier subscription, so don't hesitate to join as Florian the Beagle rejoins the racetrack in front of incoming Formula 3 driver Alex Dunn, who's going to be joining up with MP Motorsports for a crack at the Formula 3 campaign this year. GB3 runner-up in 2023 and 2022 British F4 champion Redline's trio of cars going to all be coming down to pit, it would seem, as well, because Luke Bennett's down on pit lane. If you're wondering about new memberships on iRacing, head on to iRacing.com today. New memberships 40% off, and you can join in the fun, be a part of all of it, and there's plenty of content, not just in terms of road racing, but oval, dirt road, everything in between. And we're talking mountains. Let's not forget that, David, we do have Mount Washington on iRacing, the sole hill climb available for our drivers to enjoy.
See, iRacing put out the clip of someone's world record time descending Mount Washington in the Mercedes F1 car.
It was madness, wasn't it?
You're like, I know what this is gonna look like. I get it, and then you can't look away.
It was kind of like me watching that GT3 unrestricted lap at Bathurst, I'll be completely honest, where in the sim as well, just watching that lap of the F1 car descending, precision required, remarkable. Same thing can be said, of course, in the real world. And it's all those little details, right, of the car moving around, David, that make those laps so exciting. And that's what iRacing, I think, with the model of the cars moving around, captured so much of the characteristics and behavior. I mean, we're spending most of our time, yes, talking about things other than the racing, but watching these cars, and anytime there's a slight slide, anytime we see them very close and potentially knocking into the wall, we're getting super excited.
Best I can tell, every car here, when they shift into first gear in the pit lane, are mostly remaining on planet Earth as well, which is very, very, very heartening to see. Yeah, Mount Washington, I can't say enough good things about that. It's such a learning curve. It is tougher to learn that hill climb than the Nordschleife by like a factor. But it's the same level of, once you get it, you start gelling with it, you start, just sort of towing around the limits and consistently, finishing runs. And yeah, it's good. It's good. And I understand why it doesn't seem to get as much love as circuit racing. But if you give it the time, and you do need to give it a little bit of time, it is very, very fun, very rewarding.
RaceSpot's own, that was close. RaceSpot's own Peter Mackay, who's part of our coverage here today, of course, has been part of the European Rally Championships post-stage interview coverage for the last handful, I think 2 years or so. And he was part of a great event that we had on RaceSpotTV, the Next Level Racing Race to the Summit. Basically, drivers got a maximum of 3 runs. They had to qualify through a time attack qualifier, and then all got thrown into a session where the board was reset, and 3 attempts, you could use them basically in order, and the tension, the nerves. I mean, Peter and myself had an absolute hoot, and I can catch the replay on YouTube if you want, but highly recommend as well, whenever you get a chance, you jump on in and get the opportunity to try out some of the more unusual things that maybe you might not have thought your iRacing bounds would have taken you to, but you can always try something different. Done, by the way, just closing onto the back of Labigro, but not necessarily making moves. Comment in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat was, oh, looks like Redline has a whole pit stop ahead of the field, it would seem, David.
Well, they seem to be continuously just slowly extending their advantage. The width of the pit stop window is now so significant as to at all times be slightly confusing.
Yes, because technically Redline have a pit stop ahead of the Apex Racing team. I don't think you would make the argument they have a pit stop ahead of Simufy, for example. So I guess you're just waiting for those final cars to come down pit lane. It's not just done in the 99. Rico in the 169 yet to make his final transit down pit lane. Luke Bennett, fresh tires for him. 12 seconds in front of Enzo Benito. We were talking, when do Redline let these drivers loose to actually fight? At this stage, doesn't look like there's going to be much of a fight. We're closing on a IMSA race distance, effectively, away from the checkered flag, 2 hours and 40 minutes. And already Luke Bennett's got a 12-second head start, if you wanted to look at it like that.
Certainly does, and the consistency of pace between the two of them makes a gap like that very, very difficult to close. Although, we're starting to get, ever more traffic for the leaders around that wide pit stop window, around cars that are, falling a lap down. Here's an example where you go, do I send it, do I wait? And wait is the order of the day.
That's behind one of the 3 Simu5 Porsches we have in the field today. That's Alejandro Avin Rui Sanchez that's about to go 1 lap down in the number 14 machine. Got word, by the way, from pit road that there was a bit of a moment, so let's check out the replay for the 98 car as it makes its way down pit lane. It looks tidy. Oh, I was just about to say it looked tidy, David.
It does in the end. A little bit of reverse parallel parking. But no, not what you want to do. Lost the rear plate on there. Used to be an issue with these Mercedes AMG GT3s where the downshifts weren't quite properly synchronized, and so at racing speeds from 6th to 5th or 5th to 4th you wouldn't notice it, but that last downshift into first had a big chance of locking up the rear axle. Is it already in trouble before that? Yes, and it's not even still in second gear.
Good look, and then of course the infinite point turn. This is where you want a button map to turn off the traction control so you can just...
Well, the pit lane speed limit button turns off the traction control in a lot of GT3 cars so that you can burn out from the pit stall.
Ooh, but then I think you would probably have to dump the clutch, wouldn't you? Which he might not have been thinking about that to try and get it spun around. And I will also be honest, for most people with the pit lane limiter being on, I think the natural reaction is just to assume that you're not going to get as much traction and drive forward as you're going to want. You're of course going to be limited eventually just by the speed limiter, and so maybe just not being aware of the situation, but we've all made mistakes like that, and he is not the first driver to make the mistake on pit entry. Hopefully he is the last though, because these are now out of the 48 that started, 39 still running. We've got 17 on the lead lap. These are all teams, all drivers that would want to see the end of this race. You said that the mountain often picks a winner, David. By the same regard, trying just to finish this race is an achievement in and of itself.
I just realised that pit lane entries reminded me of people with, imported Japanese right-hand drive cars in the US reversing through drive-thrus.
Do they do that?
Yeah.
That's
you can do that.
Wow,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a smart thing to do. It's a very, I've imported my car from Japan, it's so JDM, bro, kind of thing to do. But, theoretically, it works. Reverse through the drive-thru so that your open driver's window is the correct side to receive your greasily mass-produced slop.
Most of these fast food restaurants, as far as I am aware, now have apps that you can pay for your food without going through the drive-thru. So maybe that's what if you've spent all that money to import your right-hand drive car, maybe just order on the app, drive through normally, and have them put the food through that other side. I'm just saying, logic.
But that's even more preparation, because you'd have to have the window down on that side, and a lot of
that is so tough.
25-year-old cars not got power windows.
Okay, fair enough. I hadn't thought about it like that.
And then exactly, it's not about practicality, Arjuna. It's about showing off.
It's about making sure everyone knows you have a right-hand drive.
It's about having
car.
A unique special pattern to your snowflake.
And being able to tell everyone that you drive right-hand drive as well. That is, I'm guessing, the defining feature of importing. To be fair, if I was to import a car...
it'd be funny to do once. Well, if I was in that situation, I'd probably do it once.
Do it once when the drive-thru is not very busy, so you're not holding anyone up. I was going to say, I was just thinking, if I was going to import a car into the US, let's be honest, it's probably going to be something from Asia, Japan, somewhere, in that region. And so it is probably going to be right-hand drive. So I guess I sympathize with the challenge of, people trying to bring their cars through drive-thrus. Do they have drive-thrus in every country in the world? It is a very, I'm not going to say American thing, because I don't think that's a fair thing to say. It's something very influenced by car culture, though, and, city design requiring cars to travel around.
Yeah, well, certainly there's no shortage of drive-thrus in Australia, though slightly fewer as a percentage than America. The KFC on the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans has a drive-thru.
So just pop your prototype down there if you're hungry for a sec.
Yeah, but depending on which LMP2 you've got, you might need to reverse through. Is it the case that the Orica's left-hand drive, but the Legia was right-hand drive.
I
I think the
that's-
JSP 217's right-hand drive.
I think that's the correct way around, yes.
Every now and again, I like to look at what the asking prices are going for Mazda RX-7 Spirit Rs.
Right.
So the RX-7, I think, ceased sale in North America in like 95.
Okay.
In Australia in 98 or 99, and production continued in Japan until 2002. But the sort of 99 to 2002 ones had all of the good bits and are legal to import into Australia. So at the moment, there's one listed in New South Wales with 75,000 kilometres on it, 129,990 for a 2002 Mazda RX-7 Spirit R Type A FD manual.
And that's in fake dollars, right? In Australian dollars?
Yes. Oh gosh, the one underneath is 212,000.
Oh, okay. So 129,000 Australian dollars, roughly 85,000 US dollars, if anyone is curious. What would that be in euros? Around 80,000 euros. So just a bit of a comparison, since currency conversion, I would be honest, can be difficult since it fluctuates on a daily basis. My dream car to import, David, is very basic. It is a Skyline. It is. I would do it. I would. Except I can't afford one, because those are like $250,000 at this point to import, it would seem.
Fast and Furious and its consequences have been detrimental to R34 GTR prices.
Detrimental to my dream, my childhood dream garage, at least wallet impact. I think that's a definite fair way to think about it. Ricardo Rico is going to follow Alex Dunn into the pit lane, and so that officially now is a pit stop cycle done and dusted. Drago Racing able to go almost to 30 full minutes beyond the top of the hour, so a pretty impressive stretch for them in terms of fuel saving over the previous cycles of the race. Going to be curious to see if they split these remaining stints up a little bit more. Someone says in the RSC Esports Network chat, by the way, they would love a Honda Acura NSX. I would also love a Honda Acura NSX GT3 car to join the fun, David. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, that'd be interesting. Certainly a car that raced a bit in Europe, a lot of fair chunk of them racing in Japan across the thing. But certainly, I think about them in IMSA and in North America, where they've had plenty of opportunity. But the original NSX is a road car. Yep.
You down for that?
That'd be nice. I'd be down for that.
I've seen a few of those on the road around me. I don't know, recently I've just seen them. It's just like, you've got good taste in cars. Whenever you just lock eyes with the driver, you give them that nod that I appreciate your car and I wish I could be in your shoes.
Slightly understated cars that you see every now and again, and they don't draw heads except from the people who already know what they are.
Okay.
V12 Toyota Crown.
I'll be honest, I don't know when I don't think I've ever seen one in the US, actually.
No, I know. Okay, I've seen like only 2 or 3 in Australia.
Wow.
And it's like, ooh, that would be very, very nice.
There was a website that they used to have for the UK. I'm sure they copied it around the world, where you'd be able to see how many cars of your model and stuff were on the road. And so you could figure out, like, at some point in 50 years' time, there's only going to be one VW, third generation GTI that's still up and kicking in a certain country, right? And so you'd be able to track all of that stuff. I can only imagine what would happen if you had a really cool collector's car, you suddenly had the only one of it available, and then something went wrong with it and you had to try and source a spare part for a car that no one else had, and because no one else had, spare parts were probably pretty hard to come by.
Yeah, it's all fun being one of a kind until you realise you're one of a kind.
That's what the Indianapolis Museum is all about. You're talking about, the museum here doing restoration jobs and special projects. A lot of what the construction and renovation work that they're doing at the IMS Museum over the next 12 to 18 months is going to be bringing the basement level garage where they used to do a lot of the skunk works kind of projects, not just on indie machines, but of all sorts. There's Le Mans racers and so many classic cars that they've allegedly worked on at the museum, and they're going to open a lot of that up and bring you and everyone in to see some of that process, and they'll move most of the actual restoration off to a different facility, but they'll keep, of course, part of the operation there just to allow people to see. And yeah, if you've got motorsports museums, automotive museums around the world that you think are worth visiting, throw them into the YouTube chat. We'd always be interested to see them. Dave has now sent me the link, by the way, to the car that he's been eyeing up. David, are you asking me to try and talk you into this right now? Is that what we're doing?
No, I just need you to see like the asking prices that are going for these cars. Just and it like what a tasteful, clean, relatively like very, very unmodified example, but it's low kilometers, and they're asking that price, and it's got a little bit of bait to it anytime you see anything priced with that many 8s in it. Right.
What I'm seeing with that price, by the way, is that I need to make a time machine, go back in time, and just assemble a collection of classic cars, because that seemingly is the best way to wrangle up some money. That is a remarkable markup, although a very clean example of a very, very dream car for many, many people. 2 hours and 30 minutes officially left to go. Still tracking for around 348 laps as the pace continues to start to now pick back up as the temperature will slowly start to fall away. We're down to 46 degrees Celsius. I think we're right around on cue, David, to get down to probably the mid-30s come the end of this race.
Yeah, you're looking at that time there, 3:24 p.m, and you're thinking, okay, we're an hour or so away from it starting to potentially drop off a little bit. No, I was about to try to explain sine curves, and then I realized, no, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But then you reach the sort of exponential point of how long the shadows get, the angle of the sun relative to the pavement. Suddenly it does hit a pretty rapid drop-off point. You got to remember that this is a within daylight saving, so it's solar 2:24 p.m.
Sine curves on RaceSpotTV. Break your PhDs out. We need to get the science out to explain everything. Now, again, I'll go back to the weather. We are going to probably have to spend a little bit of time, much like the teams, the drivers will, David, when the iRacing rain releases, as commentators, trying to understand how that's going to influence these races, because I feel like in a lot of ways, the rain is not going to allow the cars that are one lap down, for example, to suddenly be brought back into the mix. They will probably still be a lap down, because once the rain comes, there's only a couple of laps window necessarily, probably, realistically, if it's heavy rain, that you're going to see drivers in. Mixed conditions, maybe there's a little bit more leeway, but I think a lot of what we're going to see is that there's only going to be a couple of lap windows where there's undercuts, overcuts that play on out, and those small decisions will have a big bearing on the impacts of races after that. It would be really cool if we did manage to find a way in the future to throw safety cars into the mix as well, though.
I think where it gets really interesting is when the rain sort of stops, but you think it's going to come back, and you're like, do we stay on wets? Do we change to dries and then go back to wets? And that was a little bit of what happened just a week ago here at Mount Panorama as well. And we got a bit of a chuckle. I was watching from sort of around the outside of turn 1, Hell Corner here, and that end of the pit lane is where 888 and some of the others were at. And at one point we put up our umbrellas, and then one of the 888 mechanics pointed at us to one of the other mechanics and made a tyre decision.
So they were basing their tyre choices based on spectators' opinions on rain.
They were looking at how many umbrellas were up versus how many umbrellas were down on the spectator hill across from their garage, and taking that as at least one
data point.
Yeah.
Which
so it leads me to think, if you'd only need about 29 friends in cahoots, and you could do some funny.
Look at David Haynes being sneaky, devious. I mean, that is motorsports, I think, though, is at the end of the day. And the best part of I will be honest, I like seeing teams push the bounds of regulations. Now, doing it in fair ways, I think that's important. So I'm not saying spirit of the law, I'm saying letter of the law. That needs to be abided by. Spirit of the game is a very critical term for being fair. But finding those niche ways to push the bounds, the novel ways to find speed. I don't know about you, David, but I find it so fascinating to hear stories of in the old days the ways that they used to, let's be honest, cheat to go fast.
I mean, I caught myself, thinking about my Roman Empire, the 2012 Formula One World Championship season. And, at some point through that season, Pirelli had to petition the FIA for a technical directive to stop teams putting the rear right-hand side tyres on the rear left and swapping the sides on the rear tyres or something. It was like,
Is that true?
Yeah, there was something about this, I recall, in the 2012 season. As you remember, at the start of the season, we went 10 races before we had a repeat winner. And then I think at the tail end, Sebastian Vettel might have gone on a little bit of a run. But around it, there was something with the construction of the tyres.
Okay.
Where the teams were finding performance by swapping the right sides to the left sides, and Pirelli were like, please
don't.
There was nothing in the, please don't.
It was because 2013 was the year that we had the Silverstone race.
Was that not 2012?
I thought it was 2013. Well, ooh, okay. Now,
but there was some tyre shenanigans around that era.
Oh, probably.
Where
yes.
There was some technical directives about.
Every year there was something.
Yeah, because minimum pressures as a thing is scarily recent in F1 as well.
Well, and this is a thing, right? A lot of people may not recognize if a lot of your experience in racing and setting up cars only comes from the sim, but tires, when they are sent to the series, sent to the teams, have a specification, what temperature ranges they're meant to be running, pressure windows that are acceptable, and when you go beyond those bounds, the manufacturer is effectively telling you the tire is not meant to be run this way. You are taking the risk on by leaving it in this spot and not running it in the way that it was designed, it was built and constructed to go. And so, when you go racing in the real world, you have compounds of tires often to think about. And Daytona in the 24 in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, they have a special low compound of tire that they bring only for that race, because Daytona in January, yes, it's the Sunshine State, but believe me, it does get quite cold there, and so you've got to keep that just as a factor. And if you don't tell the teams that, David, like you say about left and right tires at the rears, tire pressures, teams are going to find every way they can to make the most out of the performance again.
It was the 2013 British Grand Prix, which had a total of 6 tire failures, so there was a few things going on in that area.
Can you imagine being the poor PR manager in the week after that?
I feel sorry for them, I think, more than the average fan, as occasionally they're put in a no-win position, but then again, they opted to be sole tyre supplier to a championship that has an incredibly large microscope and potentially some incredibly fickle fans. But then again, what are you going to do, You're the tyre of Formula One. That's something to have.
It's the pros and cons, right? You are the tyre for Formula One. You're also designing the tyre that Formula One wants you to have. I'm just going to make a comment. I don't like the 18-inch wheels. I maybe it's the nostalgia in me, but David, what is it about the old 13-inch wheels that just looked better on an F1 car?
Yeah, they're not considering moving somewhere sort of in between.
Are they really?
Shortly, I believe. Yeah. So what did we went from 13s to 18s, and now they're talking about 15s or something. I'm with you. It's there is something classic about them.
Oh, you just made my day, David. You have no idea. Is that real? Is this real?
I don't want to hype it too. I swear, it was something that was under consideration.
You are correct. I've just found an article where they are considering moving down to a smaller tire. Oh, I'm excited. That would be quite fun. And not just looks. There's obviously then factors that influence how the racing is with the tire as well. And I'm sure cold tires will be slightly less of an impact there when it comes to going out on a fresh track. 2 hours and 20 to go. Still waiting, of course, to really get a good sense for where the three red line cars are going to sit at the end of this race. But you'd assume that Luke Bennett, who continues to lead at the front, is going to be most comfortable of them all. Benito then second, Labigra third with 20 seconds, divvying up the Lamborghinis as they run right now. Vince Cusi made some analysis of the BOP about 15-20 minutes ago now at this point, which was basically saying that, you know, you pull away the red line Lamborghinis from the mix, so chop the top three off on the timing screen on the left-hand side of your screen, David. And being honest, being realistic, it's not like the Lamborghinis have been dominant. Yes, a lot of them have had issues. Sontec, the other one of the Falcon Sim Racing cars, for example. But, you know, Porsches, BMWs, they're looking a lot stronger in comparison. So going back to the idea that maybe Redline's just made the most of the Lamborghini, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, no matter the racetrack or the category of cars, you're not surprised to see a Team Redline car up the top. So if one of them is in the Lamborghini, goes, oh yeah, this is what's working for me, to have then multiple Team Redlines in the same model of car also up the top, it's just, you know, you find a way to work it well, and then they're a very, very capable team. Some of that shares around, and then yeah, they got a couple up the top.
Yeah, and when you enter with 4 cars that all qualified basically inside of the top 10, you leave yourself in a very, very good position to capitalize and take advantage, no matter how the rest of the race is going to unfold from there. Again,
you know why we need an art rework of Bathurst?
Why? Ooh, tell me.
Because we're missing something very important.
Do tell, because I love the Fujitsu banner with Tubby Taylor on it, but what would we get if we lost that?
The monorail.
There's a monorail here?
Someone with one of the properties on Conrod Strait bought an old monorail, and it sits in their yard next to the track.
Oh, that is spectacular.
And by golly, did it put Mount Panorama on the map. I
mean, that is... I've just seen some pictures of it. That is incredible. That is amazing. We need more spectator stands that are interesting things like this, because...
And with a rework, where could you put Dale Jr. around the track?
Inside that?
At the controls, baby.
Ooh, that is lovely.
Of all the things Dale Jr. has ever driven, and competently, is a monorail one of them. This is an opportunity not for us, not for iRacing, but for the man himself.
If Dale's listening...
I'm not being selfish here. I think I'm doing it for Dale.
David Haynes has got you covered, Dale. Don't you worry about that. Now, for those wondering what David is talking about, now, at every single track in iRacing, there's a Dale Jr., there's a Steve Myers hidden around the track. Now, some of these are easier to find than others. David, is there like a comprehensive list of where Dale and Steve are on every single track on iRacing? I'm not aware of it, to be honest.
It feels like there must be. I know Phillip Island, they're on a yacht, which is, I mean, it's nice, but it's no monorail.
No, it's no monorail.
It might be a mono hull. In fact, it is. But it's no monorail.
I know that, David, you and I, we share a fondness for a good RV, a good caravan trip. Are you a fan of boats as well?
You know, I am a fan of the greatest canal and inland waterway cruising boat manufacturer there is anywhere in the world, Haynes Marine of Norfolk.
I wonder why.
So, I mean, like a Haynes 320, a Haynes 40 sedan, a Haynes aft cabin. They're the motorhome of the canals and inland waterways.
And definitely no bias, because there's a name being shared amongst the two there. Check in for the fight for 19, Team PGZ. 27 seconds back from the Falcon Sim Racing car that Nicholas Laubish is behind the wheel of. And that's a late look up the inside by the entry pick. PFBR entry, long way around, and surely going to have to give up the ghost as the Team PGZ car. Sam Ward off the throttle, and let's Martin Kadicik get on forward, and I've got to say, that move came out of nowhere.
It certainly did, and I think in one way, to make a good pass at the cutting, there needs to be an element of surprise, because you very often see the car in front sort of drive it down the middle of the road, but you don't see that. You're not expecting it, and then boom. Took a little bit longer to complete it, but clearly once you're a little wide there, not a whole lot of grip, and then squeeze tight to the inside wall. In the end, a tidy pass when you could have seen that going quite wrong quite quickly.
Absolutely, and speaking of going wrong, fortunately for the sole surviving BMW M Team Mouse car, this is the self-admitted Stream Team car, Yuri Kastorp onto the curb, gets a brief moment, hangs onto it, and as calm as you'd like, descends down the hill. That could have been a whole lot worse than that BMW M4 GT3.
It's no Jürgen Frank, is it, to be honest, but I think you'd rather that way. You have that just a little moment where your heart stops, rather than a full-blown heart attack that SimRC probably had.
I can only imagine what was being said in the voice chat when Jürgen went around, and the screaming, the shouting, and then the calmness as it all settled down, and Jürgen
I think we can't broadcast that kind of language even if it's in German.
No, probably not, but then can you imagine Jürgen just jumping in to say, well, the car's fine, don't worry, guys? Come on, great moment there.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead, by the way. The great thing about being able to look into the perspective of many of these teams is we get the ability to not just see the drivers when they're behind the wheel, but we can see what's happening when they are not necessarily driving as well. I have dialed up Louis Nazer's webcam as we see him standing quite eagerly, probably 14 minutes away, David, from jumping in for the final 2 hours of this race.
There we go. Having a beverage, placing the beverage within arm's reach, contemplating, visualizing,
Setting up, that's for sure.
manifesting, perhaps.
So he's, I don't see any gloves around. He's got some socks on, so at least he's proper sim racing etiquette there. Either shoes or socks. There's no bare feet allowed in sim racing with load cell pedals. Now, okay, David, this is next level. His seat says Williams Esports on it, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, Recaro up top, Williams Esports. I think you can just make out a little bit underneath that.
That is a next level detail. How do we get that on our cockpits? RaceSpot logos, please.
Learn how to stitch.
I'll come back to you on that one.
You working on any other talents at the moment?
Might take me a while. That's all I have to say.
Okay. You're not juggling in your spare time now, or?
I'm up to juggling with chainsaws. That's where we are now.
Ah, cool.
We blow it up
Okay,
a little
yeah.
bit bigger. Yeah, it's definitely Williams Esports written there.
Look, seats be damned. Let's get some RaceSpot branded like air purifiers and dehumidifiers.
I'm up for that too. We have. I got an email actually a couple of days ago as that's traffic that's going to pull to the side. Let Daniel Pastrol through. We'll let Louis Nazer go and focus on getting ready for the stints that he's got ahead. We did some RaceSpot pins a couple of years ago. I got an email saying, would you like to get some more of them? And I was thinking, RaceSpot merch needs to make a return, but we've got to find a better way to do it because me mailing out hundreds of pins isn't logistically viable. If you have ideas for cool merch, maybe it's a punching kangaroo or something drawn with a cute animation or something. Whatever it is, let us know. We'll steal your idea, put it on a shirt, and we'll give you credit for it at the very least.
Oh, I've got one.
Okay, tell us.
It's owed to RaceSpot, the signature RaceSpot scent.
See, now because you are part of the RaceSpot team, I have to inform you that we're taking your idea. We're not actually obligated to pay you anything for it.
You are obligated to let me smell like the crisp and sharp sim racing scent that is the black and yellow of RaceSpot. Subtle notes of pine and cloth.
I wonder is there actually a scent for motorsport? Does someone market a scent for motorsport?
Used diff oil. Ugh.
Right, it would be something like that, wouldn't it? It would be something peculiar. Although there is a distinctive smell to a pit lane that is quite intoxicating in some ways. And going back to the prototypes, we haven't talked about them very recently, but I can only imagine what it's like when they fire away initially on the electric powertrain, and then midway down pit lane, David, the engine roars into life, everything kicks into gear, and then you've got not just the sound, not just the noise, but the smell as well of the cars leaving the lane.
There is a unique smell to warm but not burnt rubber that you don't get on the road.
Yeah. If you want to... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's just one of those, like, you're hanging around the paddock at a race event, you're near the pit straight, whatever, where the tyres come off the car and they have a little bit of a smell coming from them. Whereas on the road, you either don't smell them, or someone, without ABS locks them all up and you smell burnt rubber. But, warm race rubber, good smell.
So that's what we need to make a clone of, is what it sounds like. If you do enjoy the smell of tyres, now in Formula One, Pirelli takes the tyres away at the end of the race weekend and actually recycles them by themselves to just take full care of the full cycle. But in various other races and racing series, a lot of the manufacturers will actually give tires away. I remember distinctly at the Indy 8 Hours a couple of years ago, just watching fans rolling Pirelli tires through the grandstands and through the infield as they just watch the closing stages of the race, ready to take these Pirelli tires, which have just come off race cars, back home to be part of their collections. There are some interesting little memorabilia bits that you can add in the world of motorsports, and I'd be curious to hear what some of our fans have been able to, and some of our viewers have been able to accumulate in their time. David, anything interesting?
Little known fact is that Bibendum actually started off as a race fan, and then he got given too many free tires.
Really?
Yeah. So and now he just lives like that, big and large, and at racetracks, waving behind winners while they get their photo taken. Do I have any interesting bits? I'll tell you what I did come home with, which was free. I've got a Craft Bamboo Caltex with Techron can cooler that they were giving away.
Nice. The free stuff is always the best stuff as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Do they have a grid walk for Bathurst, by the way?
No.
No, I guess it is dark.
It's too early.
Yeah. It'd be a logistical issue. When I was at Daytona, David, I was really surprised to see that on the grid walk that they had there, there's basically stuff on the car for you to take. There's a couple of cards that you can get signed by the drivers if they happen to be standing there. And so you're actually encouraged to go and touch the race car, which, I'll just be honest, would terrify me as a racing driver, having people come and touch my race car just before one of the biggest races of the year.
Yeah, but then maybe if everyone else and then you don't, it's bad luck. So I don't know, maybe you hope you're going to harness the spirit of the fans or something.
Spirit of the fans, spirit of the barbecue, maybe, especially up the top of the mountain.
Oh, best souvenir is the guy who picked up the rear wing of that BMW M4 last weekend.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's the type of story that I'm talking about. You were watching at the start of the broadcast, David. You were bringing up what was it, Charles?
Charlie Verts?
Charlie Verts that did a Tony Hawk ollie with his BMW through the cutting. Was that the rear wing that he got?
Yes.
Oh.
So they recovered the car and most of the other parts, but somewhere through that crash, the rear wing main plane ended up a long way from the track, down a hill on someone's private property. And then the next day, someone found it.
Good.
Basically, Motorsports MH370.
I'm glad that someone's picked it up and put it into, I'm hoping, what is a worthy collection. Off to the side, I'm very proud of this. I have Devlin DeFrancesco's rear wing from Texas a couple of years ago. If you are an IndyCar fan, you remember the race in which Devlin got tangled up with, 3 or 4 different drivers, and we wrote off a couple of let's be honest, millions of dollars worth of IndyCar chassis. I've got the rear wing from that, and I love stories like that. So whoever's got the BMW M4 rear wing that did an ollie, congratulations. You have a piece of motorsports history, and you should savor and enjoy it. And, you know, I'm not joking about some of the lengths that people will go to get interesting and unique bits of memorabilia like this. One of my favorite things, David, about attending the Indy 500 has been going to the Indy memorabilia show that happens the race weekend. It's in a big hotel convention center. They fill it out with memorabilia from all walks and all times of the Indy 500. We're talking programs going back to the early years, race suits, race helmets from recent couple of years, and you know, going back in time as well. They had a Rolex 24 winning trophy. It wasn't a watch, it was a trophy apparently. They've had all sorts of cool things, and just going there, walking through and seeing all the amazing stuff. If you want Bobby Unser's key to the city of Long Beach, well, you can have it for $65.
I think that's about what it's worth. I don't know what I'm talking about. What was it? Yes. I was watching some of the Larry Perkins and Perkins Engineering YouTube content. Very interesting deep dive, sort of behind the scenes of a lot of motorsport stuff. They were going through the collection of Larry Perkins race suits. Ooh. And he had a couple of Grand Prix starts before mainly being known for racing touring cars in Australia. But at one point, he got given by Nelson Piquet one of Piquet's Brabham race suits. And then Larry Perkins took all of the sponsored badging stuff off, and he raced in that suit for a little while. Whereas if he hadn't done that and had kept it, I think the race-worn F1 suit of a 3-time world champion probably would have been worth a little more than just buying your own race suit.
Yeah. Oh, that's... Yeah.
It's like, we've taken all of it off except for this one Parmalat sticker. You've just got to believe us, this used to be Nelson Piquet's suit that he wore in one of his world championship years.
The price that people will pay for some of this memorabilia, by the way, there is a market in and of itself around it as pit stops back underway. Both of the Williams Esports Porsches, the BenQ and the Chil Blast car. You see Chil Blast on the jacks. BenQ sat down and just waiting to go. It is going to be Louis Nager and Daniel Lafuente that are jumping in to run to the end. Engine revs for Nager as he pulls his way back out onto track now. 2 hours and 3 minutes to go as he leaves the lane. David, there will have to be a little bit of fuel saving to get that car to the end without a splash and dash.
Yeah, right off the start in the very, very first stint, we were talking about, who makes it to the top of the hour. Quite a few cars were close then. They've probably all been able to save a little more since then, but you're looking at, okay, 2 and some sizable change to go in this race. Yeah, it is going to be 2 stints of saving, whereas some of those other cars you're going, okay, well, there's 1 or 2 stints in this race. They're going to have to extend. The others they can push on and it'll be no dramas. But yeah, that is a situation you put yourself into right here. It sort of defines your strategy for the next 2 hours, 4 minutes or so. The last piece of trivia and memorabilia that I think I'll bring up here is the most Melbourne thing I think I've ever seen. I was on the tram after the Sunday Grand Prix at the Australian Grand Prix heading back into town, and on the tram someone had one of the brake marker boards, and you don't realise how big the 150 metre brake marker board is until someone's got it on a crowded tram.
I guess it's got to be big because you approach it at pretty quick speeds, and so you want to be able to see it as far away as possible. But correct me if I'm wrong, David. They aren't letting people onto the track this year at the end of the Australian Grand Prix. I saw a bit of hubbub about that on social media.
Oh,
is this news to you?
I'm not going, so I don't know.
Well, I saw that it was removed as part of the traditional access that people get as buying their normal grandstand and general access tickets, and that seemed like a really cool part of the event that's been taken away, so hopefully that gets added back. About 90 seconds away from the 2-hour mark and saying goodbye to David Haynes. David, been great to have you as part of the coverage. I'll ask you for a prediction. Which one of the red line cars comes out on top?
Oh, probably the Lamborghini.
Oh, that's a good answer. Which number Lamborghini?
Ooh, I mean, I you're odds on Luke Bennett at the moment, aren't you? Like, there's not a whole lot to separate the Lamborghinis other than that this one's currently 15 seconds up the road and in the lead.
All right, that's
with an endurance light bar on.
That's the obvious question. Endurance light bar powering them forward for sure. What do you think, though, we'll be looking for in these next 2 hours as we run to the end? This has been, of course, a Bathurst 12 hours like no other. So many cars still left on track. So much traffic to navigate through.
Well, the track to cool off, some cars in need to fuel save, some cars that have already fuel saved, sort of taking some splash and dashes later on in this race. And so you will have some maybe slight different tyre ages through towards the end here as well as the track cools off.
So down to 43 degrees Celsius, not quite below 40, but nearing that threshold. Been great to have David Haynes, as mentioned, as part of the coverage here on the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours presented by the coach Dave Delta. But as we head into the final 2 hours of action, the final 2 hours of this 12 hours sprint, we welcome back in Lewis McLeod, who's been commentating on another race at Mount Panorama. Well, Lewis, I guess in some ways not much has changed since the last time we were here and talking. It's still Redline on top, just one less out front.
Yeah, indeed. I did see the issue for the 44, which is obviously around this part of the racetrack. It had a bit of a moment, obviously on the rear end of Alex Dunn's number 99. I say drama has happened, but I'm sure in the next 2 hours we'll have plenty more drama. Probably a lot more talk about racetracks, golf, bad liveries, good liveries, what's orange and brown, and of course how dominant a Team Redline right now.
No, we're not talking about orange and brown, because the answer is Lewis is wrong. He just can't admit it. And orange is orange, brown is brown. Team Redline dominance, though, I'm just reminded about end of, what was it, 2021, Lewis? We recorded a brief segment for VCO Send It, Arjuna versus Lewis, where we just debated. We talked about a topic, and for episode 1, we thought, let's talk about the best team in sim racing. Now, in a conversation like this, fundamentally, you need two sides to the argument. So you grabbed Redline, I grabbed Coanda. Logically, those were the two options I guess you'd talk about at the time. Let's be honest, if we were to repeat that situation now, we'd both be fighting to make sure we were Team Redline.
Yeah, it's kind of like... So, right now in the world of sim racing, you've got to kind of sit back and look. And the whole thing with when we were doing that discussion is that we weren't just talking about iRacing, we were talking about the wide world of sim racing. So at that point, things like R-Factor 2, Assetto Corsa, Composite CNE, etc. Right? And you have to sit back and look at it and be like, what teams are the strongest? Now, we picked, obviously, Redline and Coanda because they were the strongest overall in the world of sim racing. When you compare, what's been achieved in iRacing, what's been achieved in like Le Mans Virtual. At that point, both Coanda and Redline were racing in ACC, in various events and stuff. You have to like look at that and be like, Redline are really strong right now. Who's the second team? Who's the other team that you would put in there? Williams have strong contingents across the board. RHG no longer race in iRacing. There aren't many big competitions on the likes of RF2, so they've kind of got to remove that as being one of the priorities. But you've obviously got Rensport. Like, who is the second team? Is it still Coanda, or is there somewhere else that you throw into? Because if it's not Coanda, I don't know what other team I'd put anywhere near Team Redline.
So I think if we were talking 12 months ago, you'd probably suggest... You wouldn't make the argument that they were definitely better, but you'd suggest that the Apex Racing team, part of the conversation, 2022 was, let's be honest, their year on iRacing. It really was.
Sure.
And they were starting to make the outreach, right, into other platforms, courtesy of the VCO Esports Racing League and some of those other competitions. And so, 12 months later on, right here, right now, 24th of February 2024, clip it. There's no one else that you can really insert into that mix, and it's a scary thing to say. RHG, let's go over to, ESLR1 just for a second. RHG was one of the teams that was also very strong in that competition last year. But they were only really in that competition last year. Took a step back from iRacing, and so unlike Redline, which has been so dominant for now so many years across the platforms, if anyone can come up with a suggestion, Lewis, I'm all ears.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, RAG stepping back on the iRacing side of things. Obviously, they still have whenever F1 Esports actually ends up starting. They do have Ronha. Yes, we're not going to dive too deep into it, but incredibly fast, very talented. Blah 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 blah. Is an RAG driver, so they do have that side of things. But realistically, I wouldn't feel comfortable. Like I say, if you'd been able to fight Team Redline off me, I wouldn't feel comfortable going into battle being like, RAG are better than Team Redline, because I would be convinced of it myself. Team Redline are the strongest team in sim racing at the moment. That doesn't mean that they will be all the way through, but they presently right now look at it are, and they've been made stronger now, courtesy of number one, the whole Red Bull Racing side of things, and number two, the departure from sim racing from the Urano Esports team and how they've hoovered up quite a few of their drivers.
Good shout there. Vince Cusi's also said Williams Esports, as we see the academy
They're
card
there or
together.
thereabouts.
What I will say is, on iRacing, they are always in and amongst at the top, right? They are regularly there.
Yep.
Rennsport, they weren't always in the mix. They had speed, maybe not the consistency. They've had some changes, of course, in the lineup as well recently, with a couple of their drivers leaving. Where I think they really make themselves known, their best platform, Lewis, is the one that Dara McCormack gets the race on, which, of course,
ACC,
GT3 cars ACC. And let's be honest there, when you got someone like Dara McCormack, he is there anyone better than him at ACC?
I mean, there's definitely a few that are in the same kind of ballpark, for sure. But, I mean, look, Dara McCormack is definitely up there. Williams as a team are definitely up there. And then, obviously, you do have to take into account their exploits and stuff in things like the Mont Virtual, courtesy mostly of the likes of Nikodem Wisniewski and Kubrzinski, both of who left the team in the recent couple of weeks. Not sure as to where they're going to next. There's some speculation at the moment, but very interesting to see where those two might end up. But see, this is the thing, is that genuinely, if I'm looking at it, if I'm to say which team is second to Redline across the entirety of sim racing, Williams would kind of be the one that I'd be leaning to as a second. I just don't think they're just not on the same level as Redline on a consistent basis.
Yep. Agree with you there. And again, I think it just goes, we are trying to justify including teams in the conversation. To be fair, we're not even having the conversation about who is the greatest. We're just trying to keep people up
Who's
there.
closest?
And put them into the mix. So, yes, goes again just to show how strong they are, and we interesting to follow them this year. Can they make a clean sweep of special events? Of course, they won the GTD class at Daytona. Can they win here again at Bathurst and continue just rolling that momentum forward? We will surely be tracking that as one of the storylines to keep an eye out. And while it's not a factor here, winning these special events has so often been just bragging rights. When it comes to Sebring next up, Lewis, there's a bit more higher stakes. There's spots on the IMSA Esports Global Championship up for grabs.
Yep, obviously one of the 4 VCO Grand Slams, and the winners of the VCO Grand Slams in both the prototype category and, of course, in the GTD, so GTPs and GTDs, get an entrance into the IMSA Esports Championship at the end of the year, or whenever Arjuna decides to actually get on with it.
No comment.
Basically, obviously, it was fantastic last year. It's been built on brilliantly. I don't want to give you too much credit, but it was fantastically entertaining. And so, like I said, there's a bit more weight and gusto, and for those, especially for the teams that, we kind of got talking about this whilst we were on Daytona, the first of these Grand Slams, is that there are some teams that are basically guaranteed an entry, the likes of Redline, the BS Competition, blah, 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 blah. But there are plenty of other teams that maybe haven't had an entry over the last seasons or whatever, and kind of want to fight their way in. They don't feel like they are guaranteed an entry. This is, it's those VCO Grand Slams where they can go, actually, do you know what? I don't need an invite. I'm going to get it myself.
And big ups to not just VCO for suggesting this great idea to tie the iRacing Grand Slam, some of the iRacing special events into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Excuse me, but also for the great teams at IMSA and iRacing for being on board with it and wanting to push some of these ideas forward. We've got more ideas in the works. I will have to zip it before I say anything that's going to get me in trouble, but all I will say is conversations have begun, and I look forward to sharing more in time when it comes to 2024 IMSA esports and everything that is to be revealed. Reina Talvar in front of Sebastian Weldon. So final driver changes have complete. We're into the final 2 hours of the race, and BMW M Team BS Plus competition, the Marla Racing team, find themselves behind the virtual coach car, still yet to come down pit lane for the penultimate time today. Getting closer and closer to finding out just how large the gaps are going to be that some of these machines are going to have to overcome. Of course, Talvar and Weldon will be thinking, oh, we'd love to be in front of that Porsche come the end of the race. That Porsche's got an awful lot shorter time on pit lane to be thinking about, though.
Yeah, obviously, this is the whole bit where in the race, your strategies have already been set. You've already dealt with it. Florian Lebigra down onto the lane. Your strategies are already set. They're already laid out. They're already dealt with. It is what it is. Was that Marla car very slow? Was it just
it's not enjoying its run right now. It is on this lap already dropping back. I'm not sure if there's an issue potentially.
I think there must be.
Let's ride on board. Let's watch the steering. It looks relatively straight.
But it looked really slow going through Griffin's Bend. It could have just been the Delta and maybe a little bit of my eye.
We'll keep an eye on it. We'll come back to it as well in a moment's time, just as he makes his way down the mountain. If you're just joining us and you're wondering, at one point there used to be 4 red line machines up front, and now there's only 3. Well, it's probably not a bad idea to turn the clock back and show you the replay as pit stop cycle Sam Coiter into the box for red line. Just checked up behind some other cars, and realistically, that's the danger of the mountain. When you're in traffic, Lewis, there's really not much time to react and to plan out the moves you want to make.
Yeah, it was Alex Dunn behind the wheel of the Apex Racing car. And like I say, the 44 just coming down here, just a little bit kind of wrong place, wrong time. But it was a bit of a wiggle from Dunn. Right in front, like I said, just right in the wrong place at the wrong time, just a little bit into the rear end, and then was basically stationary there for a little while before being able to flick spin the car back around and set it on its way. As we'll see the virtual coach by Gridden go in the pit lane there. There is the Porsche.
Last time by for Sebastian Weldon, 2:05. 6:16, so I think that does sort of lean towards a bit of a slow lap. Was 1.6 seconds slower than his teammate Reina Talvar in the sister BMW M Team car that's just up the road. So not sure where the mistake was, but it can be so easy just to get on the power a little bit too late to be on the brakes and get a bit of understeer. And Sebastian Weldon just making a small error that's cost him a whole bunch of time. Luke Bennett from the race lead going to be in and hands the car over to Chris Lullum. Silly Lully gets the responsibility of trying to win this race, and look at the slight damage on the left-hand side.
I know that most of the cars around here will have some form of damage on the odd wall scrape. As much as we were talking about like 0Xs and stuff and getting through the race with no instant points, the idea of getting through the race without a wall scrape around here is really unlikely. Also, you've broke Vince Kusi's heart, so well done.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vince. We were just letting people who are joining us for the first time know what happened to the 44. Vince Kusi was cheering them on out of pit lane. Nico Rubilar directly alongside with the WSR Esports butt kicker entry. That is a couple of laps down and lets it run its course on through. Now we'll get a sense for the gap as Chris Lullum out of the lane. Where does he stack up in comparison to Gianni Vecchio? Gianni's out of turn 1. Margin between first and second, 20 full seconds, and notes that Vecchio and Coiter are right on top of one another.
Yeah, exactly. The battle for that final step of the podium between the 2 red line cars. I would take a wild guess that they are perfectly okay to go on the attack. They're like, generally speaking, red line don't like to get too involved with telling their drivers whether they can or cannot race. And I think I would suspect on this occasion that there won't be. But it is the whole use your common sense, lads. No big send over the top of the mountain, no move around the outside of skyline. Just make it clean, make it simple. Make sure you don't lose too much time, and make sure that you're not risking the race and the cars.
I'm going to ask you a question here, Lewis.
Okay.
Which of these red line Lamborghinis looks better? The one with the lighter blue or the one with the darker blue? It's a tough question, actually.
It is tough. So I think the one with the darker blue, so the one that's actually as it should be, I think does look better. Although I will say that I think most of that is because of spec map, right? Well, yeah, the shades and stuff like that. I will say though, when Redline had a little bit more of the blue on it, so it wasn't basically just like this really dark, like what you can see in the background. It was a bit more like the blue of what we could see. I actually think it did look better there, like if it was that kind of dark blue but with the metallic, if you get what I mean.
I am picking up what you're putting down, and I agree with you. I feel like today's experiments of no spec map, let's call it that. No spec map was an experiment, has proven that maybe the slight addition of a bit more blue works really, really nicely. Car looks good no matter what. The only thing that if they really wanted to change different colors, please. Let's have Team Redline red, let's have Team Redline blue, let's have Team Redline purple back, please.
Yeah. Oh, it's not on brand. I don't care. I don't care if it's not on brand.
I'm a dumb commentator. I need your help, please.
Yes. You had 4 Lamborghinis in this, and they're all the same. For goodness sake, apart from one of them, but that's your fault. Let's spice them up. Let's zazz them up a little bit. I remember jumping on and seeing Redline Ice Blue and Redline Green and Redline Purple.
It's exciting.
They just looked good. They looked different. You could then side with your friends. It's why I still maintain, at the moment, I think that the team that does the different liveries, generally speaking, the best, is Williams.
Oh, yeah, agreed. I don't think there's any question about it either.
It looks... I know a lot of people will be like, oh, yeah, but what about like BS competition, with the BS Turner car and the BS competition and the Marla car? The thing is sometimes from a distance that they don't... Some of the Marla car doesn't really feel like a BS competition car, right?
I mixed up the BS Turner and BS competition cars today, trying to see which one of them was leaving pit lane.
Exactly. Whereas with the Williams cars, you can tell it's a Williams car, and there is no doubt as to which one you're looking at. And we get to have a conversation as to what colour it actually is.
It was
We're
orange.
not talking about that.
It was orange.
What colour's the front of this car? The Academy.
Oh, now.
Is it green or is it yellow?
That is actually genuinely what I was hesitant to say, because it's not Grello, but it's in that in between where I'm going to say yellow.
Yeah, I'd lean. It's very day glow yellow, isn't it?
It's a bit more yellow than green for me.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
This is one of those ones that's genuinely in the middle. Orange was orange, though. We'll leave it at
orangey brown.
That. No, it was orange. It was orange.
It was bronze.
It was orange.
It was copper.
I like how we are more than a month removed.
Still talking about it.
Yeah, this goes back to the fact that we're playing our characters. Anyway, we won't talk about the fake drama that we stir up on broadcast. David Haynes, by the way, I'm not sure if you heard, Lewis, he gave us his top 5 tracks. Really interesting as well.
What did he say?
Bathurst, number 1.
Cool.
Nordschleife, number 2.
Cool.
Macau, number 3.
Fair. Disagree, but fair.
And then I forget what the other 2 were, but one was Le Mans, and there was another one which was regular.
Disagree.
Normal. And so basically, we had a nice, fun conversation about Macau. And do you know the commentary clip of How Do You Do?
No.
No, you don't remember when Lawrence Fantel won the race upside down?
Oh, well, yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, I do remember that. I didn't remember the commentary clip.
No, and it's just fantastic. They're battling, and the commentators, I'm assuming he was going to say, how do you do this? I mean, it's fantastic. There's something along those lines. And suddenly there's a car upside down, and he goes, how do you? And he's going to say the next line in the sentence, and pitch goes up a couple of octaves, and if you ask Tiff Nadell, you probably shouted a bit too much. In terms of the commentary.
Can't remember who was on commentary.
It was Jake Sanson, who did a perfectly good job. And
was it Sanson? Oh, really?
Anyone that has done long enough broadcasts will know your voice is going to crack. It's not a question of if, but when.
Yeah, and your brain's going to fade at some point.
Oh, absolutely.
As I found many a time. So yeah, no, I didn't realise it was Sanson. I couldn't remember, because I know like Alan Hyde and Jonathan Green go out and do that one. I know Adders was on it this year as well. They do change up who's on. One day it'll be you and me. We'll be talking about sim racing.
We'll be getting shouted at for shouting about. Okay,
that's true.
Yeah, there you go.
And they've all crashed again.
I mean, it's just hilarious, because I remember trying to build my show reel at the end of last year, and I was looking through clips of Gamers 8, really fun, where we had so much fighting, and there was a specific race that I had in mind. Fantastic finish, Lewis. You remember we were talking earlier about transponders?
No. Yeah.
No, but you know the race that I'm now referring to, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was that race,
yeah.
okay? And I loved that race. It was fantastic all the way to the end. But the problem was Moritz Lohner made an audacious move around the outside of Ascari on the final lap. That changed who the 12 drivers that were going to be, that were going to fight the next day for all the prize money. And so my voice absolutely cracks and goes in the moment. And so I just about managed to sneak that clip in. But then 10 seconds later, my voice is still totally ruined, and I can't include the clip of me calling it to the finish. So, voices, things happen.
Yeah, it's rough. But let's be honest, making a show reel is painful. It's painful. Any time, if you ever think, right, that commentators are like really egotistical, which most of us are, it's fine. But ask if they enjoy making their show reel or not. If they say yes,
then yes, they are.
Then yes, they absolutely are egotistical. If they say no, I hate it, it is my least favourite thing to do on planet Earth, then, I mean, they're still pretty egotistical, but at least they've got some sort of humility. I absolutely love... No, I can't stand it. I think it's terrible. It is the worst thing to do.
I hate it so much that I didn't do one in 2023, and I just like...
I've not done one yet.
Yeah, no.
I need to do my one for this year, but I'm just like, I cannot do it.
And now you're already almost in March, right? And it's like,
yeah.
Oh, well, I might as well leave it, because I've already got last year's one.
Exactly. I'm already picking up work for this year. It's fine. It's fine.
That's exactly what happened. By the way, if you want to get a sense for what it sometimes can be like commentating on races, go to YouTube, Twitch, whatever you're watching on, go to the settings and turn it down to legitimately the lowest. Try looking at that and calling the race for 10 minutes.
Yep.
Because I promise you, I've got screenshots that will prove that I've commentated from feeds that are worse than what the lowest quality you can get on a streaming services. So sometimes when you say that the commentators are complaining too much about liveries, one, you're right. Two, deal with it. We want to try and be good at our jobs, please.
Honestly, obviously I did a broadcast between my two stints here, and on there at one point the feeds genuinely went to what I would classify as below 144, and you're just looking at it being like, I could be looking at a beautiful still of mashed potato right now, and I couldn't tell you. That's where you turn to live timing, and you're effectively commentating on gaps and timing sheets whilst also hoping for the best. It's interesting. Thankfully, that doesn't happen so much these days. It's a little bit rarer,
especially when you're dealing with me as your producer, right? The best producer you've ever worked with.
Well, I think you're doing Hugo a little bit of a disservice there. But that's fine.
No comment.
Look, he's your boss as well. That's fine.
That he is. We love you, Hugo. #don't fire me, please.
Look, it goes Hugo. It goes Philip Stam, who I have done a broadcast.
I'm below Philip.
Where yeah. Well, I know who pays the bills.
Tough crowd, man.
Then it's Mike Yao. Then Cameron Roger, because
like you said, you know who pays the bills.
Yeah, and then you.
How do I
actually chuck Emil in there somewhere?
Oh wow! Right click, ban client. Now we don't have to deal with Lewis anymore for the rest of the day. No, trust me, broadcast production. Easier than a lot of people will tell you it is. Harder than a lot of people will tell you that it is as well. It is legitimately both easier and harder at the same time. But it's also a lot of fun. Vince Cusi says we're not doing a lot of talking about the race. It's genuinely in that state where, even going back to this fight that we've been watching for a little bit now, Drago in front of the Williams Esports Academy, virtual coach .gg by GNG, more G's than Snoop Dogg's got in his name, of course, in that team name. What's really going on at this point? They're just trying to stay out of trouble and let themselves be in a position at the end of this race, Lewis, to actually try and finish.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about, again, keeping it out of the barriers, keeping the gaps close, hoping for some mistakes from others, and running your strategy. I'm pretty sure there might be some moves coming onto that final stint, or maybe even like later on in this one, obviously on the penultimate stint of the race. But right now, what does that even say? Join
our something. Lewis, I think they recognize that unfortunately the Apex Racing team didn't want you, and I think that Grid and Go, virtualcoach.gg.
Oh, so join our team.
I think they want you, Lewis.
Look, you need to reveal the last word. But is it definitely join our team?
Oh no, it's join our
Discord. Discard. Exactly. No one is going to put join our team. To be fair, right? Okay, let's just thank you. Let's just talk though about like teams and stuff. I have said before, when it comes like little details on liveries. Thank you. Little details on liveries, I absolutely love. So putting something like that. Who kind of thought of that when they were designing it? They were just sort of like, yeah, do you know what? We'll put hashtag join our Discord here.
I wonder if they also watched enough RaceSpot broadcasts to figure out exactly where we had that camera placed. Because different broadcasters have different camera packs as well, right? So like what we have here, this angle, maybe another broadcaster wouldn't have. Did they tailor that for, which races they're in?
I would say that, but then the up top onboards, which is the one that we use the most, it says join our something, and we didn't know what it was. And you would assume if they knew that it was going to be this angle, they would have pushed it a little bit further over to the left.
But this is anticipation, you see? This is the tease. Join our... Wait, what do they want us to join?
That's true. We have given them some extra broadcast time courtesy of this.
Yes.
Although the low quality does almost make it look like it says join Kerr Discord.
Well, okay, let's not place all the blame on them. My poor computer, Lewis. I can tell you it is a hot day in California. Mm-hmm. It is 22 degrees Celsius in the correct and proper units. Most of this past week, it's been legitimately down in 13. It's toasty in my room right now. Don't make my poor computer struggle anymore with high-quality liveries.
I want to see, 8K liveries.
You want to see my computer at 3 FPS is what you want.
God, no. Yeah, I was going to say, no, actually, God, no. To be fair, like doing liveries and stuff, when you're doing them on high res, like the higher res, you almost think like, oh, well, yeah, but you can do this, you can do that, you can do so much more, and it's like, great. It will take so much longer to do liveries because you have to get everything, like getting everything pixel perfect right on the current livery is hard work. But that obviously just makes it harder because you've got more room for error. And trust me, when it doesn't line up by a pixel,
right,
you normally go, oh, you wouldn't notice that. Honestly, your eye can tell from a mile away. When it's just not right, when it goes over a panel gap and it looks a bit funky, meh. I think as we've all done with liveries, you have spent genuinely like 10 minutes moving it one pixel at a time, saving it, checking it. No, not quite. One more no, not quite. One more, and it takes ages.
Yes.
For one line.
You saw the wonderful livery that I made for myself.
It was horrendous.
Wonderful livery. I cannot tell you how much saving and then exporting there was to try and make sure that all my wonderful features on that livery were in the correct place. So that you could see whether it was my eyes, whether it was my expression, all the different things. Yeah, it was a frustrating process. So shout out to your livery designers out there. You do some simply glorious work, and we appreciate all that you do. Unfortunately for you, Lewis, you aren't very appreciated anymore at RaceSpot, I can tell you.
Why not?
Dane Baird heard what you had to say about.
Oh, I didn't say Dane.
The list of producers. Did you even list his name in that list?
I didn't.
You're in trouble. You are in trouble.
Because I think of Dane as so much more than just a broadcast producer.
He is just RaceSpot, is what you're trying to say.
I see him as a close friend and confidant and colleague above all else.
Would you play golf with him?
I would play golf with him.
That's the most important thing. Would Lewis McLeod play golf with you? Off and away from pit lane for Alex Dunn with 90 minutes to go. Remember, the car that's been through its fair share of issues, I should say, including speeding on pit exit. let's be honest, uncharacteristic mistake done in that 99 machine. Out in 10th spot, though. In terms of recovery drives, there are worse days. Although we know the Apex Racing team, they will be, let's be honest, disappointed with a top 10, knowing that they could have got a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how much more they really would have got. Obviously, most of the time lost has been through that penalty, because it was a stop and go rather than just a drive through. Easy mistake to make, I guess, but it would be very frustrating for the team. But we know they've got the pace. We know that final stop's going to be really short for them, because obviously, they're really going to have to stick in half an hour's worth of fuel, so they might gain a couple of positions back here. But the chance, of them without that penalty, maybe there was the chance of them even pushing, maybe even sneaking a podium potentially. I mean, I don't think they'd been able to take it to red line quite that much, but certainly 4th place was on the cards. That's the important bit, and they are well aware as to how much has been lost.
Vlad Kimichev down to pit lane, 30-lap stint. He's gone longest of them all. What's that going to mean for him in the final pit stop sequence? Vince Cusi, by the way, has very ominously said that wait till you see my livery. Lewis will hate it. And Lewis, I do want to just warn you, I've seen a corner of the car. I'm not going to say too much other than I can promise you're going to hate it.
You reckon I will?
You hated my livery, right?
That is true.
I promise you'll hate that livery too, then.
Do you reckon Ewan O'Leary will like it?
Now, Ewan O'Leary has good taste in some ways, right? He thinks the Manti Grello livery is the best in motorsport. So let's be honest, good opinion. However, he's also had some tragic opinions on liveries. And so therefore, I think Ewan O'Leary is going to like whatever masterpiece / abomination that Vince Cusi can come up with.
Yeah, to really hammer this point home, there is a green and gold car on this grid. Yes, we are. The Brabham Esports car. Now, Brabham Esports, there's a partnership between them and, as you can tell by the picture here of David Toff, Arnage. Now, take the green and gold and the white that we have on here, and imagine half the livery, top to bottom, not side to side, top to bottom. Half the livery is the green and gold,
so like this.
And the other half, it's an open wheeler. The bottom half of it was green and gold, and the top half of it, so like where the engine cover is and all that, was pink, like Arnage pink and white and black.
Here's a good approximation.
Yeah, just imagine those two colours together.
And Ewan O'Leary thinks this looks good.
He did say at least that he thought it was all right. Now, I love both Brabham and Arnage.
Oh, fantastic.
I think both liveries are great. I think, the groups of people, blah, 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 blah. Comfortable hoodie that I've actually got, unlike, talking about something much hasn't even arrived yet. But that livery is an absolute abomination. Not this livery that we're looking at here, it's fine.
This is great. Oh, this is glorious.
But the livery we're describing here, these colours with pink on it as well, absolute abomination. Disgusting.
And I can say nothing except I agree with everything that Lewis McLean has just said, and I will sign the petition to request that Brabham and Arnage keep the pink and the green and gold as far away from each other moving forward, because great liveries in their own regard, just, not when you mishmash them together.
Yeah.
What is the best combo livery? I mean, BS Competition's a pretty good, hybrid asymmetric livery. Formula One, you had that split livery, of course, back in the day that split opinions as well. Clearly, Lewis not a fan of the BAR car.
No, I wasn't. What livery? No, so split liveries. There was in the Formula Racing World Championship. There was a BS Williams, which actually, in my opinion, was pretty good. I did quite like that one.
Okay.
We haven't had many in Iris. We don't get many like joint liveries.
No, we haven't. That's a good point. Still watching, by the way, Fight for 13th. Not much happening for Jakub Maciejewski and Nicholas Rubelar and Beckham Jasir, as we're probably 25 minutes away from final pit stops getting underway. Ooh. I mean, even BS Competition, let's be honest, king of the split liveries on road course racing, one of the few teams that's been doing it regularly now for 4+ years. In their e-NASCAR journey, they've gone to a bit more traditional of a livery for one of their cars, that being the Marla Racing Team car, and then the second entry does have a bit more of the split flavor going on with the sunset branding. So there are just some good liveries in sim racing, aren't there? That's realistically all we should really recognize.
Yeah, because you've got the freedom to kind of do as you please. The only problem that you get sometimes is when you look slightly closer, depending on what the file format is. Sometimes you get some really hideous compression. Cough, cough. What we're looking at. I don't know if you've looked, like, obviously you will probably notice as well, like the pain of like having like a really tiny bit of detail done really, really well, and then you save it as the .tga, which is what we use here in iRacing, and then taking a look at it in game and being like, oh my god, what's happened? Why? It's not so bad anymore, but it used to be really bad, especially when you didn't have like much room to work with the livery. But either way, we'll move on from that.
I'm not a livery designer, so I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
It's tough, man. It's just tough.
I've done some liveries. That's not to say, of course, the masterpiece that I did a week ago, best livery in the world of sim racing. I think I might win another VCO Simi award for that livery.
No, you will not.
No, you don't think so?
No. If anyone votes for Arjuna for that to be livery of the year, I will genuinely. No, I don't want to say it, actually, because I think I was going to say I'll genuinely quit commentary, but I'm now out of fear of that actually winning. So no, I won't say it, but I'll just be bitterly disappointed.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people might actually do that just so that you don't have a chance to win a third Simi award for best commentary. So this is.
We both need to be removed from it, mate.
Fair, honestly,
we can't be up again.
It's not an unfair idea for this year.
No, sorry, you can't be up for it again because you won it last year. So
no, that's not fair. You were up for it last year. At the end of the day, you've been nominated once more than me, but only because I started commentary later than you. So if we want to be fair, what we should really do is you're not allowed this year.
No.
And moving forward, I'm not allowed from next year moving forward. We're banned permanently.
Absolutely not.
No, we're not allowing that.
No, we're just banned. We're just both banned.
Okay. End of the day, it's not like the quality of the commentary would change if you got AI to come in and replace us. Might actually be more interesting given some of the crazy. Did you see some of the craziness that happened with ChatGPT this week, Lewis?
No.
Oh, let's. It would be like we asked ChatGPT to tell us a story, right? And tell us a story about racing. And it, a week ago, was telling us a beautiful story about two Lamborghinis carving their way up and down the mountain. Relentless pursuit of the race leader, no mistakes being made. Oh, what a beautiful sight. And this week, it started talking about a figure-8 race where all the cars are just piling on top of one another. And the new damage model on iRacing was getting a real workout.
Excellent. That's
ChatGPT for you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's look, as long as I don't come after my job anytime soon, that's the important bit. Right.
I mean, we're definitely not safe, not with the quality of commentary that we provide.
Well, I think the thing is, the important bit is that I think AI commentary would at least, at a bare minimum, be on topic.
Okay, but
we aren't.
You say that, but when we are 304 laps into this race, we are speaking of 10 hours and 30 minutes being in the books, 10 hours and 30 minutes of talking on topic about the race. It would be a bit boring, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah, because then you'd miss out on the discussion of what's the greatest racetrack on planet Earth and then what's the worst racetrack on planet Earth. I couldn't think of it. I was really thinking really hard. I can't think of it.
That is a callback, and yes, we never finished up this conversation because our stint in the broadcast booth came to an end. So as we focus on red line, second and third closing, of course, let's not forget Drago, Virtual Coach, Williams Esports, 13th, 14th, and 15th, keeping each other honest as well. Let's talk worst track in the world. Now, again, much like best track in the world, this is subjective. Everyone's going to have their own opinion on what makes a track good, fun, and vice versa, what makes a track bad and boring. Lewis, come on. What are your thoughts? Talk to us.
I was thinking about this. To give it a good thing, there are some circuits which I genuinely cannot stand. Brands Indy, great example. Love Brands GP. I think Brands GP is fantastic. cannot stand Brands Indy. I absolutely despise it. Every single time I have to race it, it is with an absolute groan. Thankfully, it doesn't exist anymore. Rockingham.
Okay.
Cannot stand that either. Trying to think of like other ones. Indy Road Course really is up there. Oschersleben was another one that I added to the list.
What's the famous line on commentary?
No, we can't say that. I don't know.
We
Can we say that on here?
No, we can't.
It needs to be taken into a dark room. Dot. End. Move on. Yeah, that's certainly up there. I'm trying to think of like other ones that I really, because I like generally speaking, it's from my own personal experience of racing around a given circuit. There used to be like I used to have Bothnia Ring up there, which is a circuit probably no one's really ever heard of. But then I raced not long ago and I actually quite enjoyed it. So Bothnia Ring's kind of removed from that list.
Okay.
I've got to say one of the worst racetracks ever made though is the Caesars Palace Grand Prix.
Oh, you're talking the old Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is, whoever thought that was a good idea, wrong.
I'll be honest, I had completely forgotten about this conversation in the time since we dropped this off, mainly because Lewis had talked about VR golf. So what did I do in my 4 hours away?
You've had a bit of VR golf. You've caught the bug, have you?
Not only have I played VR golf, but Lewis has managed to get me to shell out $60 for a VR golf controller. Oh,
that's right.
We are golfing tomorrow. Lewis on one side of the pond, me on the other side of the pond. Technology, it's glorious.
What course, though, mate?
We'll have to find out tomorrow because you have access to all the courses. I do
do
not yet. Because I haven't shelled out the extra money.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, okay, so that'll be sorted tomorrow then.
It's like the iRacing model. Like, once you're in, it's hard to get out.
It's pretty good, though.
It's very addictive. And I'm saying that in admiration for, I'll be honest, thinking back to 2012, 2013, when I first jumped onto iRacing, did my first few races. 11 years later, how the service has continued to evolve. Let's not talk about the ways that, of course, it's helped many people, especially in the last few years with COVID and whatnot, find communities, find friends, find people that they want to be around that they've then gone and met in person. And so, yeah, it's an exciting time for sim racing moving forward with the rain to be close as well. Indy Road, let's go back to that because Mitchell Wallace Force in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat has circled in on that one. Now, I'm going to make a statement here, Lewis. It's still bad today. However, what we have done with Indy's road course is we've made the last sector a little bit better by removing the run through Indy's turn 1 and 2 in the reverse direction that we used to take and having now a chicane and some corners there. We've also then somehow managed to make the first sector even worse because those double hairpins that we initially had when Formula One went to Indy, they were terrible. So what did we do? We removed them by adding an even worse chicane into the mix.
Yep, which hasn't caused any... Oh, wait, hang on. No? Yeah, it's caused a few issues.
Never.
Yeah. It's... Yeah, no, the thing is, it does... Ooh, nice lag. The thing is with circuits like Indy Road, right, is that they commit the biggest crime a racetrack can commit.
Okay, what is that?
Being boring. Regardless of whether a circuit is good or not or whatever, if a circuit at least has some like positivity in the fact that it's like exciting or something like that,
right.
Like fair enough, right? Some people may absolutely... I don't like Laguna Seca, right? I've never really got along with it very well. I just can't find the flow. It does nothing for me. But it's an exciting track. You know, there's cool bits in it. There's talking points. I mean, like the corkscrews like that. There's some interesting corners. You can't call it boring. Whereas Indy Road is just boring.
And you know, it goes to the story aspect that you were kind of talking about when we were talking about best tracks, right? Sorry, excuse me. The best tracks, the lap leads you down a bit of a story, right? And so when you get to a boring track, that's also pretty prevalent. Let me make a case to you then, Lewis. If most, I think we're in agreement, most Rovals are bad, but if you want a track that's then not boring, does that not implicitly mean that the Charlotte Roval is a good racetrack?
Okay, so I will say the current Charlotte Roval is pretty bad.
Right. But it's exciting.
Has anyone raced the old Charlotte Roval?
Yes. Oh, I actually have.
I know you have. I have, but those of you in chat, if you have, let me know, because speaking of crimes, that is up there. It is terrible.
Yes.
It is honestly that. When I first started on iRacing, because that was the one that was being raced like quite a bit. When you got out of the MX-5s, you get in the slow stis. Woohoo! and that was the circuit to race around. I promise you, that is a thing that it will take years off your life. Good move, though.
That's a big move for fourth as Louis Nager slips his way on forward, gets past the Simu 5 Porsche with Gabby Montoro behind the wheel, and look at him. He is definitely leant back in his seat, but looking calm, looking relaxed, 75 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's got no idea that we're talking absolute rubbish on this broadcast. That was a brilliant move from the Williams Esports BenQ car. I did get told a little bit by one Mr. Felix van Delft, who, of course, is helping a little bit strategy-wise behind the BMW M Team BS competition car, reckoning that things are going to get quite close and very interesting over the last laps of this race between the BS competition between Simu 5 between Williams. So I would expect that there will be quite a fight for fourth place here.
I like the sound of that. Should be fun, should be intriguing. Left side of the screen, we're now going to expand it to the top 15. We're down to 15 left on the lead lap. We'll keep them in focus. You can track the battles that we still have raging around on track, and especially important given that the battle for 13th likely to be lap traffic sooner rather than later. On the left side of the screen as well, let's focus in on the action for just a moment, Lewis, before we get distracted by something or the other. We've been talking about runs in terms of fuel going as long as maybe 29, 30 laps. That means, in terms of some of the cars out there, Williams Esports' Porsches in particular, at most, they're looking at 5 or 6 laps before they come in for their next time. And looking at the clock, I don't feel confident in saying that's enough for them to get to the end.
It's tight. It's really tight. That's the problem. Looking at this, scenario, it's just pushing it a little too close to it. You always want to kind of be pitting, knowing you can go for an hour basically, if you want to run some simple maths. If you know you can go for an hour or maybe even an hour and 2 minutes, you kind of want to be pitting just past the hour mark, even for the fastest. You don't want to be pitting to make sure that you basically run out of fuel at the line, purely based on the fact of that. Sure, sometimes it'll work and it'll be great. I'm sure they're running all their numbers and all their strategy as close as humanly possible. Fair enough. But we've seen it time and time again where a team will head onto 3 laps to go, and they'll look and they'll be like, we've only got 2 laps of fuel. Because they've miscalculated.
And even the best in the world, Lewis. I mean, last year, the BMW Sim GT Cup, I don't want to throw the Apex Racing team under the bus, but unfortunately they're going to be. What was it, at least 2 different races where they ran out of fuel on the final lap? Yeah,
something like that. I say, it is easier said than done. It's why you've got to play the ever so slightly safer game where possible. If you can get that extra 1 or 2 laps, I promise you, especially with now, that extra 1 or 2 laps, you're not going to lose that much time in doing so, but you are going to gain the safety and security knowing that you're within the strategy window. You might lose a little bit more time now. Are they running slightly slower towards the end of the stint now? Because I know they were getting faster towards the end of the stint earlier on in the race, but the temperatures have gone up.
That's a good question. How about I try and break out lap time charts? There you go. It's not. The problem is, because there's so many laps that are being run, we haven't actually got all of the laps up to where they are right now. It's only up to lap 302. They're on lap 309, but you can kind of see at the end of the previous stint that Lewis down into the low 4s, and I think we're probably hovering around there as well now.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we're saying from that is it's A-OK. Just keep going as long as you possibly can. There's no need to try and pit that little bit earlier to try and maybe, I don't know, get on the fresher tyres. Just don't worry about that. Just keep going as long as possible. Again, these are all things that these drivers and teams are well aware of. They've got strategists that are all watching over it. It's not even like it is down in split 17 where your race strategist is your mate who's just got out of the car, even though it does happen at this level. But generally speaking, most of these teams do have a strategist of some description.
And GT3 cars now. I feel like I should know this. But on the pit wall, you can actually see the exact fuel level of the car, right? There's telemetry that's beamed back. Whereas a lot of people will think that, oh, it's only NASCAR where, you know, no one has any idea how much fuel's in the car. IndyCar, Lewis, did you know no one's actually 100% sure how much fuel is in the tank at any time? The only time that you know how much fuel you've got in the car is when you hit the collector effectively towards the end of the run, and you get the sense of, okay, we've got 2, 3, whatever it is at that track, laps to go left on the fuel.
I did not know that.
That's scary, isn't it?
That is scary. It's one thing that you never quite realise with real racing is the tolerances and stuff when it comes to those kind of strategies, when it comes to fuel. Because we're all used to things being, you know, in sim racing, being pretty simple on that side. You know, you open up your race labs or whatever, and it'll tell you how much fuel you got left. You'll check the black box in the bottom right. It'll tell you how much fuel you got left, and you can kind of like, you know, calculate it from there. In real life, it's kind of like, bah. I mean, we've put in that many litres. It should go that far. And you're like, oh, it should exactly go that far.
It should.
Yeah.
You hope that as well. The other thing to remember when it comes to, you know, IndyCar's case and NASCAR as well, with the way they load the fuel in with the cans, how do you know how much fuel has actually gotten into the fuel tank, right? You may have flowed a certain amount out of the fuel flow itself, but yeah, there's all these tolerances. I think that's the best word really to describe it, right? And we take a lot of that for granted. And it's a lot more wishy-washy in a lot of ways in the real world, even though, of course, there's so much precision and so much data gathering that goes into that. Of course, just yesterday announced that the BOP process, which IMSA is trying to pioneer for this year, the manufacturers all working in collaboration with one another to try and set the margins for performance independently with each other's help, not working exactly as to the plan. So, you know, some points penalties and what coming out of Daytona, and BOP, 3 letters that strike fear into drivers, strike fear into the hearts of drivers, stewards, and team managers alike.
Yeah, no, I had a discussion the other day with someone who I say I had to bite my lip was
saying something.
It's an understatement, yeah. No, because we were discussing BOP, and they were saying about Formula One, and they were saying about BOP, and I was like, nah.
Someone was saying we need BOP in Formula One.
Yeah, and I was like, nah.
Do we want to name and shame them?
No, because it's not fair. Because to say that was a stupid thing to say.
Right.
I understand that F1 was damn boring last year, for the most part.
And
actually,
it seems like it will be damn boring this year too.
Exactly. And whilst that is painful to watch as a fan of the sport, and it kind of sucks, BOP ain't... Because BOP is one of those things that you can apply, but you cannot get rid of. Once it's there,
yes.
It's there. It's tough.
And as someone that's, you know, we built a custom BOP process for IMSA Esports last year, bringing in the feedback from the teams and drivers to build the process and then to tweak it along the way as well. It's a lot of work, a lot of resources need to be put into that, and I'm not just talking organizationally from the team behind the scenes that runs the series, but every single team was required to submit a minimum amount of data for a car they weren't competing in. So they've now got to go and master a different machine. Just time. Things that, you know, in sim racing we think that we have plenty of, but let's be real, because there's so much of it, how you use the time becomes so important.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand where a lot of drivers and teams will complain about it, because sometimes it can be really frustrating that you're putting in so much work in someone else's car, basically, to see, like, you know, what the pace is, blah, 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 because you want to prove it's fastest. But I remember things like, for example, Le Mans Virtual, right? And I remember everyone saying how the Porsche was really overpowered.
Oh, right,
it wasn't Commander, it was the Porsche. To which, again, the BOP process in that was fairly similar. It was, you know, you go in someone else's car and then prove that car is faster. At which point, it's kind of like it is in your control, in a sense, as a driver, as a team. If you believe that Porsche is overpowered compared to what you're driving, get in it and drive it and prove it that it is faster. that it is too fast. And whilst I understand the negatives behind a system like that, I think in sim racing, like that's the kind of formula I actually quite like, because
we have the ability to do it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do that in real life.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing, right? If in the real world they had the ability to go and drive the other cars and independently benchmark them, maybe that would be different. There's a lot of smoke out of. Is that an engine blow up?
No, it was fire, I believe, spun round.
Okay, we've got a couple of different replays to go take a look at, so why don't we interrupt our conversation to go look at that? It's Bruno Spengler up the inside in the BMW M Team BS competition car. The Delinte Esports by TK car then gets involved, shoves it out wide. Fyra down in the mix as well. Delinte and Fyra are actually fighting for position. Bruno Spengler finds himself 3 laps down and just trying to have some fun.
Yep, and there's the Fyra. Bye.
And there's the fun.
I'm very confused as to how they spun that late, though. We'll see it from a different angle because excellent broadcast production, obviously. No worries, don't worry, I got you. Was it contact with the mouse? Was it? Yeah, it was contact with the mouse.
And was that Castorp or was that...
Great question.
It was
Who are we throwing under the bus? Moritz, mate.
To be fair, you can only imagine how sorry Moritz feels about that.
Well, I mean, yeah, to be fair, kind of. You should have seen how Morris's reaction was in Munich, mate. When he absolutely bombed it down the inside.
Yeah, that's slightly different, though. I mean, let's not forget Moritz's dive bombs. At least one of them has been immortalised.
Absolutely, it was 10 out of 10. No, I know he's been discussing physics and stuff in it because he's streaming on YouTube, and I know some people that have been in there and they've been all talking tyres and stuff. Basically, when you're at this kind of level, to be fair, when you're doing like endurance racing, I think like streaming is actually quite good because when it's boring and you are laps down on literally everyone, you at least get to have some fun. You get to chat about stuff, about random stuff in the world of sim racing, which is basically what we do, to be fair.
Yep. And I guess as well, it's motivation to stick out there when you've got people watching you, A lot of the time it's, let's be real, you go 5 laps down. Like that car did in the first hour of the race. They were down on pit lane with Ruben Bonga getting the damage repairs and going the laps down. Yeah, and it's so easy just to quit, right? It's true endurance racing spirit. Let's give a shout out to both Ruben and Bruno Spengler. A couple of people in the RaceSpotTV chat wondering if that's the Bruno Spengler. Yes, the Bruno Spengler of dropping trophies on the podium.
Trophy breaker.
He's not a BMW factory driver. That's not how we know him in sim racing. We know him as the BS competition driver that sometimes breaks trophies.
Yeah, that is a full-on trophy breaker moment. I do have that GIF saved.
Do you really?
For obvious. No, yeah, absolutely.
You're not the only one.
No, absolutely not. I've got a few GIF saves. Some of them aren't appropriate.
No, many.
No, exactly. Some of them are Arsenal related. Some of them are Pablo related. Some of them are Apex related, and then some of them are just flat out memes.
Speaking of memes, the news this week about the Indy 500 changing the rules on the final lap about how much you're allowed to weave back and forth.
Right.
You've been following that a little bit?
No,
but okay.
That sounds horrendous.
Well, basically, Joseph Newgarden did slightly push the limits, I think, and many people, I think, are slightly on board with this, where he went below the pit entry commitment on the final lap and then faded back up, which sounds great, sounds exciting until someone gets blindsided directly into the attenuator, right? So they've made the rule that you can't go below the pit lane commitment line unless you're going into pit lane. Logical rule to add. Yeah. But what it means is that I now have a fantastic GIF, which is basically of the final couple of corners of that race, which basically just says cry about it because of all the controversy that came out after that.
Nice.
Great GIF, man.
Yeah, no, exactly. I say you just got to pick up some good ones. I've got one of Moritz Lerner as well.
Is that the one with him in the Door Esports shirt?
It is the one with him in the Door Esports shirt, which I sent to I sent that to Moritz Lerner once, and he said, "How on earth did you get that?"
And once one person has it, everybody has it.
Everyone has
I'm trying to think.
He holds up a digit to the camera. I'll say it that way.
Yes, I'm trying to think of what the other great sim racing gifs are. Plenty of Pablo's ones. Gianni Vecchio, in my opinion. IMSA Esports Daytona 2022, Of course, he had a crash with Oscar Rene in pit lane. There are times in pit lane that you're not ghosted on iRacing. They came to blows, and Johnny just smashes his mouse down on his mouse pad on his rig so hard that it actually bent the mouse pad and isn't able to keep a mouse on it because it's so bent now. And so I've just got a gif of that. I've also got a gif of Johnny and Oscari actually crashing together. The best one, though, might be Elvis Rankin. Do you know where I'm going with this one?
Is this the
Discord voice channel?
The voice chat, turn it down. I've also got that one saved.
Yeah, so the GIF is basically just someone dragging down a slider as poor Elvis is talking and turning him to 0.
Honestly, viable.
It's a great one. As also, I've just realised I'm looking through my favourites. Don't know where this is from. I've got a GIF of Johnny Vecchio just laughing hysterically.
Poor guy.
Well,
Grandma Vecchio.
Poor Grandma Vecchio is clearly very happy. Lewis just sent me the GIF of wonderful Bruno breaking the trophy.
It's good.
If you've never seen it, search Bruno Spengler trophy breaking. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Absolutely, it is a solid one. No, it's honestly, like I say, you've got the whole like sim racing gifts. I didn't realise there was quite as many as there are, and there are a lot. And again, just got whenever you see it, just got to capture it. Just got to capture it. Send them all to me as well because I quite like them. I like having a folder just full of them.
1 hour left to go then in the 2024 edition of the iRacing Bathurst 12, presented by the coach Dave Delta. And right on cue, effectively, Williams Esports in. First the BenQ car, Blast car following in behind, and Louis Nager going to fire out of pit lane directly into the path of traffic. Out in 11th, and the Delinti Esports by TK entry works its way forward and holds on to the track position for the time being. Final pit stops right on cue, and any sort of worries, Lewis, that the Williams Esports camp may have had about not making it to the end, well, I think they'll be pretty calm at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be honest, at the end of the day, they will know exactly where they are numbers-wise and what's happening with where the race is, how long red line are going, how many laps we're doing. Like, they'll be well aware of this. What won't be so pleasing for them is the connection, and the lap traffic, which is an absolute nightmare around here, because generally speaking, obviously, you get a blue flag, generally you want to jump out of the way. Whereas people know when it comes to lapping around here, you let people go on the mountain straight, on the Conrad straight, at the start of the straight, that's it. You don't let someone go over the top of the mountain unless you're damaged or anything like that. Like, because that's dangerous. It's really, so you kind of just have to, like, when you're trying to lap someone, you just got to kind of deal with it.
Hashtag deal with it.
Hashtag deal with it. Hashtag join our Discord.
Hashtag join our Discord. I wonder if Grid and Go are going to see, by the way, that message, Lewis, and if you will get an invitation to at least try out with the team at Grid and Go. Come on.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I am all about the livery.
I want to know what shirts they've got. That's all I care about.
I hope that they are dark blue and, like, day glow yellow.
With more day glow than blue. I want to be a highlighter standing out from the crowd. Williams Esports, Vince Cusi has speculated, might need to save a bit of fuel to make it to the end. Got another couple of drivers going to make their way down to pit lane this time by Marler Racing Team. Felix Kornbach going to roll out onto track after taking back over from Sebastian Weldon, so a single stint there for Sebastian. And there was a time when, Lewis, you were wondering if maybe Seb was struggling a little bit in what, let's be honest, his first iRacing special event, to be in top split with the pressure of expectation of being paired up in the Marler Racing Team car. I think Seb Weldon's done a great job on debut.
Yeah, it really has done phenomenal effort. Like, kind of just really started to just fit in. With top split special event racing, which we know, this is pretty tough. I think the strength of field for this is something like 8.7, which is ridiculous for 45 cars, by the way. Also 48 cars, rather. Absolutely insane. By the way, I will say the Williams Esports BenQ car, when it was coming up the hill there, they were right on the back of the Simufy Esports car. You can kind of see it just there. And that is for position as far as I'm aware.
It is, because Iglesias has gotten back into the car, so
right.
Another case of driver change in the final hour. And I like this. It's a recognition that, we say it so often, Both drivers in a 2-driver pairing likely to be top-level quality drivers. But there may be one driver that you favor a little bit more, whether it's on the 1-lap pace, the consistency, the ability to absorb the pressure. Iglesias did, I think it was 4 hours at the start, clearly comfortable, clearly quick, and Louis Nash is going to have a task on his hands, I feel, to work his way past the 33.
Indeed, which will move us very quickly and swiftly onto the question from Vince, which I don't feel comfortable with asking, which is why I'm glad, really glad he's put your name in there. Arjuna, if you could get one team's shirt, which would it be?
Oh.
Does that mean, by the way, that you would have to, I think that the rule would be you would have to, actually know which tip shirt it will be for you, actually. You have to bin all of your other team shirts. You're only allowed one team shirt. I know exactly which one you're going for as well. Surely.
Well, yeah, you know what it is.
Yeah, it's BS Turner, surely.
It should be BS Turner, so you know what I'm going to say instead.
Apex Racing.
No, we're going to go with a team that, as much as I'm happy to see them in the world of iRacing, not sure how much we're going to see them, and so maybe if I choose their shirt, no one else is going to hate me when I throw out everyone else's shirt. I'm going Mao's. Big brain here.
I've already got one.
Who are you going with?
Oh no, I'm not going with anyone.
Oh, you're not answering the question, I see.
Oh, God, no.
I could say Simufy. I might have one in the mail from them as well.
I would take a Simufy shirt. I really like
Orange and black, are you kidding me? Yes, please.
Sign me up.
And asymmetric too, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think that livery is really nice. It's kind of like every time I look at it, I'm like,
you know why?
That's a nice looking car.
You know why Vince Cusi asked that question, right?
Why?
Because he's got a red line shirt.
Has he really?
And when I say red line shirt, Lewis, I'm not talking about the ones that you can buy online. I'm talking about a team shirt.
Really?
I still don't know why, but apparently Gianni Vecchio was bamboozled into giving Vince a shirt. That's what I've decided.
Not only a shirt, he's got a hoodie as well. Oh, those hoodies are nice as well. I've been trying to steal one literally for the entirety of the last year. Every live event, I'm like talking like Luke Bennett, being like, I need a shirt.
I saw a question, by the way. A fan of Gustavo Ariel jumped in and I was wondering what happened. Unfortunate drama for Ariel trying to pass Alex Dunn in the Apex Racing Team car. Minor incident, major consequences as off to pit lane.
That was a while ago as well.
Very long time ago. We're talking 5 hours into the race. We have 54 minutes to go, so do the math. 6 hours ago?
Right. Something like that.
Something like that?
It was when Ewan and Cam were on, so it might have been like in the 5th hour of the race.
Yes.
Also, Vince says that he won a quiz fair and square. I don't believe you.
54 minutes to go. I'm still just in shock that Vince Cusi's got a red line shirt and hoodie.
Yeah, but he says he earned it. From a quiz.
He says he's earned it, but you know.
I want to look at the end of the year, right? I want to do. I've been trying to do this for ages. I still want to do my. I still want to do my quiz.
Okay.
I've got questions and stuff lined up. I've got everything. And every time it comes to December, I'm always too busy to do it.
Let's do this.
But one day, we're doing this quiz.
Lewis's game show.
Cam is not allowed to take part.
Okay.
Only because.
Have you spent the time building the questions with him? Is that what your golf shot ended up being?
No. There's just some topics that I know Cam is irritatingly good at.
Cam is irritatingly good at seeing a random image from a track. It might just be like a curb, an isolated curb, and going, you know what? Back in 2008, during Formula One, they had special curbing, and so that was Sepang. He just... Lewis, I still can't believe when we play the game of what track is that how good Cam is.
Oh, see, this actually takes me back to the we did do a motorsport quiz. This was like motorsport games where we were doing like Le Mans Virtuals 22 then. Staying at the Silverstone Golf Club, which I did go around in the winter and lost a lot of balls because golf balls generally, at least the ones I was using, were white and it was icy. Not a good combo. As into the pit lane comes the BS competition. So in that quiz, that it would very quickly it would pop up with the track, and then like you would hit like go, and then it would close the track or whatever. And I distinctly remember they were like, "This one's going to be really difficult." John Monroe, he's not listening, so that's fine, was really good at it. Like he got every single one like before me. Like I'd hit the buzzer just slightly too late. Last one popped, they're like, "It's going to be really difficult. It's going to be really difficult." So I knew that I had to press it immediately. When you press the button, you lose the picture, right? So it popped up. I slapped the button, and genuinely, I sat there for like a second. I was like,
Yes.
It was the penultimate corner at Okayama. And when I said Okayama, most of the room didn't believe me, except John, who did know I was right, which was very satisfying. I did get told, how did I know that?
Well,
and iRacing.
A broken clock is right twice a day, right?
No, honestly, I'm quite good at the whole track.
No, you are quite good at it too. You're not as good as Cam, Roger, but
Cam is better.
That is just a level that we all can strive to one day achieve. Off and away, Lulham will still hold on to the lead, even with still waiting for the final pit stops to unfold for the likes of Dylan Burst in the Door Esports car that now runs in third. Just Sam Coiter in the second red line car that's ready to drop off and away and head back out onto track as the final pit stop cycles roll on through. Vince Cusi says it was a Christmas quiz. So you know what I've just realized, Lewis, that we're asking the wrong people at red line for the shirts.
Right.
We need to... Luke Crane.
Look, I don't care who I have to ask. I want a red line shirt.
I mean,
I also want a Porsche shirt. I also want an Apex shirt, finally. I like a Grid and Go shirt.
Yes, please.
I like a Simify shirt.
Yes, please. Williams,
well,
you have one?
Yeah, of course Williams.
Javi, come on, get it in the mail, just to show up Lewis.
No. Genuinely, every time I go to an event, I'm sort of like, I'm like, oh, can I steal anything from Williams? They're generally almost every time like, yeah, go on, man. It's great.
This is a promise, by the way. I'm making a RaceSpotTV guarantee. Lewis and Arjuna, VCO Infinity is not far away.
Yeah.
You want your team shirts on broadcast?
That is absolutely true. We will 100% wear your shirt on broadcast.
And we've got time between every single race to get a different shirt on.
That's a great shout.
Lewis and myself, we can probably cover, should we say 18 of the 24 hours?
Yeah, probably.
And between us, then we'll be on some hours together. I think we're going to both need about 10 shirts each.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I think I've got quite a few.
I've got a few too.
I think this is the thing. So we need to work out how many hours that we can do.
We've got to strategize here. Yes.
We've got to work out how many shirts we've got.
Now
that's going to be the limiting factor. How many hours can I do of Infinity? I've now got to go down and count how many shirts and jumpers and stuff.
I was going to say include the Brabham hoodie.
Yeah. Why not?
That counts.
Although with a green screen behind and a green jumper, it's probably not a great idea.
So this is why you just get a better background, so you don't need a green screen.
That is true. But I mean, I could pop the thing down, but then you get white. So, choose your poison, mate.
I think what we need to do is green on green for the green screen and just have a segment where Lewis is just, his head
and the Brabham logo
is floating around, exactly, floating around the paddock of whatever track we happen to be racing at. So now that we're just waiting for Burson Dunn, second and third, to finish up the pit stop cycles, where does that leave us in terms of fighting? Well, the two red line cars split by about 2 seconds as you look a little bit further out through turn one, just coming down over the crest of Mountain Straight. Vecchio trying to hunt down Sam Coiter. Louis Nager, Tristan Iglesias, 3/10 between them. Although there are some question marks as to whether Williams Esports, Lewis, is going to need to save a bit of fuel to get towards the end.
Yeah, but this is where they can do that fuel save, is whilst they're in the slipstream of the 33, the 001 into pit lane. Temperature's down about 4 degrees even since actually it's a lot more than that, isn't it? I think it was about 43, wasn't it, when I joined the broadcast? We were talking to David about that. It's come out quite a lot.
I was suspecting we'd get down to mid-30s. Are we going to get closer to 30 than I thought? In which case, we were talking at the start a little bit about balance of the car and, making sure you had a good car in the warm and the cool conditions. Part of that as well, Lewis, is always trying to do the guesswork, right, of what the session's going to be like at the end. So you've got the best car of all those you're fighting with, and maybe some slight compromises made to put yourself in that position.
Yeah, obviously you can change things like tyre pressures and stuff when you come in and switch tyres. That's like one of the bigger things that you can do to adjust for the tyre temperatures. But generally speaking, with this kind of stuff, quite a lot of teams, you'll have a spreadsheet, right? Which, because let's be honest, everyone loves the spreadsheet. And on that spreadsheet in your testing, you'll have worked out what's the best tyre pressure for a given temperature. And in that, you're updating the spreadsheet like every hour or every time you stop, and to be fair, as much as possible, as to when the temperature is dropping down, right? So that you're at least getting a little bit of a track as to what the temperature should be doing in about 10 minutes' time. Or, let's be honest, from an hour and a half ago, because you've been tracking it as soon as it drops down, you've been tracking how quickly the temperature's been dropping down. You're working out roughly what it's going to be around now, towards the middle of the stint as well, towards the end of the race, so that you can get the right tyre pressures for the middle of the stint. Really sounds really complicated, actually really simple, just requires a little bit of preparation and a little bit of work.
A little bit of logic as well, right? Which can be in short supply often, no matter where you find yourself.
That is with me.
Exactly, I was going to say, in the commentary booth, we're often lacking for any semblance of common sense. Battle then for what will now officially be 5th position, just waiting for Alex Dunn to come down and promote Simify and Williams Esports Ben Q up into the battle for 4th position. Lewis, I've got another gift for you.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know if you're going to remember this one, because this is a bit of a deep cut. BMW Sim Live, I think it would have been 2021. Eamon Murphy. Do I need to say any more?
You probably do, actually.
Oh, okay. So I remembered this happening, and someone then sent me a message and reminded me with the exact clip of it. BMW Sim Live, it was Silverstone.
Yep.
You know how you remember?
No, I don't remember the incident. I do remember. Okay. I remember it was the M4s, the M4 GT4 car at Silverstone. I remember Neil's absolutely dominating.
Yes. Oh, he dominated. Further behind, though, such excitement. I think it was coming through. I'm just watching the clip again, and it's making me giggle. Coming through the village section, so the right, then the left, on towards the back straight. Eamon Murphy turns to the left, and suddenly his steering wheel came off the wheelbase.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, okay, I do remember.
Are you remembering this now?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to send you the link to this, Lewis. Hilarious. Fantastic.
I will bookmark it immediately. No, that's a fair one. As Alex Dunn is into the pit lane slightly earlier than he could have been. Could have been in with just half an hour left to go had they filled the tank up to the absolute maximum on the previous stint. But I think they decided that wasn't the right idea. Kind of split the stints a little bit more, so you've got a shorter stint, a shorter stop time for the both. So you're kind of keeping the fuel level lower versus the tyres. So Dunn will leave the pit lane. And kind of see where he's going to end up.
I'm just saying right now, sorry to cut you off, Lewis. I think there's a real chance here Alex Dunn might end up involved in this fight for what is going to now end up being 4th if they squabble in and amongst themselves. He's only 30 seconds stationary and he's off and away.
They do have to score hard. Obviously, he's going to gain a little bit of time back by taking the shorter run round T1. And we'll have to pass the Dura Esports car of Dylan Burst. But, maybe. I think he's a little too far off the rear end of it.
You're right on board in the bottom corner with Dunn. After coming out of pit lane, you see Dylan Burst just up the road. The 114 Team PGZ entry going to, of course, be some lap traffic. So keep that in mind as we work our way through. Got a message from the Apex Racing team saying
Is it about my shirt?
No.
Has it been ordered?
No. They've sent another one to me, though, Lewis, is what they've said.
I see.
No, instead, it's about to get spicy, quote, unquote.
Really? Nice. Spice, because, again, I'm getting that shirt. Gotcha. I mean, look, maybe things are going to close up. We've got 42 minutes. You've got Alex Dunn, obviously, basically fairly fresh from doing the pre-season testing for Formula 3, which is because of how Formula 3 regulations are, you're only allowed to test a car like in official testing like that. You can't just go and grab an F3 car, take it to Valencia and go and do some laps around Ricardo Tormo. Like you can only drive that F3 car in official sessions, i.e. like Macau or the official pre-season test. Did quite well there. I distinctly remember he was second on one of the days behind Luke Browning. Very curious to see how he's going to get on in this year in Formula 3. Big step, obviously, going from being runner-up in GB3, moving over, and going into battle with the three people, or the two other people that he was battling with in GB3, being Callum Voisin and Joseph Loke as well. Very F3 this year is going to be absolutely wicked, mostly because half the grid are sim racers. But still.
I think it's also one of those years, right, where, especially now that Lewis Hamilton's, opened the floodgates for a Mercedes seat, after, what felt like a couple of years where the pipeline for F3, F2 to F1 kind of stalled out, suddenly there's, I feel, a bit more optimism where people are like, oh, there's a seat. Maybe we've got a chance, when being realistic, there's only one seat that's become available. It's not like the trajectory has changed significantly. Of course, it's going to be fun to see how the search to replace Sir Lewis Hamilton's going to go.
Get it right, yep.
Absolutely. You're not going to replace him, though. You're just going to have someone else come and do his job.
Who do you think it's going to be?
I think it will all depend on how F2 goes. Let's be honest, Lewis. Let's be honest.
No, I think you are absolutely right. Everyone's saying it should be Kimi Antonelli. Obviously, we just don't know yet. If he wins in the first 2 rounds of F2, then yeah, sure, slap him in the car.
You sign him instantly. At that point, you don't even wait for the end of the season, right? You get the piece of the pen on the paper as soon as possible, because that would be remarkable given how quickly he stepped up. Let's not forget, Lewis, there are. You've experienced this in GB3 and GB4, right? Even at those levels, transitioning from GB4 to GB3 is a step up, and sometimes it takes drivers a bit of time to bed themselves in. And then to be going at this rate of progression up into F2, it speaks highly to the potential.
Yeah, obviously, there are times when drivers skip steps on the ladder. Obviously, everyone's going to point towards Verstappen being the main one.
Kimi Räikkönen instead.
Kimi Räikkönen, Jenson Button did it. Kvyat did it.
True.
Kvyat went straight from what was GP3, obviously Formula 3, went straight from that into Formula 1. Never did, GP2. There are a lot of examples of drivers that have made certain jumps to speed their way through. But like I say, I'm very. Part of me is still sat back, being like, I'd quite like to see Fernando Alonso in that car, just for banter reasons, to be perfectly honest, more than anything else.
No, if we're saying Fernando Alonso, we need to see him in sim racing in the Fernando Alonso Racing Team car again, please.
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah.
Well,
Fernando Alonso Racing Team. Yeah, no, exactly. No, absolutely. We do need to see
a bit of gas in the air.
It's terrible. It really is bad. There's a lot of people watching that are like, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Fernando Alonso Racing Team, FART. Yes, yeah. I'm a child. I know.
It is pretty funny though.
Oh, it's great. And again, this is
most humorous.
This is motorsports in a nutshell. In that there is a camaraderie, right? Both in sim racing and real motorsports. Yes, there's competitiveness, don't get me wrong, and there's, pushing to the limits across the board, but a lot of the time, there's friendships across teams and, people that, associate outside of the races across the teams and whatnot. So motorsports is a real community paddock, and Lewis, I hope at one point you're going to tell me about some of the GB3, GB4 parties that you guys have, because I've heard about some of the IndyCar ones post-race weekends. They sound fun. I
don't want to be that guy, but I do mostly avoid that, purely based on the fact of I normally have to run home for a broadcast.
Boring Lewis McLeod commentating so much.
It's true though. Every time after a Saturday, everyone's like, "Oh yes, we're going out for food." I'm like, "No, off to the broadcast, off to the hotel, do a broadcast." That's how much I care about everyone watching and all the drivers on the grid.
Does that mean that, Lewis, we should feel special that you actually spent some time with us during Gamers 8? Sometime, not a lot of time.
Oh, yeah, no, I did actually, yeah.
Sometime.
In the pool as well.
Yeah.
No, sorry, it's Vince, by the way, who suggested that we should replace Lewis Hamilton with a different Lewis.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay.
So, I'm here for it. I think I weigh a little bit more than Hamilton, though.
Yeah, but ballast, we can work on that.
How much do you think Hamilton weighs? Was it 70 kilos?
Oh, it must be like... Oh, actually, when you factor in the muscle, I'm not sure. That's a good question. What other famous Lewises are there, by the way? Good question.
But it's me and Hamilton, that's it. Isn't it?
Let's get Lewis.
There's Lewis Woods.
Lewis Capaldi, that dude,
Yeah.
the singer guy.
That dude, that singer guy. Yeah.
I'm hip with the music.
Look, me, Hamilton, Woods, Capaldi, that is a lineup that Mercedes want.
It's an elite list.
For sure.
I mean, Mercedes clearly need a second team so that they can get you into their driver development program.
Yeah, no, I'll take it. I will. I'll take it. Yeah, the Apex Racing Academy missed up on me, but Mercedes definitely won't. Out wide goes a BMW, and obviously Silly Lully navigates it fine. Still, it's a pretty big, easy cruise to the victory, isn't it?
We should keep an eye on the race leader because he's 25 seconds clear, and like you say, easy cruise. They've set themselves up for this cruise. Let's be honest, Lewis. All the hard work has been done in the 11 hours before this. This final hour has just got to be staying out of trouble and keeping it on the grey stuff.
Which sounds fine, sounds easy, but the problem is a lot of it. If the track was completely clear, no one else was on it, you would say that this is a guaranteed victory, that Silly Lully will not bin it and will just drive it to the checker flag, easy peasy. To which I believe he would be absolutely correct. The problem is the track isn't clean, empty and clear of everyone else. You know, you're sharing the track with a lot of other people, and the problem in doing so is that if one of them makes a mistake, you can be paying the price for it. And there are close battles out on the grid. You know, you've got those that are battling high up, those that are battling far down. One mistake from those, and Lulham could be involved in it. Thankfully, he's a bit too far ahead / behind / just on the other side of the circuit to these two who are about to begin their fight for 7th.
Yep, Apex Racing Team's charge is going to stick forward. And Mark Tranter, who does double responsibility. He works as part of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team during the week. On the weekend, he's part of the crew behind the scenes that powers the Apex Racing Team. Lewis, he said that officially, did you ever send your laps in for trial with the Apex Racing Academy? I'm
above that.
So you just thought that, you should waltz in there and get the Golden Glove treatment.
Exactly.
As a two-time Simi Award winner.
As did a lot of the drivers. I had great chats and banter with them at Donington. Literally the day after I sent that.
Actually, that would be an interesting perspective. Lewis, talk to us about that Apex Racing Academy process, and well, I guess you didn't participate in it, but what you saw of it.
I can't remember what I can't remember. So all I saw of it was, obviously I did get some emails about it, which I swiftly ignored.
Professionals here.
But no, I can't remember what it was that I put on the application. I really want to remember what it was, but I genuinely don't remember what I put on the application.
Oh, we're going to have to go find this, aren't we?
I just remember it was very big brain. I don't think, because I don't think, because of how it was sent, I don't think I've got a log of it.
Oh, Lewis. I will go. We have a log. In our conversation, we have it somewhere.
Oh, yeah, of course we will. There will be.
There will be proof.
There will be proof somewhere. Are you looking for it?
Maybe.
Okay. I'll leave it to you. It was, honestly, it was my proudest. I sent it off. I was so proud that I had the audacity to send off such a message, and then genuinely the next day when I was at Donington, because obviously Alex Dunn, Apex Racing Team driver, bumped into him and the entire Apex Racing crew, who we all chatted about it a little bit, which I thought was very funny.
I found it.
Nice. What was it? Word for word.
Oh.
Word for word.
I'm going to struggle to say this without laughing. Fortunately, this is not a South American Esports Championship, so hopefully I can get it out. I am the greatest driver you've ever seen, and mostly want an Apex Racing Team shirt. Sign me or something. I'm the slowest 2.8k I-rated driver money can buy. Fortunately, they got Alex Dunn instead, who blasts past Dylan Burst.
To be fair, I am now the slowest 3.2k I-rated driver money can buy.
Look at you, making moves.
So it's fine. So it is absolutely fine. That's the Apex Racing Team are missing out on. I was 3.5 for a little while, but not talk about that.
Well, and now you're going to get the opportunity, of course, in the next iRacing build. I-rating is going to be split for GT and open wheeler. So if you're good in an open wheel but bad in a GT, now you can start to build up your I-rating to really show it off. If you're bad in both, well, like me, unfortunately, we're going to have to suffer.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to really talk about it on broadcast. I am not a fan. absolutely
not?
Not a fan. No, not a fan at all.
So here's what I will say, Lewis.
Most people are.
Most people are, and I think part of why is there is a different skill to driving a downforce car to driving a GT car fundamentally. Yep. Yes, you can learn. I'm not saying it's not possible to switch back and forth, but it took me a while to wrap my head around downforce cars. And once I did, I found it a little bit more difficult to go into GT cars than I did before. And so I feel as though this allows and incentivizes people to jump into both, to not just stay on the one where they can get the most I rating for those that focus and worry about that for special events and competitions. But maybe they'll just get let's say the encouragement to go and try out some new stuff.
Yeah, it's more just sort of, I don't know. Oh, what I rating are you? Oh, well, I'm this on this. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, yeah, I'm 8.1.
It's a fair point.
Yeah, I'm 10.6.
So let's just add them together. Your road I rating is the sum of your open wheel and your GT I ratings.
Yeah, which is what it is now.
Technically, no. Technically,
yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a bit more to it.
I see what you're saying. Very clever, but no. The statistician in me is not having that.
Look, honestly, all I'm going to say is that me and Vince, we're going to team up. He's 3.1k, I'm 3.2k. We're teaming up on the next special event.
I love it. We won't be caring about it because you won't be top split.
it'll be a couple of splits down.
Sorry. For the record, some people have listened to broadcasts before and thought Lewis and myself don't like each other. Well, that's partially true, but we're having some fun here. If you can't tell, some fun.
You wait until the golf tomorrow, mate.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Where are we playing?
Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? I think Sawgrass is on.
Are you really going to make me play TPC Sawgrass?
Yeah, why not?
Can we skip the par 3, please?
No. It's actually quite good. The thing is, I have this thing with because obviously you're using a picture right there, where I tend to put this really dodgy fade in it, which, ironically, I do put on in real life as well, which I hate.
VR golf.
VR golf. It's not just pressing buttons on EA Sports PGA Tour.
No, it is not.
Let me tell you that.
And, okay, this is very off topic because I know how much Lewis loves cricket. I'm going to talk about it. I didn't just try VR golf, Lewis. I tried VR cricket. And I've got to say, I played school cricket, high school cricket. I wasn't great, but, I was okay enough to not get kicked off my school team. Until you get to a point where people get strong, right, as you grow up, and suddenly you're not facing, balls coming at you at 40, 50, 55, 60 miles an hour. Suddenly they're coming at you at 80, 90 miles an hour. And I couldn't do that anymore. Just the part of me that wanted to be safe and survive was just like, run away as fast as possible. Now, though, I can relive that in VR, and I've got to say, it is so cool. This is what I always dreamed about. I don't necessarily think, this is crazy for me to say, as someone that bought an Oculus Rift day one and drove in iRacing for like 3 years before I went back to a monitor, I can't believe that I enjoy doing that stuff, golf and cricket in VR, more than I do driving, which is remarkable to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, VR's the way forward. It's still got a long way to go, by the way, but it is possible. I kind of like, cause I've used it a little bit in sim racing, right?
Okay.
And the problems with VR and sim racing are very apparent. I.e., sim racing is of a lot of the things that you can do when it comes to gaming on the warmer side.
Yes.
And that plus VR goggles, i.e. slapping a TV to your face, it's not the most comfortable experience. I have done 2 races in VR, and I promise you that will remain the 2 races for now.
At least until it gets more comfortable. Now, when the Oculus Rift first released, Lewis, I still remember, of course, when VR first was launching, a lot of companies popped up in the ecosystem trying to build out, interesting experiences and use cases. And so what a bunch of people did was they put an Oculus Rift into a helmet.
Right.
And so, you think, oh, it's not a bad idea. No, it's a terrible idea because it's just not very comfortable, at least from what it looked like.
No.
But I think people have false impressions of race cars. A, they're small, tight, compact spaces. B, they are decidedly uncomfortable to be in for long periods of time. You're just not traditionally always packaged up to be comfortable like you are in a road car. And so I think the discomfort that VR actually gives you once you put the helmet on, you could go full immersion, put the racing suit, actually put your hands that's connected to the helmet with straps that come on top of the hands device to lock you into place. You could go full simulation if you wanted to, but there's a reason why a lot of top-level drivers don't do that. Most importantly, like you say, comfort over long periods of time. The other thing that some drivers that I've been talking to recently have been discussing, lack of information that you can get in VR. There are lots of third-party programs that drivers use on monitors to give them and overlay plenty of information.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that that I've spoken to when it comes to VR driving. Is that if you drive in VR, you typically drive in VR in fun stuff, right? Casual stuff, whether it's on iRacing, on RF2, or you jump on AMS2 or Le Mans Ultimate for the first time. You chuck some out, go on the EA Sports WRC. You're doing those kind of things VR. These kind of events where it's it's tippy top. You need all the information you can get. Very, very rare. And that's why most people race on triple screens or ultra wides when it comes to this level. Quite rightly, we are looking on board with Alex Dunn. Is definitely closing in on Reina Talva. The gap's 2.7 seconds. Maybe he's going to close in. Maybe he's going to join this fight. He's flying at the moment.
I told you, I think there's a chance he can get to the top 5 battle. I didn't think it was a guarantee, but he's making some headway, definitely making the ground up. Comment, by the way, in our chat is that VR haters love VR, raced in it for 3 hours, no problem. Nothing like it when you nail the settings. It's got its downsides, but the experience is just so much better. And, in like the Dirt Oval and Dirt Road World Championships, we have drivers that use VR for those short races where you don't necessarily need as much of that information to try and make critical decisions about how hard you want to push, what tires you want to be on, when you want to deploy push-to-passes. And so, I think the only comment that we really have about VR, if we're being honest, Lewis, is that it's great in a lot of ways. It's just at this level of road racing, what we are finding is that not many drivers think that the benefits outweigh the downsides.
Yeah, exactly. It's you got to remember at this point in the race, right? Your heart rate is through the roof. You're sweating. You're feeling it right now. The last thing that you want whilst you're trying to focus on pinning an absolutely perfect lap around Bathurst with 3 cars closing you down in the final 24 minutes of a 12-hour race is, God, this headset's a bit uncomfortable, isn't it? Or is it steaming up a little bit? What's happened? It's a bit heavy, isn't it? It's a bit hot, isn't it? It's just slipping around my face. All those things, they all add up. And at this level, you want to remove as much of that as possible. I still remember my first lap driving in VR, which was hilarious in the Skip Barber around Knock Hill of all
Nice.
things. Because I was like, do you know what? This will do. I gave it a go. It is such a good experience. And like you say, is that I can see in 5-10 years time, I can see a lot of top level drivers starting to use it a lot more, because it does give a lot more, like the perspective that you get as to how big your car is and how close you can get, like all that stuff is mega. And I think in the right hand you could be faster using it, but realistically speaking, it's just not quite there yet. It's close, but it's not there yet. Much like Alex Dunn in this battle for 4th.
He's now within 2.3 of the back of the Reina Talva-driven BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. He only gained 2/10 that last lap on both this fight for 4th as well as the fight for 6th to try and close on the zebra. So running out of time to try and make these moves. 22 minutes to go. Where's your leader? Heading out of the elbow and down onto the Conrod straight, directly behind the 12th placed machine of Williams Esports Fanatec. So again, just to reiterate the consistency, the level of speed that we've seen out of the red line number 20. They've lapped up to effectively going to be the top 10 or so. And as much as the windshield wipers going off, don't worry, no rain here in the closing stages.
Yet.
Hashtag.
Yet.
Let's turn it on right
its
now.
way. Yeah, I mean, we've joked about this too much, but unfortunately iRacing haven't bitten on the joke of the idea of just turning it on randomly in a special event. So we've passed that now. We're not going to have our fun. It's not going to happen, so we are just going to get it properly. That's fine. It's on its way. That's cool. We're on to the final 11 laps of this race. Get to see the lap times that's being run. Just a few more for Silly Lolly to pick off, and it should be a comfortable victory. But a very iconic moment for Team Redline, a 1-2-3. I cannot remember too many.
Can't remember too many lockouts of the podium. Also, that is Parker White having, Kamil Grabowski, Parker White's teammate, having none of being lapped right now.
That's naughty.
Well, I don't blame him, and you know why? Because he's involved in the fight for 12th position, and the virtual coach.gg by GNG machine, Cody D driving that Porsche right now, is right on his case. And as much as some may say that in F1, blue flags mean get out of the way within 3 corners, in most other racing and iRacing, blue flags, informational, and a instruction that you've got faster traffic behind you. That's about it.
Yeah, but like I say, there isn't... I agree, the whole, like, not jumping out of the car's way, that's fine. But actively blocking them when they're a lap up on you, yeah, sure, it's not against the rules, but that ain't cool. Let's put it that way. That's not going to get you in anyone's good book. I don't like seeing that. It's just asking for a really unnecessary crash.
So Lewis is not getting a Williams Esports Fanatec shirt.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. Here's where, if you're Redline, do you want to force it? I think the answer is yes. Clearly, Chris Lullum thinks he's faster. But when you've got 2 cars that are fighting for position, is it really worth the risk? He's up the inside. He makes it happen without too much drama. But now he will be watching in the rearview mirrors because Grabowski is going to have to defend because Cody Deeth, great run out of the final corner. Not going to make a move into turn 1, but let's see the run out of this crucial hell corner.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Had Lullum not got past Grabowski this lap, I would have been telling them, drop behind the pair of them. Get out of it. Stop being involved. Just get out of it. It's not worth it. See what Grabowski does now. Obviously, defensive line being taken a little bit by Lullum. There is the look down the inside from the Virtual Coach Grid and Go car. And there is the switch position that was trying to be avoided by Grabowski. Cody Deeth making that one up the 001, now up to the 12th position. It was still a bit messy, wasn't it?
A little bit messy. And I think that's effectively why Grabowski was being a bit more insistent on holding track position. I don't think he felt that he had the car to hold on to that spot and drops back to 13th. Now 5 seconds to Jakub Maciejewski, next in line in the 696 Strago Racing car. Alex Dunn's progress well and truly stalled out, by the way. Still 2.5 back from the BMW M Team BS Plus competition as they try and hunt down Simufy and Williams Esports BenQ, who we watch now. And have they separated out a little bit more than the last time we checked in on them?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, that Williams Esports BenQ car was basically right up the rear end of Simufy for quite a long period of this race. And it's that car behind them, whilst it is a lap down on these two, it's not one they've recently passed. So it's not lap traffic to split them apart. I think this might just be one of those pace moments. Maybe Simufy trying to turn it up a little bit. Iglesias flying.
Now, Louis Nasr came in only 1 lap earlier than Simufy's Porsche, so it shouldn't necessarily be too much of a delta on fuel, but if Williams had to save, maybe Simufy have to save just that little bit less, and you jump on board with Louis Nasr, who's really got his mood set quite nicely. But a word of warning here, yellow lights, do you really need to be triggered that there's a caution on the track around you?
I mean, yeah.
Am I thinking too deeply into this?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but no, I get where you're coming from. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, it is kind of one of those ones, like, the yellow flag, it's normally out of the corner of your eye.
Right.
But to be fair, it's a constant yellow. right? So it's not too bad.
Mood lighting. There are devices that people have on the side of their rigs where it will actually be like a digital
Yeah, I've seen these.
illuminated board. And so that's why I was thinking about it. I was like, could be slightly annoying. I guess not.
Could be kind of cool if you got one of those set up where it does flash. Although, let's be honest, I actually don't want one of those because I get the feeling that I might have a heart attack.
So
I get distracted fairly easily.
So there's a series on RaceSpotTV that we cover, the Real Sim Racing Cup Series. It's NASCAR, Cup machinery, following the real NASCAR schedule. And I'll have to try and find a picture. I don't have it offhand, but there was a specific rig that we had where Lewis, this driver, hadn't got just one of those LED boards. They'd gotten quite a few of them on the rig, and then hooked up basically around the entirety of their dedicated sim room, extra LEDs. And so when the caution came out, when the green flag would come back out after, a caution period comes to an end, it was like a proper EDM dance party in there.
Kind of cool. Little bit of a waste of electricity. Little bit overwhelming. Let's be honest. Whilst I like the idea, at least you'd never ever have an excuse ever again for missing a yellow flag, ever.
No ARCA brake excuses.
Exactly. God, good old ARCA brakes. I remember saying it around here actually.
Yep.
In ERWC, the first one of that.
We've
enormous
had some
crash.
moments here in the ERWC, haven't we?
Yeah, I just remember screaming at the top of my voice, ARCA brakes. So I don't think too many people watching had any idea what I was talking about, but it was pretty funny. So
those that knew.
Yeah, right. It was 0 out of 10 on the Richter scale there. So it was these gaps
Staying steady.
I say. Yeah, I was going to say Dunn's stopped closing down. Is still closing down on Rainer Talvar. Do not get me wrong. That gap is coming down, but it's gone from 2.7 seconds to about 2 seconds, really, about 1.8, also to around about the 2 second mark. So it is coming down, but it's it's at the point where it's coming down so slowly that maybe Dunn will get that a look on the last lap or maybe penultimate lap, but not much more than that.
So you could say that Dunn is done for the day. Da-da-dum.
Look, I was really happy that we didn't really do that too much in GV3 last year, especially after British Formula 4. Every round, every single round, it was something like, "Oh, he's done it," and it's like, "Oh, so funny."
Here's my excuse. I've been on this broadcast now for 7 hours and 45 minutes.
Not a good excuse.
I made it.
You're
once.
thinking about golf.
I made the comment once.
To be fair, I have just come off a broadcast with, again, as I brought up earlier, Gaspar Misch. And we made a lot of jokes at his expense.
Poor guy.
We really took the Misch.
And I'm apparently bad.
Yeah, well, look, we didn't miss any opportunities.
Oh my god.
There was no misuse at all. He did make a couple of mistakes though.
Oh no! Oh, it's still going.
It was this constantly for 2 hours.
Oh,
poor guy.
Professional broadcast. Professional broadcast.
Poor guy.
Let's be honest. As much as we are professionals, quote unquote, allegedly, we all would love, in many ways, just to be Mooncar. I really would.
Yeah.
Can I get to be Mr. Mooncar one day?
No.
No.
No, absolutely not.
Too much shouting for us. We're not allowed to do that anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Goodness me. More reasons as to why I'm not getting an Apex shirt and why you're not getting a Redline shirt.
Vince
Does that mean that
trying to bring him up? Yeah.
Does that mean that I could get a Redline shirt?
Maybe. So what you need to do is you need to message Gianni after this one and say, Gianni,
I need a Redline shirt.
I need a Redline shirt. I mean, again, I think Luke Crane is actually the person that we should be directing our messages towards.
That's true.
A stream manager at Team Redline. Worst case, we send a message to who should we irritate at Team Redline?
I got a list of people.
Andre?
I got a list of people that we can annoy.
It's either Andre,
Redline.
Mark, or Mark, isn't it?
All the drivers as well. Why not? Look, if we keep annoying them for long enough, eventually
one will break.
Yeah, exactly. Look, we've also got more to annoy now because they've stolen loads of drivers from some races.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I mean, they could have had a 1, 2, 3, 4 here with what was it, a total of like 9 or 12 drivers across those cars. Yeah, they've stolen so much top-level talent.
So speaking of that, by the way, of the 1, 2, 3,
How are they
have
gonna
there
finish?
been? No, have there been? No, they're going to finish in the order they are currently in. Have there been any or many special events that have had a 1, 2, 3?
So I'm going to make a bold comment here.
Right.
Not going into the history books.
Because there's a lot of special events.
That's a lot. There's been a decent number of special events. But in terms of top split, more importantly, broadcast split, right? Because there are multiple top splits for the time slots. Not every top team goes and races multiple time slot. Most of them focus on just this one. I'll be bold and say I don't think this has ever happened.
No, this is what I was thinking. I cannot recall ever having one team having 1, 2, and 3 in a special event. It's impressive it's on a field as strong as this, but it's impressive it's happened at all.
So what I think the closest that you can say is Redline in some of the IMSA special events that we had back when it was Prototype, GTE, and GTD, won in all 3 of the categories.
Right.
So they've done that, but this is different. This is a different ball game.
Yeah, it's it is a different kettle of fish. Like I say, I've seen teams, like I say, win in both categories or all categories. Like fair enough, that happens. But like I say, a 1, 2, 3. This is whether you like Team Redline or not, right?
Impressive.
It is impressive. It is a special moment, and it just really hammers home how good they are at the moment. But I will say, bear in mind that it has been 12 hours on one of the toughest racetracks on the planet. To say that we've still got quite a lot of cars in the lead lap, to say that we've still got quite a lot of cars that are relatively within touching distance, that have all had their fair shares of drama. Take, for example, like the Apex Racing team with the speeding in pit lane drama stuff. I.e., it's not as if Redline are unbeatable. They are just near enough unbeatable.
I think Sebring's going to tell us a lot.
Yeah.
Because we're going to get, of course, changes to the outside of rain. Let's take the rain out of things, right? Because who knows what rain's actually even going to do in the race. Could we have it? Could it be a completely dry race? It's a sunshine state. Could be either one. Changes to the cars coming in. Changes to potentially some of the ways that they've built speed in the last handful of months. Understanding what they need to do to improve. That's going to be the real determination. And if they can repeat this sort of a performance heading over to Sebring, ominous signs for the rest of the field. They were strong at Daytona, not just in the GTD, but in the GTP class, even in the slightly unfavored BMW, if we're being completely honest.
Yep.
Battle for 6th. I think Alex Dunn's got the bit between his teeth, has got the impetus to try and close.
Yeah, he absolutely slapped the wall coming up towards McPhillamy, which just tells you he is pushing very, very hard. And indeed, the gap has come down to under a second. There is not really going to be the chance for the Apex Racing Team 99 to get themselves inside the top 5. Williams Esports BenQ a little bit too far down the road, but definitely enough time on the cards with 5 laps left to go in this race. Should be able to at least get a good opportunity to pass the BMW M Team BS competition car. It's just about whether you can actually take full advantage of it.
I think, by the way, keep an eye on the Williams Esports BenQ entry, because that is running very, very close to a full stint here. And I'm 100% sure Louis Nager is saving fuel. He has dropped now 2 seconds behind Simufai and Tristan Iglesias. Drivers are having to make pit stops for splash and dashes. Emanuele Petri has just left pit lane in the Sable Esports number 91 after an 11-second stop to get some fuel for the closing stages. So as much as maybe we're saying that Dunn's not in the fight for 5th, if Nash is closer than he wants to admit, Lewis, this could be a last lap dash on fuel.
Look, we've seen plenty of times in motorsport there be these fuel mileage races at Bathurst. It's kind of what makes it so exciting in those final moments. Again, I'll just remember my first ever time watching the Bathurst 1000. I was V8 Supercars, not GT3, it's fair enough. But Jamie Whincup completely ignoring the team for ages about fuel mileage. And then it came to the last lap of the race, and he had to save a lot of fuel over the last lap and defend from Chaz Master. And to be fair, almost played it really well. Almost. Thankfully he didn't, because I really liked how he passed it. But it was thrilling. It was exciting. And to be fair, we might need to see that same level of defence in the last couple of laps from Nadja in that BenQ kart, because there might be pressure building and brewing. Maybe it's saved enough fuel. I don't know.
I think, by the way, that Vince Cusi's brought up that Simufy only pitted 1 lap later than Williams Esports, and they may be marginal too. I think they're close. I think they're safe, rather. It's close, but they look comfortable. They look like they're hitting the number that they expect. Doesn't seem to be the case for that purple front end on the Williams Esports BenQ car. As back towards the chase they will go. Slight right-hand kink added to slow the cars down when the touring cars came here back in what was it, the late 80s. The main run out of the elbow used to see you run over a crest here that was apparently quite scary, and then onto the brakes after about a 1 mile dash, and you can see there's really no runoff there. And so FIA safety standards adding that section in, and David and myself were talking about it, Lewis. It's one of those things added for safety that, let's be honest, actually I think has made the track a little bit better.
Yeah, and sort of in some ways maybe more dangerous. No, of course not. It's like there's been some pretty monumental crashes in the chase, but no. For real, it like Cam Roger was actually talking about this on a different broadcast. We were talking about this circuit. Is that realistically speaking, whilst it has been updated with the times, it has been brought up to fairly modern standards, it has been updated here and there. Realistically speaking, it's pretty unchanged since it was new. But there are things like the major change on the circuit is the addition of the chase, and to be perfectly honest, it's good. It fits. That's the important bit, is that it fits the circuit. It doesn't feel out of place. I think it is arguably better with it than without it.
Especially in the supercars, in my opinion, right? Because that right-hand kink is scary, and then you're trying to straighten the car so you can get on the brakes early enough to avoid locking up and sailing off into the kiddie litter. So, like you say, I don't want to imagine the track without it, and it's one of those few changes that has been made to this facility, which racing started here back in the early 1900s. I think if you go back to the record books, racing started in like 1905 or 1906, but construction on the track didn't begin until like mid-1930s because of the difficulty in generating funding. And so first race weekend was motorbikes on Easter Sunday in 1938. First Australian Grand Prix was held here on the Monday with 20,000 people in attendance, and since then, of course, so much history and so much spectacular drama has unfolded. So now, as we get to continue focusing on Dunn closing for 6th position, Chris Lullum just coming down of the top of Skyline. So it should be, Lewis.
3.
Is it 3 to go?
2.5 from where he is, but yeah, definitely 3 for the top of your screen. If you are watching closely with the Apex Racing team, seeing about where they're going to end up in this race, they've got 3 more laps in this one to pass Reina Talvar, to maybe close that gap down to Louis Nadja. And let's keep an eye on that gap, as here we go from Dunn.
Side by side. BS competition car trying to fade driver's left-hand side to get to a better entry perspective into the corner, and we've talked so much ad nauseum about not wanting to be left outside through the tight right-hander. Dunn tries to cut back underneath, but through the cutting there's nowhere to go. He'll squeeze his way, he'll force his way to the inside, bullies his way on forward, and Alex Dunn forward, and with him Dylan Burst takes advantage.
Yeah, that was aggressive, but you got to say, if you're Reina Talvar, you had to kind of expect it. That's why he was trying to take that defensive line going into the cutting. Beautifully done there from Alex Dunn. Esports trying to find their way through. It was, like I say, it was a bold move. We'll have to look at that one a couple of more times to really see. We'll see it from up above. From the angle that we had, I feel like it was pretty fair. It was aggressive, it was bold, but I feel like it was pretty fair.
I think I agree with you. I think this will be the angle that tells us a lot more, right? Because here Dunn gets underneath, and where does Burst get this head of momentum? There was some contact, but I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could say Dunn didn't keep it to the apex. So he went in a little bit too deep, but he didn't run it straight out to the wall, so there was kind of space there. It's one of those ones where I'd look at it and be like, it's not the nicest move on planet Earth, but I can't say if we were running with race control, I couldn't say that it was illegal, right? but I wouldn't penalise it. It's I think it's a good move, especially at this time of race.
I would say end of the race. I would not mind either way if race control, based on the precedents that had been set through the rest of the race, said penalty, no penalty. It's one of those racing deals. They'll come to the line with 2:20 or so left on the clock to go, but realistically, we're just waiting for Chris Lullam, bottom right corner of your screen, to come back around to the start-finish line, to take the white flag, and to officially signal the final lap of this 2024 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, presented by the coach Dave Delta. Yes, there's an intriguing fight for sixth, but I mean, we talked about it ad nauseum. Lewis, red line 1, 2, and 3. There's dominant performances, and then there's this.
Yeah, it's different level from Redline. The only thing that we can really knock off them today is livery submissions and lack of different colours between the cars. Other than that, they've been absolutely perfect, almost completely flawless. Just the issues for the 44. Realistically, this should have been a 1, 2, 3, 4 for them, which is just crazy.
White flag in hand. Chris Lullam takes final lap under his stride. He's still got, of course, the 6.2 kilometers left to work. Crazy stat as well. This event first run in 2018. Only in 2 years has effectively the lineage created by the Pure Racing team not come out on top. It was Jonas Wallmeyer, Max Weinig, and Damien McPhee winning in the first year. Of course, in 2020 or so, that's when Pure Racing team switched over to Redline. That was the first year that they didn't win. Verstappen back-to-back in 21 and 22 with Benito and Bennett as his teammates respectively. Last year, the Apex Racing team interrupted the streak, but much like Kawanda has dominated proceedings at the Daytona International Speedway in history, Lewis, it seems as though the mountain, prime hunting ground for Team Redline.
Yeah, indeed, it really does belong to them, and we're really seeing that this year. Final lap of the race, this group is about to head on to battles most certainly not done between us, but really importantly for Williams is the gap's actually gone out. It was 2 seconds, it's now gone out to just over 3, courtesy of that battling, and Alex Dunn working his way past. So things are looking solid for the 15 car. It does look as though they will be taking that 5th spot, but it's not done in this fight. We're expecting still some moves, maybe up Mountain Straight, maybe on Comrade Straight, who knows?
You made about 3 different done puns there, Lewis, by the way, so I'm officially...
No, that was completely accidental.
I'm revoking your commentary card.
No, it was completely accidental. It's not like the whole Mish puns that I was dropping earlier.
Okay, those were the intentional ones. Got it. As they continue, by the way, up through the cutting, they'll go for the final time. Already the lights are flashing from Team Redline, and I mean, why not? Why not celebrate more domination? At Daytona, it was all about the bump drafting that saw them grab the victory in the GTD class. Back-to-back wins in the iRacing special events, but this one a little bit extra special. It's 1, 2, and 3. It's Chris Lullam, it's Luke Bennett winning the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, presented by the coach Dave Delta.
How worthy are they of that victory? Just absolutely incredible driving from all of the Team Redline drivers. Like, they just don't put... they've not put a foot wrong. So we'll wait for the 7 and the 70 to cross the line. That's fantastic. And we'll wait to see what Dunn can do. Absolutely leaving nothing on the table coming down the hill.
They are picking up plenty of smoke as they run their way close to the walls. You see, top of your screen, Coiter, Vecchio finishing things off to make it the red line 1, 2, and 3. We're not going to get the traditional Bathurst jump, let's not forget. Here comes the Simu 5 Porsche that going to be the best of the non-red line machines, and I tell you what, that's a mark that here today they will be very proud of. Tristan Iglesias did a monster job through the course of the stints as well to really keep that effort in the positions that it needed to be. Louis Nager will take his maybe lighter fuel load all the way to the end as well, and Alex Dunn Lewis will hold on to 6th position in the late race charge.
Yeah, gotta say, you gotta give your plaudits to the Apex Racing team, to the 99. Alex Dunn did a great job in the first stint of the race, working up, was it 5 positions from outside of the top 10. They had a stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane and still worked their way up to the cusp, the back end of the top 5. Nearly got their way into it, but still 6th place would be for them. It'll be a little bit disappointing, but do you know what? I think they should still be very proud of what they've done. We've got some great performances out there on the race circuit, and that certainly is one of them.
Still waiting for the final cars to come across the line and finish things up. But of course, starting in the pitch black of the night, racing through the early mornings, through the sunrise, and now to the end of the day where temperatures have fallen off. We didn't really touch on it in the closing stages because the battles picked up in temperature. But Lewis, those track conditions, 31 degrees Celsius, and that's the challenge of a race like this, dealing with the cold temperatures at the start and the end, and that middle where track temperatures were blistering.
Yeah, exactly. It's the joy of endurance racing here on iRacing. How much the circuit changes dynamically through the race. You've got to deal with it. You've got to adapt. And adapt our drivers did.
Yeah, adapting to no jump, though, is going to still take some time for us here in the broadcast booth. We look from up above. Is anyone going to test it? Anyone going to try it? Maybe
There's
not.
no point.
Well, for optimism, for at least our benefit. Here's a look at the race results. We'll glance through them, hopefully grab a word with some of our drivers as well. 30 seconds, margin of victory at the end. Chris Lullum, Luke Bennett take a bow. What a drive, what a display from them. And Luke Bennett adds to his 2022 win, of course, here in the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours. Coitert second then at the line, Vecchio third. Of course, Team Redline take a picture of that. And then Simify, Williams Esports, BenQ, double Porsches, fourth and fifth. Maybe some fuel concerns for BenQ's entry in the closing stages, but Alex Dunn slipping forward meant that the margin started to open up. Dylan Burst slid through past Reina Talvar as Alex Dunn made his move. Felix Kornbach, Sebastian Weldon, ninth for them. Sebastian Weldon making his iRacing special event debut and really showing off some good speed. Daniel Lafuente in the Williams Esports Dual Blast car in the Porsche that dropped back slightly in strategy at one point, was running up with the BenQ entry. Ricardo Rico, final car on the leading lap, and then you get to those one lap down. VirtualCoach.gg by Grid and Go, Williams Esports Fanatec Drago, Williams Esports' Academy car, and then two Simify entries just behind the Falcon Sim Racing Lamborghini. Entropix Mercedes finishes in front of the Team PGZ 114 with Lewis Woods behind the wheel, and then Eduardo Leo, Daniel Ferguson, one lap down for those two drivers respectively. 2 laps down as you get then to 23rd for the likes of Brabham, ATRS, Altitude Esports, and German Sim Racing, along with the second PGZ Mercedes. BMW M Team Maus, the stream team of Moritz Lohner and Yuri Kastorp, survive and grab 28 in front of Delinte Esports by TK and the Drago Racing car, 3 laps down respectively. Nathan Lewis, 31st. Couple of disconnections there for him and Elias Riker. The _ Dive Boom Racing Gold team, 32nd for them. And then Sabolt, Fira, and Apex Racing Academy making up the top 35. Thiago Marto for Williams Esports Academy, 36th. Sim RC and Marvin Strell, along with Jürgen Frank, surviving some unpredictable times to get 37th, with Bruno Spengler for the BMW M Team BS competition. Not last, that instead was the green and gold adorned WSR Esports butt kicker car, 23 machine down in 39th in front of the Apex Racing Academy car, and then the Graveyard, the Retirees, Drago Hops Custom, Falcon Sim Racing, Team Redline's 4th Lamborghini, Gustavo Ariel will be slightly frustrated, you'd think, and then Sontec, Grid and Go, BMW M Team Maus, Sontec again, Team PGZ, and Altus Esports making up the rest of the running order. So a look top to bottom. I was wondering if we were going to get the chance to talk to the drivers, but after a grueling race, Lewis, I think they've already decided it's time to relax and, well, maybe in the next couple of days, turn their attention to the next special event, the second Grand Slam, the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours powered by VCO.
Yep, I don't care about that right now. I care about 2 things. Number 1, bed. Number 2, golf. But straight after that, Arjuna, we will be talking about the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours powered by VCO, the second of the VCO Grand Slams. Those entry positions into IMSA Esports as well, up for grabs. Are Redline going to be as dominant there as they were here? They were incredible. They were next level. Let's see what they can do again.
Let's see, by the way, what happens when you do try to take the jump now.
Oh, it's so disappointing.
It's sad, isn't it? It's hard.
Hashtag bring the jump back. What was it? Make the jump great again. Hashtag make the jump great again.
Wait. Lewis, I think I've spotted something. Okay. Now, there were tire tracks. I don't know if this is a proper jump or not.
No. I saw Sam Coitert tried this.
Was it Sam Coitert that did decently?
No, he didn't. He actually wimped out, kind of tried doing it, skipped the wall.
Oh,
you'll see it. Look.
I mean, I guess that's as exciting as we're going to get now.
Yeah, which is so disappointing.
You can see just in the back, there's still some cars going off to try on our replay machine. Quick look at the schedule before we say goodbye then, because we are now officially 4 special events complete. Some endurance races to come before May and June. We'll see us sprinkle back in some oval racing. Back half of the year, Lewis is going to see us really mix things up with some of the dirt events as well. What a special event calendar we've got in store. Crazy to think. Well, we're already 4 events deep.
Yeah, look, there's so much to deal with when it comes to iRacing special events. It's fantastic. You know, they're open to everyone, so get yourselves involved. I'll probably be trying to pick up a couple of these before realising that I am far too bad behind the wheel, but I will still give it a go.
And so that's a scary proposition, isn't it? That everyone's got to worry about you being in their split. Along with Vince Cusi, maybe, right?
Oh, yeah, no, me and Vince, we're going to be busy mates. He's actually going to be my contact to get me a Team Redline shirt.
Yeah. This is the big brain thinking, right? You're just stealing his.
Exactly. Big time.
Vince, be careful. Lewis is sneaky. He's devious. He'll come for that shirt. He's laughing, but that's a serious threat, isn't it, Lewis?
Deadly serious.
I mean, how do you
100%.
think I got my Apex shirt?
Well, yeah, because you really sucked up to the team.
Yeah, and I totally didn't get one that was maybe a size too small for me. It doesn't fit perfectly, but I've got one. Lewis
Was it a large?
It might be. It might be a medium, to be honest. I don't know.
Damn, I was trying to make a joke there. Yeah, well, I don't know what. No, it's fine. Let's move on.
Let's move on to, well, in Lewis's case, going to sleep, and in my case, also going to sleep. What a race we had here at the mountain. Started in the pitch black night, and then with the sun rising, temperatures building, strategy worked its way through. Another great trip to the mountain, and while we'll return here in October for the great Australian race, the Bathurst 1000, it's always great to come to the mountain and to leave with a clean car. Only one driver wins, one team wins in this top split. Everyone who finishes a winner in some way in my book. For the team behind the scenes, this doesn't happen without so many people. Our team of commentators, our production team, the team that does our broadcast graphics, and yes, even our track cameras, music, and live timing. Thank you to everyone that has made this possible. Thank you to you for joining us across the 12-hour race. We'll see you next time, once again from the Sunshine State, to go racing in the next VCO Grand Slam, the iRacing 12-hour C-Ring, powered by VCO.